Towel YouTube. It is very good to see you all this morning. I expect verdict watch in the Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe case to start up at any moment. There's a lot to talk about. This was quite a weekend, and as you can see, both Super Towel doggos, Abby and Kofi, are still up on the screen. Now, I'll have some things to say today, but I don't think I need to start off the day with one of my infamous towel rants. I think we are well positioned to spend some time together today, and during the course of that, I will go ahead and talk to you. But I woke up a little late today. I certainly have been digesting a lot of information. If you've been following the Towel X, there is a lot that I've had to say. I think that is an understatement. A lot of news being reported, a lot of developments, a lot of very interesting questions to talk about. What exactly is going on with the Meredith O'Neill and Turtle Boy situation? What exactly is Kate Peters' role in all of this? How does Marty Kraft's PI firm play in? What about the Sandra Birchmore cover-up? What did Brian Tully know, and when did he know it? What is the federal probe currently looking into? Is Matthew Farwell cooperating? So many questions on a cold, very, very cold Monday morning. Good morning, Nancy. Good morning, 3 Clerk Monty. I do expect a verdict in the Walshe case today. Now, you may be saying to yourself, Grant, why are you talking like a soothing radio announcer? Well, I don't have a very good answer to that question. I think it's because the weight of it all is starting to become apparent to me. The implications of so many years of confounding developments. The ramifications of a horrifying story told by the unwitting in furtherance of centering the voices of the unheard and at unimaginable cost. I didn't think about it in the moment over the past few years. I didn't care about who understood what was going on, although it was important to me as a journalist. What I wanted was for people not to be able to hide in plain sight, and what I wanted was for the system to be used in furtherance of its authentic purposes rather than as a weapon. And what I wanted was powerful people who felt they answered only to God to understand that the public and discourse is the check and balance in this beautiful representative system of government. And for that reason, I could not be stopped. I'm a very authentic, principled, compassionate person. I knew something was terribly wrong, and I set out to fix it. But never once during that whole process did the adrenaline stop for 2.5 years. And it took its toll on me physically. It took its toll on my personal life. It took its toll in every sense of the term. But the adrenaline was so raw and so persistent that there was never a period of time where I actually paused and took stock of what was happening. Obviously, I'm probably 6 to 8 months ahead, in my opinion, of where this is all going. But I'm at peace. And I see what has transpired, and I'm starting to see why it transpired the way that it did. And frankly, I think Karen Reed was very right when she said Brian Tully's unit are dangerous men. But I don't think anyone realized how deep it went. And there are so many out there who have suffered unnecessarily because they inadvertently figured out what this all was about. Very dirty network of cops. Very dirty network of cops. Close to Stoughton. Close to Matt Farwell. Close to a potential brothel. And another network of supposedly honorable pred hunters who may well catch and kill stories involving law enforcement. Give me 1 second. Hello, I'm back. It was Towel Doctor. I have a doctor's appointment later today, and I had to do a full intake form. I have a procedure coming up actually next month that I'm a little bit not pleased about having to do. I have to get a routine procedure at age 36 that most people don't have to get until like 60 because I have a condition that makes it a little difficult for towel to exist. And I will say, if you've ever woken up on an operating table before because they use the wrong kind of sedation, Let me just tell you that you have to be very explicit during the intake that you wake up on the operating table with conscious sedation, or they use conscious sedation. Now, you might say to yourself, oh dear God, what do you mean you woke up on the operating table? Well, little towel has to get these procedures because the condition I have can develop into cancer if you don't treat it, and my siblings have a severe form of it where they've already had their colons removed. So I had to get these procedures, and we won't go into detail because it's not a pleasant procedure. But for the most part, you go to the doctor, and they send you to the hospital, and you have to. It's like a full procedure. You have to go to the registration department. You have to go to the intake. You have to get sedated. You have to undergo the procedure with a team. It's this complicated thing. And one time I was doing the procedure, and it was a new gastroenterologist, and I don't remember what had happened. I think my old gastroenterologist retired or something. So they're doing the procedure, and they asked me if my allergies, and we go through the steps. And I didn't know what conscious sedation was. It was like 8 years ago. I was very sick and involved with the medical system, but I didn't know the difference, and I didn't really care. So they were like, okay, we're going to do conscious sedation on you. Okay, so the procedure starts. I literally wake up and start yelling at the doctors during the procedure that I'm awake, which forces them to abandon the procedure. And then I came to learn the difference between conscious sedation and what the fuck's it called? Propofol, which is first of all, propofol hurts. If you've never got propofol, when you get a propofol injection, it really, really hurts. It stings. But propofol, you will not wake up. Conscious sedation, you might wake up. So I had to tell them, which is what I was just doing, do not give me conscious sedation. I will wake up during the procedure, and I will yell at the doctors. So, needless to say, towel does not get conscious sedation. So that woke me up a little bit, though. Let's just say the memory of that was absolutely terrifying. Olaf, good morning. How are you? First of all, now I'm in I don't want to do a medical procedure mode. Before, I was in a, how shall we say, towel mode, okay? I was in a radio announcer soothing mode. Now I'm frustrated about my medical procedure. All right. Anyway, what was I ranting about? I think I was ranting about, oh yes, the weight of it all. I'm at peace. I'm at peace with, by the way, court's a little bit late today. I'm not really sure why. But I'm at peace with this all. I'm at peace with it for a number of reasons. First of all, it's out of my hands. I have no control over where any of this goes now. Second of all, how do I put this? It's weird to be in a position where you very clearly see what's going to happen, and you eventually people will look back at these moments and be like, wow, that was, wow, he really was on the ball. But that's not what I care about. What's making me less stressed is that because this is all starting to come to public attention, the actual nuances of a lot of this is coming to public attention, it's almost over. And it's very hard for the players involved to continue to do what they were doing because it's almost over. Now, we'll talk about this throughout the day. All right, there's been a lot of developments. I think there are some serious implications as to Meredith O'Neill, in particular if she was a mole. I don't know for who. I think it's most likely for Kate and Kraft. But I think there's also implications if Karen Reed doesn't realize some of these people were moles, because part of them being moles might be them pretending to support Karen because she's in a feud with Aiden. So I think a lot of this depends on... So I kind of need to talk to Karen. I've never spoke to her before. I sent her one DM saying, hi, Karen. She never got back to me. That was 3 months ago. I probably need to talk to Karen because I need to figure out what her, first of all, what she knows, and second of all, how she's moving. Because if she's moving the way she is because she made a deal to give up Turtle Boy to get off on the state level charges related to John O'Keefe's death, then that makes a lot of sense. Then the way she's moving makes a lot of sense, but I don't like Kate Peter because I think she's covering for Brian Tully related to Tully leaking Lindsay's phone and the Birchmore cover-up. Okay, so that would make me concerned. The other option is the enemy of Karen's enemy is her friend right now for tactical purposes because Karen's mad at Aiden because Aiden recorded Karen and then released it. But then you got to wonder, okay, so this is the weird part. If Aiden recorded Karen and then Joe Flipperhead helped Karen by letting the public know about that, then why would Olivia Lamb put criminal charges on Joe Flipperhead if Olivia Lamb's mom is connected to Josh Levy, who's ostensibly aligned with Karen, not Aiden? Well, one potential answer is that Olivia is not actually working for Aiden. She is a deep cover mole who's working for Karen and pretending to be working for Aiden to feed information back to Karen and sabotage Aiden. That makes a lot of sense because otherwise Olivia's hostility to Joe Flipperhead, if Joe Flipperhead was helping Karen, makes no sense whatsoever. So that's something to think about. And I don't believe that Christina Lamb, who knows Josh Levy, would have her daughter helping Turtle Boy if the choice were between Karen and Turtle Boy. I'm sorry, I don't buy it. Furthermore, I think that as much as there is a federal investigation of Brian Tully's unit for the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder, I'm starting to wonder if Turtle Boy's under federal investigation. A couple reasons for that. One, the Jessica Leslie, the grand juror leaker thing, her friend, okay, clearly was the cause of tension in the summer of 2023 about leaks to a Facebook group that caused Sean and the Golf to get mad at Aiden because information was going up on the groups that was protected grand jury information that Leslie was giving to her friend, and Sean knew that was wrong, and Aiden wanted it up anyway, and I forget if Kara wanted it up or down, but it caused a fight. Okay, so in that context, I think maybe the feds are on to Aiden about that. But then you got to think about Karen. Karen Reed is no regular human being. Okay, nobody really knows what she is, and I don't think we'll ever know, okay, until the files are declassified 50 years from now. Nobody knows what she is. She's just some power player for our purposes. But she's very connected. Like, look at the people she knows. Look at all the people in her corner. Alan Jackson, Yannetti, a lot of, like, former federal agents. Like, it's very strange. And for those of you who don't know about this, what gives this intel vibes, like intelligence community vibes, is if you're in the intel community, especially if you're like an asset, you don't just go out into the world and get services. You have an agency doctor who looks like a regular doctor. You have an agency lawyer who looks like a regular lawyer. You have agency PR people who look like regular PR people. Everybody in your world is an asset, and that's why I'm like there's something about Karen Reed, maybe her dad. See, because it's not just like how the people they know, it's how she carries herself. Like, if you've ever been in their presence, they're like dignitaries, and it's not because they have cameras around them. They walk around like with a certain demeanor that reflects like, you know, you should respect me because of who I am and what I know. That's why I didn't put the intel thing together till like 6 months ago, but anytime I was around her, I was like, whoa. And her dad, like, oh my God. Like, I know what this is. I could feel it in how they carried themselves, how they spoke, how they looked. There's just something like about an intel asset. It's like a politician on steroids. That's the best way I can describe it. Like, everything is so well trained. Everything is so perfect. There's no mistakes. It's very... There's just a certain psychological profile of an asset because they understand like symbiosis with the external stakeholders like media, the public, the court system, the police, the justice system, the DOJ, and that's how those people carry themselves. Like especially Karen and her dad. Her mom, her mom's very nice. How can I don't know. Her mom is so nice to me all the time. It's like I'm not gonna degrade her mom. I think she's a fine person, but I don't get the sense her mom's an intelligence asset. Just the way she carries herself is more like an asset's wife. Like she's the type of person who like if the asset got in trouble, she would get a call, and she's been read in enough to like know some stuff, but she doesn't actually do the asset work. It's Bill Reed who has that like master of the universe vibe, and then Karen's like kind of like it definitely, I don't want to call her in training because I think she was a little more developed than that, but Karen doesn't have that like I could run like a station. Like Bill Reed has like a station chief vibe, and Karen has like an asset vibe. That's how I explain it. And it all makes sense because they were in high finance at Bentley. And if you know anything about international finance, that is the best possible source of intel you can get. Everybody has to move money, especially foreign state actors. So if you're interested in intel, shell companies, corporate structure, that is intel. Modern intel is nothing but tracing money through shell companies. So if you're in the world of high finance, you are the perfect asset, especially at an international university. You have no idea how many spies try to infiltrate universities on student visas. It's crazy. But that said, we're waiting for the start of today. And I've had a couple moods. Had a somber mood, had an awake mood, had a thinking about where this is all going. Here we go. Judge is here.
Good morning, Your Honor. Continuation of the jury trial in Commonwealth versus Brian Walsh, indictment 2023-0091. Defendant and counsel are present in court. Counsel, if you'd once again identify yourselves for the court and the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Conner for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Welcome.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr. Walsh.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Walsh.
Good morning to everyone. We had a little delayed start because one of our jurors is absent today, luckily. It's juror number 15, who is an alternate juror. I'll see counsel at the side of the bench.
Jurors entering, all rise.
Hear. All person having anything to do before the Honorable Diane Fernandez, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court. Draw near, give your attendance, and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth. You may be seated. Court is in session.
Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
Jurors, I'll start today. Hope you all had a nice weekend. We'll start today, as we have every morning of this trial, with the 4 questions. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case?
Yes.
Were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case?
Yes.
Were you able to comply with my order that you not go on social media or any news media?
Yes.
And do you all still have open minds?
Yes.
Jurors, you may have noticed that we were delayed in starting today, and juror number 15, who is an alternate juror, is not here today for purely personal reasons, and it has nothing to do with this case and shouldn't impact your day in any way. But I did want to not make mention of the fact that juror number 15 isn't here, because then you might be wondering. It's purely personal, nothing related to this case. All right? So with that, jurors, I'll send you back to your deliberations. Thank you very much.
Jurors exiting, all rise. Please bring your notebooks with you. Watch your step.
Follow me, please.
Just remind you of the 10-minute rule. Always be within 10 minutes of the courthouse. Thank you.
All rise.
Nicola, good morning. Hello. We are on verdict watch in the Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe trial. Now, I put up a poll this morning to ask what you all think, so let's see what the results are. Early results are you all are expecting a verdict before lunch. Now, jurors have only been deliberating for about 3 hours or so. I'm going to throw the verdict clock up in about 30 minutes because I by accidentally let the verdict clock run to like 4 hours or something on Friday. I didn't mean to. I just forgot to shut the verdict clock off. So I now have to wait for it to get caught up or I'll lose my, or we'd have to restart. So I have a plan. I have a plan. The verdict clock got stuck at, I think, 4:27. They actually were deliberating for like 3 hours and 30 minutes, so I'll just start the clock at like 10:30. Good morning indeed. So, I don't think a lot of, as you can see, I have it stuck at 4 hours and 27 minutes. I'll start it at 10:30 because we actually aren't at 4 hours and 27 minutes of deliberations. So I'll mute the court TV just in case they do coverage, and then if the judge comes back on the bench, or if we get a verdict or a question, if you remember jurors on Friday, the last thing they asked was to see Exhibit 97, which was a picture of Anna. You imagine, folks, that what's going on here is they were just taking the weekend they didn't want to just jump into their decision, they were taking the weekend. So that may indeed be where we're at this morning, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, live coverage into the courtroom. Now, what do we want to talk about? You know, I was reading a good book over the weekend, Black Mass by Dick Layer and Gerard O'Neill. Maybe we can do a towel reading and commentary on that. Very interested in talking about the implications of the sort of relationship between the feds and the Norfolk District Attorney's Office and the state police, dating all the way back to what is it? I don't know. Oh goodness, 1995 under William Delahunt. So we are on verdict watch. It's at 3 hours and 37 minutes, according to Court TV. And I'm going to wait. I was basically right, 50 minutes. So I'm actually going to start the clock at 10:20. We are not at 4 hours and 27 minutes of deliberation. We are at 3 hours and 37 minutes. Wait, is that Julie Grant? She's an excellent reporter. I'm not going to take the Court TV coverage live, but they're doing an update on the horrifying news overnight about Rob Reiner and his wife. That was just heartbreaking. I cannot believe the reports that are coming out this morning that Reiner and his wife, who had made a movie about their son in 2016, and the son, unfortunately, was tormented. His life was just very tormented, and he did go through a number of battles with homelessness and addiction. And apparently last night or yesterday, he very brutally took his parents' life. The method of death is being reported this morning on social media as just the most brutal form, a very personal use of a knife on the neck of both victims. And the son apparently is nowhere to be found as of now. The other overnight news, which is just astounding, I don't even know how to report this. First of all, this weekend was, no matter what you were following, this weekend was horrifying. There was the shooting at Brown University. There was the attack in Australia, Bondi Beach, I believe it was. My word. Starting with the Brown University situation, very close to home. A friend of the program, John DePietro, was down there at the news conference right away after the shooting happened. I believe it was on Friday or Saturday. It was Friday, I believe, during finals. It was during a final review. Just horrifying reports that someone entered a building on the Brown University campus, started shooting people. The shooter left the building, and what happened over the next 24 to 48 hours or 36 hours was just baffling. First, the local authorities said they had someone detained. Then they announced they didn't. Then 12 hours later, word got out that they had detained some guy from Wisconsin, and that he was the guy. The FBI reported, Director Kash Patel reported this. Then this morning, when I wake up, I see the news that no, they did not get the guy, and they released that guy, and now this mass shooter is just out there, and nobody knows who he is, and they have one grainy video of a guy in a sweatshirt in black walking away from the campus. Or towards the campus. That's it. And apparently, according to eyewitness testimony, this guy shouted some like Arabic slogans and then specifically targeted a Jewish studies class, and now he's gone. Simultaneously, the attack on Bondi Beach in Australia was at a Hanukkah by the Sea event. As you know, Hanukkah is starting right now for the Jewish faith. And I don't think that's a coincidence. Two basically simultaneous terror attacks on Jewish communities. First, a Jewish teacher doing it wasn't her class, it was a final review for her class that she was not at, okay? And then the attack on Bondi Beach. I'm telling you, there's something horrifying. So, to me, FBI DOJ corruption survivor asks of specific evidence of corruption. Well, we have a lot of evidence of corruption. We have evidence of that of Lindsay's phone extraction being leaked. If you want to talk, let's talk about the Sandra Birchmore case. All right, actually, let's do it. FBI DOJ corruption survivor asks about where have I reviewed in particular evidence of the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder. So let's do that. I think that's a fair question. I have a good video. This is a great way to learn. Duck, duck, good morning, my dear friend. Let's take a look at this video that Tal put together about the Canton Police Department audit of the Sandra Birchmore investigation. And then specifically, let's take, actually, before we do that, I want to get that video, and then I also want to show you new information that came up overnight. Now, this is wild, folks. I want you to buckle your towel seatbelts. What I'm about to show you, you want to talk about evidence of corruption. I've never seen anything like this in my career. I am so deeply disturbed by what has been revealed or alleged this weekend that I don't know if I I am not in the position to, at a certain point, investigate certain things. I am a reporter. The stuff we are experiencing right now, stumbling onto it, whatever, I'm not okay with. That's not even the right word. I'm so concerned that I don't know how to process the implications of what I'm learning at this point. Now, you want to talk about evidence of corruption. All right, let's take a look at this. Let me zoom in here. So, over the weekend, I reported that this information was revealed on social media. So, I'm going to read the post. So, I met someone that used to blank in Canton, now blank. Blank knows all about the Sandra Birchmore case, very close to it. I won't get into details. Blank mentioned a place in Stoughton, X and O's, said it was a known prostitution place, also said back in the day, not under its current name. Or maybe under that name, and now it is a different name. Also said it was a known fact that police had involvement with it. Does anyone know about this fact? Then you can see it was called Albert's, then X and O's, now it's Amelia's. Different owners, okay? So the fact that it's Amelia's now has nothing to do with the previous ownership, all right? That's just what it's called now. Now, let's take a look. Why you might say, okay, Grant, okay, like that's very concerning, especially if you know about the Birchmore case. Yeah, well, let's listen to this. Let's read this part of an interview. We don't know exactly who this person is. This is a write-up as part of the Sandra Birchmore investigation, by the way, that they ended up exonerating Matt Farwell over. But the point is, this is an interesting part of the interview. And let's go ahead and read this. I do not, now, the bottom, this is, they're segmented, so each, paragraph is a different person. So let's read the middle paragraph. I do not view blank as a credible person. During his interview, so we know it's a guy, he provided little information, if any. When asked about a confrontational text message that he had with the victim, Sandra Birchmore, over owed money to the girls, he could not recall the conversation or the last names of the girls. Having described that they shared a dorm suite, I find it implausible that blank could not recall this information. He also demonstrated a very high degree of nonverbal guarded behavior, was sweating, and appeared to be very nervous throughout my interview. We have no idea who the hell this person is, okay? With no idea, all right? We just absolutely no idea. Now, you might say, all right, well, what did he threaten Sandra Birchmore about, or what did he confront her about, and what the fuck, a dorm suite? She lived in an apartment in Canton. Okay, well, were there dorm suites back in the day at whatever the hell this place was? Certainly raises the question. Now, let's take a look at another part before we get to Lindsay's post, which is even more interesting. Let's take a look at this part of the document. It's another part of the Sandra Birchmore investigation. And again, someone asked for specific evidence. We'll watch a whole video about the Canton Police Department audit from page 99 to 102 about the Birchmore case, and you'll hear me talk about all the specific evidence. But listen to this paragraph and tell me if it doesn't send chills down your spine. When asked about a text message that blank had sent to Sandra Birchmore about asking blank for money and money owed, blank had absolutely no recollection of the conversation. Blank, as shown the text message in which he threatens to disclose Sandra Birchmore's relationship with members of the Stoughton Police Department if she would not repay the debt owed to the girls. Blank recalled that Sandra Birchmore had mentioned blank, Matthew Farwell and William Farwell, in their past conversations. Oh my goodness, little towels. Now, this wasn't all from Lindsay. I was reporting this, and then Lindsay replied, down here and said, hey, that's strange. Meredith O'Neill made a post from one of her burner accounts back in March of 2024 where she specifically mentioned Amelia's. Now, Lindsay goes on to say that she never met with Tully at this place or whatever. That was weird. But look, this post is from March of 2024. It's apparently from one of Meredith O'Neill's burners. And she says, Lindsay, do those cameras show you meeting with Tully and when he recently picked you up for your date at Amelia's in Stoughton? All right. So Lindsay and Tully never went to Amelia's. That did not happen. But why is Meredith in 2024, before anyone knew about this, I was the first person to report this widely on social media yesterday as a result of this reported information. Why would anyone have been talking about this specific, obviously it's under a new name, but this specific restaurant with that specific history tied to that specific case? It's weird. It's nothing Meredith O'Neill should have known about. It's something Kate Peter and Brian Tully might have known about. And people, now the reason you might be saying why, first of all, why is Brian Tully's state police unit connected to Sandra Birchmore? Well, I'll tell you. The Sandra Birchmore investigation was done by Brian Tully's state police unit. Okay, it was handed over on February 1st, 2021 at 9:27 p.m. Matthew Farwell went to Sandra Birchmore's apartment, according to the federal government, and murdered her. Okay. Then on February 4th, 2021, the Canton police respond to a wellness check at Sandra Birchmore's apartment because of a call from her colleague at the school where she worked as an administrative assistant. Okay. They get there, they find Sandra dead. Within like 48 hours, the Canton police get evidence from the maintenance worker at the building that Farwell was the guy on surveillance camera that was at Sandra Birchmore's apartment at her time of death. The cops were able to figure this out because her phone battery went progressively down after a certain point in time, so they knew exactly when she died. Matthew Farwell was the person there. Matthew Farwell was the same guy that moved Sandra into the apartment in Canton. And furthermore, then the Canton police went to Sandra's school where they learned Farwell had been telling people that he had been abusing Sandra since she was a child, where he groomed her from the Police Explorers program, along with the two other men, potentially his brother and a guy named Robert Devine, who both worked in Stoughton as police officers. One as a school resource officer, one as a cop. Okay. Then, as a result of that information, they also learned that Farwell was telling people that Sandra Birchmore was pregnant with his child, which was not true, it turns out. DNA testing on Sandra's unborn 8 to 10-week-old baby boy, who Farwell also murdered, proved that Farwell was not the father, at least Matthew Farwell. Farwell was telling people that if Sandra didn't refuse to carry the baby to term, end that baby's life while she was pregnant, Farwell was going to kill her. He said that. He said, quote, take care of the problem himself. On February 6, 2021, all of this information gets turned over by the Canton police to the Norfolk DA's CPAC unit that has original jurisdiction over homicides in Norfolk County. That unit consists of Brian Tully, the commander, under him Yuri Buchanan, the sergeant, under him John Fanning and a number of other troopers, Michael Proctor, DeChico, etc. Someone named Megan Monahan, etc., etc., etc. Okay, So Nick Garino is an important part of this because he processed Sandra Birchmore's phone extraction, and that speaks to some things. Now, two important pieces of information. Who used to work in Stoughton from the MSP unit that was assigned to Brian Tully in the Norfolk DA? Who wouldn't you know who won the pony? John Fanning, the guy who wrote the MSP report about Farwell, exonerating Farwell for Sandra's murder, and Yuri Buchanan. All right, now, what else ties in? So, John Fanning writes the report exonerating Farwell with help from Nick Garino, who searched through Sandra's phone extraction, and somehow these people did not see that Farwell was abusing her since she was a kid, which is a crime, and killed her. Then you find out Brian Tully and John Fanning were law enforcement partners for like 20 years. All right? Then you find out there was a potential brothel in Stoughton involving cops. Then you find out Sandra Birchmore owed money to some ambiguous group of girls that she was in a dorm suite with and was being threatened about it by some guy that we don't know his name. Probably a cop. Maybe not. We don't know. And add into all that reports of Marty Kraft, the private investigator, going around in 2021 talking to Sandra's friends, trying to help Tully cover up what happened. Okay, then in 2022, reports that Jen McCabe retained Marty Kraft's PI firm to spy on Karen Reed's house to see who was visiting Karen Reed. I reported this yesterday. And then Jen McCabe was calling the people that were going to Karen Reed's house that Marty Kraft was spying on. That makes a lot. Things start making a little more sense then because Tully and Jen McCabe talk and have been friends for a long time. So maybe Tully referred Jen to Marty Kraft. And then, is it any coincidence that after Aidan Kearney gets involved with Karen and starting to help her in April of 2023, almost immediately in July of 2023 through the fall of 2023, Kate Peter starts working for Marty Kraft's PI firm, which is confirmed. I have the documents on my Twitter showing she had access to his back-end administrative database and his email. Well, that's a little strange, isn't it? Isn't that just a little strange? And then right around the fall of 2023, all these people, Meredith O'Neill, et cetera, start getting in Aidan's life. And now that explains why Kate Peter hates Lindsay Gattani, because Lindsay was an unknown variable who came into Aidan's life randomly and potentially threw off Kate's long-term plan to get a honeypot mole as Aidan's girlfriend. So instead, Lindsay became an unwitting honeypot, and when she was no longer useful because she wasn't part of the plan like some of these other people, she had her phone extraction leak, she got thrown to the wolves, and she was treated like trash because Kate didn't view her as connected as some of the people Kate was working with. And what does this all trace back to? I'm pretty sure that Kate Peter and Marty Kraft knew, and Tully knew, that if Karen Reed pushed hard enough on the Sandra Birchmore cover-up, eventually it would come out. And Karen used her case as leverage to bring attention to what was going on in Norfolk County, and she knew that it would put the DA under pressure, and the result is going to be Farwell cooperating against the people who helped cover up Sandra Birchmore's murder, and Karen, Dave Cullinane, and Kirk Minahan will get the credit. And I'll also stand there and be like, see, I told you all, this unit was dangerous. Nobody believed me because people were so blinded by their support of the unit if they wanted to see Karen convicted that they enabled Kate and basically facilitated the collapse of our government. Sorry. Yeah, and then Karen had her own federal connections, which we'll talk about, that obviously explain a lot of this because my understanding is that the former chief of the Canton Police, Ken Berkowitz, went to the FBI in the spring, maybe winter of 2022, after Sandra Birchmore, after the report was written by Fanning exonerating Farwell. Berkowitz himself went to the FBI and blew the whistle on the cover-up because he was pissed about it, because the Canton cops don't like the Stoughton cops. You got to understand, people think the Canton cops are bad. That, like, I'm sure there's some elements of them that have conflicts, but no, the Canton cops and the Stoughton cops have beef over this. Canton cops don't like that Stoughton and this MSP unit worked so cozy that they covered up the Farwell thing. How do I know this? Well, I have a idea that there's actually a document out there. Somebody should tell Marbury v. Madison about this, Corey Hopkins. There is a document out there that you're going to find from an unnamed, I won't give name or rank, but there's an unnamed Canton police officer who put in writing in 2022, simultaneous to Berkowitz going to the feds, this Canton police officer put in writing to Michael Morrissey that the CPAC unit covered up Sandra Birchmore's death. So there is a paper trail of at least, I don't think we'll ever see the federal paper trail or like the pink sheet on Berkowitz, and he's dead anyway, which is the only reason I'm talking about this. God rest his soul. The other guy, I'm not going to say his name or rank, okay, but because he's alive, but he's a cop and he can figure it out, and he clearly knows this was cover up. And he went. Hopefully, he's gone to the feds. I don't know. The point is, there is a piece of paper out there where Michael Morrissey got an email in 2022 from a high-ranking, that's the most I'm giving you, member of the Canton Police Department. And in that email, the police officer says that Birchmore was a cover-up, that the investigation by Tully's unit of Birchmore and Fanning was a cover-up. That's basically what I understand. I don't know the exact wording, but that's my basic understanding of this. So now do you all see how dark this is? This means that it means a number of things. It means, one, we can't underestimate what Karen knew. Karen's never said the name Sandra Birchmore, ever, as far as I know. And it's not because she doesn't care. It's because that's the op. That was the deal. Like, she got a lot of federal help on her case. She got a few tips on the scale because the state police were tipping the scale, not because they were trying to get Karen, but because they were worried about being exposed. And now, as we know, with Proctor's, think about Proctor's phone, right? Let's talk a little bit about the summer of 2023. All right, let me just give you my best understanding. I believe that the Karen Reed and John so pull it back further. We know from the Jessica Leslie prosecution that Judge Telwani impaneled Jessica Leslie's grand jury in May 26th of 2022. All right, that's in the information. We know, furthermore, that there were at least 4 cases that Leslie leaked about between August of 2022 and March of 2024. All right, those dates are very important. 3 of them are the CDL bribery case involving the state police. The guy's now in jail over that. The other 2 that I know are the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case and the Sandra Birchmore case. Now, there's one more, okay, I do not know about. I don't want to know. I've never asked. But there's one more case she leaked about, because I know there's 4. Because it was in the information, or it was in one of the federal documents at one point. There are 4 cases. So there's one more case out there that nobody knows about that she leaked about, at least to her friend. Okay. Now, that's May of 2022. By the summer of 2023, the feds are, with Josh Levy at the helm, personally conducting a huge grand jury into the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case. But I don't believe that was real. I think that was real to the extent that they actually impaneled a grand jury and they were asking questions about the investigation. But I don't think that's what the feds were doing. Folks have to understand a little bit about the operational nature of state and federal and local law enforcement. Okay, it's sort of vertically integrated. As much as they have their own domains of jurisdiction, there's a lot of interagency task forces, okay? So every local police department, every state police department, every federal agency has some connection to each other by way of some kind of interconnected task force. What do task forces do? Well, let's think about Jeremiah T. Sullivan's, what the hell is it? His strike force, his organized crime strike force in the 80s and 90s. Basically, it's like a coordinated effort to do specific high-value investigations, okay? It's like intelligence sharing, but not full intelligence sharing, because the feds get stuff that the state doesn't get. And the state gets stuff that the local police don't get, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So if you want to run an informant in Taunton, if you're the DEA, and you want to run an informant in Taunton into a motorcycle club, you need to have a guy from the Taunton police on the team. You need to have a guy from the state police on the team, and then you need to have 2 federal agents on the team. And those are the 4 people that will then coordinate the deployment of a single undercover asset at a biker club in Taunton. That's an example of this, okay? So think about this interconnectedness because you can't just investigate the state police, okay? They are a paramilitary intelligence gathering operation. They don't just track down commercial truck drivers who do violations or do checkpoints or DUI checkpoints or investigate crimes. They're way more than that. They are a paramilitary intelligence gathering operation. Okay, that means they operate with like very rigid hierarchy, and they have access to information gathering tools that the feds probably know about, and that are probably not as good as the feds' tools, but which are as good, if not better, than 80% of what the feds are using. Okay. You can't just investigate them. Are you kidding me? They have networks of people everywhere. They've been doing this for years. A lot of them have been in their positions longer than the district attorneys and the commanders who oversee them. How are you going to investigate them? You're going to trick them. You're going to tell them they're under investigation for one thing, because you're really investigating them for someone else. And wouldn't you know it, who won the pony? August of 2023, ladies and gentlemen, the feds, according to Josh Levy at a press conference a year later, open up the specific part of the Farwell probe related to Sandra Birchmore's cover-up, Sandra Birchmore's death. They opened that in August of 2023. So, is it any coincidence then, by December of 2023, Brian Tully, while ostensibly investigating Karen Reed and Aidan Kearney, while interviewing Lindsay Gattani, asked Lindsay who the target of the federal probe was. Now, when Tully finds out that it's his unit and Michael Morrissey, he loses his mind, basically. And, I mean, as much as a state police officer conducting an interview could lose their mind, but he loses his cool, gives away that he's concerned. It wasn't because of the investigation into John and Karen's death. That was winding down. The last interview was in February of 2024 with Proctor, and then it was over by March of 2024. We know that, according to the federal documents from Judge Talwani's case involving Jessica Leslie. Okay? So therefore, Tully picked up, I think. I don't think Lindsay knew what she was saying, but Tully picked up that it was because of Birchmore. That's the big secret. We don't exactly know who covered up Birchmore, in my opinion, but it clearly was this unit. I think Kate knew about it, and that explains everything else. All of the other stuff going on, the moles to get to Turtle Boy, the pressure on Karen, it was all part of this larger intelligence community proxy war between the feds trying to investigate Tully's unit and Tully's unit trying to punish Aidan and Karen for helping the feds investigate them. Everybody on the same page? Hi, Stargirl. It's so great to see you. So as long as you see it that way, everything else makes sense. Like, don't trust anybody. It's likely that anyone who's a HVT, high value target in this arena, is being targeted by moles who are actually working for either someone aligned with Karen, someone aligned with Kate Peter, or someone working for the feds. So that's my opinion. And therefore, or someone aligned with Turtle Boy. And so therefore, you have all these different factions, but the primary sort of focus of this all, beneath the drama, beneath the noise, is the Sandra Birchmore cover-up, and everything else springs from that. I think, now, the real variable in this is, what did Aidan know about the Birchmore cover-up, and was he in a similar position with Karen, where he was told to kind of like pretend it wasn't a thing, because otherwise the state police would figure out they were under investigation? That's the one thing I don't really know. That would put a lot of this together as well. But I'm telling you, like, Kate Peter, everything in Aidan's life from the fall of 2023 onward, a lot of it was engineered by Kate Peter. I think Jason Broyles was a plant. I think Meredith was a plant. I think there are some other people that were plants. And it became a Truman Show style situation where Kate got all these resources from Tully and Jen McCabe to put all these people around Aidan who looked like they were supporters of Karen or Aidan, but in reality were moles for Kate. And then at tactical times, those people would flip on Aidan by pretending to have a fight with him or a falling out, when in reality it was just time for them to get what's called their burn notice, where they get all their information that they gave over their time as an informant revealed in public. And because if you just do that, you're going to what's called burn the source. You can't just do that. You have to have them have a falling out with the person who you were targeting, and then it has to look like the information that's released is a result of the falling out. But in reality, it's inverted. This was like the time right now where all Meredith's dirt on Aidan needed to come out, so they needed to, the people handling Meredith, in my opinion, needed to engineer a falling out as cover so that all the information could come out without it looking like Meredith was a mole the whole time. If it looks like it's a result of Meredith lashing out over personal falling out with Aidan, she has cover. The thing is, Kate runs this fucking op all the time, so it's very obvious to me, in my opinion, when it's happening, and this is one of those times. But all of that, I think, is further still a distraction. The divide and conquer with Aidan and Karen, all of this collateral stuff, it's all a lot of noise. because the different factions of this situation are realizing that it's time for rubber to meet road. There has to be a decision on this by the feds as to who's going to be held accountable, who's going to be pled out, who's going to get a deal, who's not going to be charged, and they have to do it soon. Because these people are causing fucking chaos, and it's not because of interpersonal feuds or the Karen Reed case or anything else, or Turtle Boy or whatever. It is specifically because they're all so worried, especially the people around Tully's unit, that this information about Birchmore is going to come out, that Farwell's going to cooperate, that unit's going to get arrested, and that shit is just going to hit the fan. Now, don't underestimate Adam Deutsch here either. I don't think he just left and went to run for Norfolk DA by coincidence. I think the feds sent him to run. I think they sent him to run because they got what they needed. Deutsch announced he was going to run right after the Proctor text came out. And, another part of this. There's no doubt in my mind now that they were all monitored prior to the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case. I think that this DA's office, because of Birchmore, they either had warrants on them that were sealed or whatever the fuck, like Title III monitoring or however they get information, the feds. I don't want to know, not my business, I don't care. But what I'll tell you is I think what's really demonstrative that I'm right about this on a number of fronts is this. First, Michael Proctor's cell phone extraction or records. Let's think a little bit about it, okay? Michael Proctor is interviewed by the feds, I think in the summer of 2023 and then again in the February of 2024. Maybe he didn't go in the summer, or maybe he only went in February of 2024, whatever. He thinks during that time that the feds have some of his text messages because he obviously gets asked questions about this. But I believe that he was under the impression that they only had a narrow scope of his records. I truly believe this, but that was not true. I think the whole time the feds had all 12 years of Michael Proctor's phone records. And the reason why this is a slow burn, that's the specific term for it, the reason why everything is going so slow is the feds are moving tactically. I think they set Proctor up by withholding those phone records to see if after the second Karen Reed trial, Proctor would say to a judge that he didn't have his old phone and he didn't have the records. That's an obstruction trap. It's not entrapment. It's an obstruction trap where you lay out the conditions. You know, as the feds, that you have 12 years of his records. You lay out the conditions where he will lie to a judge, even though you know you have the records. And then as soon as he does, which Proctor did in July and August of 2025, you move on him. And then suddenly by September and October, 12 years of records are out. The DA's filing that they have them. Proctor's lawyer quits. He drops his appeal. Sean Good is basically going to get fired. I'm telling you. And then Deutsch announces his run for Norfolk DA right after that. No, it's all coordinated. This is all a battle here, and I'm pretty sure the feds are winning. The question is, who's going to be the collateral damage for what they did as part of this proxy war? The war is basically over. Now we're seeing the kind of last moments where the different field generals and whatever are deciding what they're going to do after the war and whether they're going to make it or if they're going to go down with the ship or what they're going to do. And the real question is, who is actually going to be the collateral damage? Clearly Flipperhead's collateral damage here. But going forward, who is going to be the collateral damage? The bigger collateral damage. Is it going to be Aiden getting federally charged? Aiden, here's the thing. It's very possible, if Aiden really recorded Karen, and Karen said stupid things on that recording that made it so the feds were mad at Aiden for recording it, that yes, Aiden could be in a lot of trouble. Because it would mean he fucked up the op. Just like Lindsay inadvertently fucked up what I think was a op to plant Meredith in Aiden's life. The worst thing you can do is inadvertently fuck up an op. So, if Karen and the feds had a long-term plan to hold the Tully's unit and the Norfolk DA accountable, and Aiden did anything to compromise that, they won't go to war with Aiden in public. They will federally charge him. And that's why you really can't fuck around like that with those people. That's why I was baffled that people were going after Olivia. I was like, listen, if you do, first of all, I don't see anything like wrong with Olivia. Like, she just does her work. She's very analytical. She's not out there like slinging insults. So I don't even understand why people get so damn riled up about Olivia. Out of all the players in this, like, her analytical posts are not the problem. But what I kept thinking to myself was, these people are morons. Why are they fucking with Olivia? Clearly she has connections, including her mom, and her mom definitely has connections. Clearly it's to the feds. What are you all doing? I don't think people understand how politics really works, and that's what baffles me about all of this. If you go up against the system, the actual powers that be, what people would call the steady state, the institutional civil servants, that's power. Like, power is not money. Anyone can make money. Power is not connections. Anyone can have friends. Power is specifically like how you interface with the apparatus of government. Most people don't even understand what government is. They see bits and pieces of it. It is a very complex, multi-dimensional, basically, apparatus that encompasses everything from like local, legislative, executive, and judicial issues to state, to federal, to international. Like, that's really what it is. And it's just a question of like, what interests are you dealing with in that pyramid, and who has the ultimate power to make the final call? Here it's the feds. Okay, so the dynamics of it are that the feds basically control how this all plays out. And it becomes a very interesting question as to why the federal government just did a superseding indictment on Matthew Farwell, and then immediately afterwards dropped the death penalty. And the superseding indictment was for the murder of a baby. My goodness. And then they dropped the death penalty? No, he's cooperating. So what does the DOJ want out of this? Well, I think they want all this to stop. And that's my opinion. I've never talked to them. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you. But I think they want it all to stop. Because the way they're moving is just so tactical. Like, it's like they're worried that these guys, these state police guys, are so good that if they charge them, they'll find a way to get off. Second, I think they're worried about Matthew Farwell's safety. Okay? And that's why everything's really weird about that, because these guys really are connected. Third of all, I think the feds want institutional change in Massachusetts. So normally the feds are pretty hands-off under President Trump with law enforcement. Like, if you're arresting someone and they like punch you and you hit them with a gun or like beat them, President Trump's Justice Department is probably not going to go after you. That's not their thing. They're not going to get in the way of good cops being cops. Like, they're going to let the cops do what they have to do to get the bad guys. This is different. First of all, it's a Democratic state. The state police technically answer to Maura Healey. Maura Healey and President Trump are not allies. So this presents, I can see why U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi is involved with this decision, and she is, because she had to sign off on them waiving the death penalty. It's not regular police misconduct. It's something way darker. It's way darker. It's like circles of power in a liberal state run completely amok. And there is a possibility, in some sense, that the decision was made at high levels in Washington that now is the time. Okay, that now is the time to hold these people accountable, because this isn't really a police misconduct issue. It's a liberal state run amok issue. All right, you can work with that. You can work with that if you're President Trump's DOJ, because yes, they're cops, but it was cops. Yeah, they were working, but it's not like an abuse of police power. It's the most egregious violation of public trust you can imagine. So I think you can get over the political hurdle of like going after cops. I don't think there's going to, even if you presented this to President Trump, like if I had 5 minutes with President Trump and I was like, President Trump, I entirely support your approach to law enforcement. We got to let good cops be cops. Like, we got to let them do their job. They're up against bad, dangerous hombres out there. I would say that to him. But then I would be like, there's a limit, though, because bad hombres can hide in plain sight as cops. And those aren't cops doing their job and doing what's necessary. Those are bad people pretending to be cops to hurt the vulnerable. And here we had a case where people were abusing children. Let's get them. And I think he'd buy it. Yeah, it's a RICO issue, and it's more than just RICO. So yeah, I mean it's fundamentally RICO, but it encompasses so much more than traditional organized crime. Organized crime, like, for all you want to say about them, has honor. Like, as I don't care what anybody says, it can misfire. All right, I'm not saying there weren't some people that went a little overboard, but on the whole, it was literally like the Colo de Duelo. It was meant to be a system of honor. That's the whole point. Like, you don't involve families, you don't involve kids, you don't kill civilians, etc., etc. It's a military order. And this is worse. This is organized crime without the honor. That's what pisses me off about it. It doesn't have that respect, like, for unspoken norms, for rules of engagement. It's just, do whatever the fuck you want to do and do what you need to get away with it. That's how some of these police officers were thinking involved in the Birchmore case and involved in the leak of Lindsay's phone, for that matter. And I hate that shit. I hate it so much. It makes me so upset. Complete unaccountability, just nobody but to answer to but God, so who cares? And there's no need to have principles. Why honor anything? Why live by a code? Just fuck it. Pure survival instinct and self-preservation. No. That's the most dangerous form of behavior in the situation. That's right. If Matthew Farwell killed Sandra Birchmore and her unborn baby, then giving him a deal only makes sense if there was a cover-up by the police who initially exonerated Farwell. Nailed it. Absolutely right, FBI DOJ corruption survivor. I don't think that's where you intended me to go there, but absolutely right. All right, let's watch a video about the Canton Police Department audit while we're waiting for a verdict in the Walshe case. I don't believe Judge is back on the bench, so we're still waiting. No, I'm a reporter, FBI DOJ corruption survivor. I get information from various places. And furthermore, do you wonder, is Michael Proctor's father-in-law a former FBI agent? Have you ever wondered that? So when you ask, like, who was potentially getting help from inside the FBI or from former retired agents to avoid accountability, maybe you should ask about which members of Michael Proctor or his family were involved in the FBI. Maybe you should. I don't know. It's a good question, right? Kind of makes you think twice, doesn't it? Anyway, I'm just a little towel. So we're going to watch the Sandra Birchmore video. It's very important to me. This audit report is probably the most damning 3 pages. It's so subtle, but it's incredibly important, and I want to read the whole thing. Okay? So let me just find my read-through of it. I remember we did this like about 2 months ago, so I got to go through and I got to find it because I'm just a little towel. I found it! Oh boy, here we go. FBI DOJ corruption survivor, get ready. I think Nickel is going to enjoy this as well. If you like to learn, ladies and gentlemen, and you like to learn from Towel while we're waiting for a verdict in the
we are going to talk about this, okay?
Case, you are in for a special treat. All right? This is perhaps what I think, I'm not saying it's 100%, but I think this might be the best overview of the Canton Police Department audit. I just read a question asking if Ken Berkowitz is actually dead. Well, first of all, okay. I don't know how to respond to that. He passed away from cancer. He is dead. There was a funeral. I did not go to it. But yes, Ken Berkowitz passed away, and No, I did not go to the funeral. I'm just baffled. Just watch this video, FBI, DOJ, corruption survivor. Focus on what's going on here.
We are going to talk about this, okay? We're going to read every single page of these every single word, 3 pages. I'm going to make a point, all right? I'm going to make a point about how the Canton PD knew this was a murder, how they knew Farwell did it, and how the MSP covered it up, and that's what caused Kenny Berkowitz, although this isn't in here, but I believe it to be true. Ken Berkowitz, the former chief of the Canton PD, God rest his soul, he's now dead, to go to the FBI. It's the only reason I'm saying this. If he was alive, I would never say this. To go to the FBI about the cover-up. Everybody ready? Everybody on the same page. We're gonna be little towels in Sandra's honor, and no one is gonna tell me that just because Brian Tully's unit investigated Karen Reed, and just because Kate Peter knows Jen McCabe and Brian Tully and Marty Kraft and Michael Morrissey and Michael Proctor and Yuri Buchanan and all these other people, that we're just gonna pretend like this unit didn't cover this up. We're not doing it. Nope. And we're not just going to pretend like Lindsay Gattani's phone was not leaked on purpose. Absolutely not. It was malicious. These people are not good just because they investigated Karen Reed. We're not in a cult. We're not in the Kate Peter cult. We're not in the Brian Tully cult. We're not in the Jen McCabe cult. No one is above reproach. And if you have in your mind that any human being on this planet walking around is above reproach, you're in a cult. I'm going to decondition you where you are in a cult. No one is above reproach. No one is morally superior to anyone else. Everyone is capable of fault. No one is above criticism. And if you meet someone who feels they are so, you have met one of the most dangerous forces in the United States of America, ladies and gentlemen. No, absolutely not as anti-democratic to say that because someone did something you like in one instance, they may never be criticized. They are never to be held accountable. No, no. I am an American towel. I hate the damn commies. I've read Kessler's Darkness at Noon. I'm not being subservient to this party mentality. No. No, no, no. I refuse. We will not do that. That is how this becomes entrenched. Because people look the other way and they feel uncomfortable staring at the face of a human being whose life was taken and whose existence on this earth was forsaken because she didn't have political power or the right connections. Shameful. 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 It's a scar on the face of the justice system, and we don't run from it. We don't hide. We don't sea lion. We don't justify it. If you've never said a negative word about Brian Tully in your life, you're in a cult. If you've never said a negative word about Kate Peter in your life, you're in a cult. If you've never said negative word about Michael Proctor in your life, especially right now, you're in a cult. If you've never said a negative word about Yuri Buchanan, you're in a cult. If you've never said negative word about Michael Morrissey, you're in a cult. Are we all on the same page? You must be willing to criticize those who do things you like, or you are in a cult. Sandra Birchmore, crime scene 3307 blank, Canton, Massachusetts. Part of the Canton Police Department's crime scene audit, the audit team reviewed the Canton PD police response to Windsor Woods blank, Canton, Mass, beginning on the morning of February 4, 2021. Our team carefully reviewed Canton PD police reports and crime scene documentation surrounding the discovery of the death of Sandra Birchmore on February 4, 2021. Canton PD initial response to Sandra Birchmore's crime scene on February 4, 2021. 10 a.m. February 4th, 2021. Sharon School Resource Officer contacted the Canton PD School Resource Officer to check on Sandra Birchmore. Ms. Birchmore worked at East Elementary School located in Sharon, Massachusetts, and had not shown up for work, and employees were unable to contact her. 10:55 a.m. Canton PD officers responded to blank Windsor Woods to make contact with Ms. Birchmore with negative results. No one answered the door. Canton PD observed Ms. Birchmore's vehicle was in the apartment complex parking lot covered in snow and had not been moved since the snowfall on Monday, February 1st, 2021. So I had said it was Friday to Monday. It was actually Monday, February 1st to Wednesday, February 4th, and then Wednesday, February 4th to Friday, February 6th, just so we're on the same page. Canton PD officers spoke with a property manager who provided a key to access the apartment. Canton PD officers entered the apartment and observed Ms. Birchmore in the bedroom. Content warning, earmuffs. This is your content warning. Observe Ms. Birchmore in the bedroom, seated on the floor with a blank, I'm not reading this, around her blank, secured around the bedroom closet door handle and appeared to have passed away. Ms. Birchmore's cell phone was on the floor located close to her body. Canton PD officers contacted Canton PD supervisors who ordered officers to hold and secure the scene until Canton PD detectives could arrive. Shortly thereafter, Canton PD detectives arrived at the scene. 11:46 a.m. Canton Fire Rescue paramedics arrived and pronounced Ms. Birchmore deceased. Pursuant to Mass General laws, Canton PD notified MSP, Mass State Police Troopers assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Canton PD also notified the Medical Examiner's Office. Both the MSP and Medical Examiner's Office responded. Canton PD detective and MSP trooper, it doesn't say who, entered the apartment and after viewing, it might have been Dwayne, the apartment proceeded to the bedroom where they found Ms. Birchmore. MSP's crime scene services processed and digitally photographed the scene. Ms. Birchmore's mobile phone and laptop computer were seized. Canton PD cleared the scene after the ME's office removed Ms. Birchmore from the apartment. Ms. Birchmore's next of kin contacted the Canton PD by phone and was notified by the Canton PD that Ms. Birchmore was found deceased. On February 5th, 2021, Canton PD sergeant received an electronic message email from a witness who related she had information regarding Ms. Birchmore's death. This information was passed to MSP for action. On February 5th, 2021, Ms. Birchmore's next of kin stated she was aware that Ms. Birchmore was pregnant and that the father of the baby was Stoughton Police Officer Matthew Farwell. And over here we have the videos of Farwell at Sanders Complex. Follow-up investigation by Canton PD on February 6, 2021. This is very important. On February 6, 2021, Canton PD detectives conducted follow-up investigation at Windsor Woods and interviewed a witness, this was the maintenance worker, who advised Canton PD detectives that Ms. Birchmore was involved in an intimate relationship with a police officer who was alleged to be the father of her unborn child. Canton PD detectives received information from a second witness who said Ms. Birchmore had been dating a police officer. The police officer did not want the baby, and if Ms. Birchmore did not refuse to carry the baby to term, he, the boyfriend, would, quote, take care of the problem himself. On February 6, 2021, Canton PD and MSP coordinated a second review of video footage at Windsor Woods. After the review of video footage, investigators identified a male subject, later identified as Stoughton Police Detective Matthew Farwell, arrive at Windsor Woods on February 1st, 2021 at 9:27 p.m., I said 9:23, and departed at 9:56 p.m. Mr. Farwell was observed entering the apartment complex lobby and entering the elevator. Video revealed Mr. Farwell was at Windsor Woods for approximately 28 minutes. See video, and then you can go to the video. It's embedded in the PDF. Canton PD detectives learned from a Windsor Woods maintenance worker that the person in the video looked like the man who helped Ms. Birchmore move into her apartment. On February 6, 2021, Canton PD and MSP conducted a second search of Ms. Birchmore's apartment. Note, after a lengthy federal investigation, Matthew Farwell was indicted by a federal grand jury in Boston on August 27, 2024. Mr. Farwell is accused of killing Sandra Birchmore on February 1st, 2021 in Canton by strangulation to prevent her from providing information to law enforcement regarding potential federal crimes. Recommendations. Pursuant to Canton PD policy and procedures, officers should digitally photograph all crime scenes and sketch the scene. The audit team reviewed a Canton PD police report prepared by a detective who wrote that Sandra Birchmore died of self-harm. We recommend death investigative reports be reviewed by the Chief of the Investigations Division and approved prior to being finalized. As stated above, the Canton PD should remain involved in death investigations that occur within the town of Canton. Conclusion. On February 4, 2021, Canton PD officers conducted the initial police response to the Sandra Birchmore crime scene and followed all procedures related to crime scene preservation. Canton PD detectives conducted follow-up investigation with MSP detectives on February 6 at Windsor Woods and received critical information from witnesses. As a result of investigative efforts, officers identified Stoughton Police Officer Matthew Farwell was present at Ms. Birchmore's apartment on the evening of February 1st, 2021. Further, witness interviews revealed Mr. Farwell was involved in a long-standing intimate relationship with Ms. Birchmore. Chief Rafferty advised the audit team after February 6, Canton PD relinquished all investigative authority of the Sandra Birchmore death investigation to the MSP and Norfolk County DA. They covered it up. Not Canton. Canton was the one who uncovered this stuff, but they covered it up. I'm sorry. Covered it up. Now, let me read this for you. Let me just be clear. We're going to watch a video where Ashley Bell was calling out Tully's unit at the Canton PD audit for him. Look at Ashley Bell, bro, like 3 days ago. She's trolling the Free Karen Reed people for calling out Proctor and Tully for corruption. Excuse me? That is Kate Peter written all over it. And tell me, if Ashley Bell got contacted by the FBI and you were someone who, and Ashley Bell was being contacted by the FBI because of an investigation into Brian Tully's unit and Kate Peter and Jen McCabe and Michael Morrissey, and say you were someone who, for Kate Peter or was doing PI work or knew about her working for Marty Kraft, and say you wiretapped the feds, right? Like, say you and Kate Peter illegally intercepted the feds talking to Ashley Bell. Tell me, just tell me if you were that person, right? Like, say you were one of the two people who manipulated Ashley Bell to protect Brian Tully by getting her to allow you to illegally intercept the oral communications of the FBI. Now imagine you're FBI agent blank, right? And you're just going about your business like a little towel. I'm not a towel. I'm saying, say this person's a towel. And you get this other towel, and he's like, hey, did you know when you talked to Ashley Bell, you had your conversation illegally intercepted by blank and blank? Don't you think that person would be like, whoa, and one of those people has a connection to Tully, and I was investigating Tully and they wiretapped me? You think that helped or hurt you in the eyes of the feds? Let's all have a little, meeting of the minds on this. Do you think that the FBI finding out that someone close to Brian Tully, who was using his official position as a state trooper to ask Lindsay Catani who the target of the federal probe was in 2023, December, think it was a good idea to wiretap agent blank? You all are out of your mind. Those of you who did that. Out of your mind. Out of your mind. Out of your mind. Out of your ever-loving minds. You're on another planet. You're insane, in my opinion. You've lost your minds. You think you're completely unaccountable. Let me just tell you right now. If you think the feds can't find out who was on a call that was illegally intercepted while they're investigating, you're out of your mind. They know everything. They probably knew right that moment, bro. They were probably like the stones on these mother effers. Worse than Whitey. You out of your mind? You out of your mind, some of you. Wiretapping the feds. Are you crazy? What fucking planet are you on? Yeah, forget about testifying. Listen. What the feds are going to do, in my opinion, is a lot of the people around Tully's unit and Marty Kraft and whatever and Michael Morrissey are going to be the federal witnesses against their cohorts. This is a question of who's going to be a witness and who's going to be a target. These are bad people. Like, seriously. Okay. The federal government, the FBI, investigates spies. They investigate counterterrorism. They investigate everything. You people, you hubristic morons, thought that you were going to fuck with the FBI? Who are fucking you? Crazy. Out of your minds. Some of you are out of your minds. Not in this chat. I'm saying, in general, I don't care if you know the state police. I don't care if you know God. You can, I'm being facetious, because of the state police answer only to God. You cannot do that. Whether the feds jump on you right at that moment or otherwise, that's irrelevant. They know. They know. If you were involved, let me just say this over and over and over. I want it to resonate in the souls of certain people. If you were involved with getting Ashley Bell to let you wiretap the feds while they were interviewing her about corruption in Brian Tully's state police unit, particularly about Sandra Birchmore, you're out of your fucking mind. You may as well be on a spaceship living in another galaxy. Okay? You aren't on planet Earth anymore. You've lost the plot. It's going to come back. I'm telling you, legally, it's going to come back. They're not stupid. They knew right away. They knew right away. And some of you are probably out there like, oh shit. Yeah, of course they fucking knew. This is my opinion. Of course they knew. Exactly. Nothing happens till the hammer comes down, and the people that did that to Ashley Bell, I don't blame Ashley Bell. What the hell you got her standing up there for with a sign? What the hell's wrong with some of you? She's a traumatized victim. Pretty sure she was Sandra's friend. What are you doing, some of you? Leave these poor people alone. Let's listen to what Ashley Bell had to say at the audit forum. This, by the way, I just read to you what Ashley Bell's now going to comment on. So come on, Miss Bell. This was last spring. I'm worried that Tully or Kate got to her since then. Look at what she had to say. She knows. She knows. It's like the song about which people by J. Cole that people think is about Beyonce. She knows.
Your name and your town, please.
Hi, I'm Ashley Bell. I live in Canton. So in the beginning of the report, I think it was under policies, under recommendation 6, I noticed that the audit states that the detective in the Sandra Birchmore case had written that it was suicide in his notes, but you guys had said that she had been killed by strangulation. I just wondered what made you decide to say that, since the Massachusetts medical examiner hasn't officially changed the cause of death in her autopsy report. So I just wanted to see where you guys were. Also, one more question. Would you have wanted this audit to happen if this exact situation was happening in your town? Would you have voted yes for the audit?
Let me answer the first question first. When we were hired to review policy and procedure in relation to crime scene responses from the Canton Police Department. The Sandra Birchmore case was one of the cases that we reviewed police reports on. Numerous police reports that we reviewed, probably 7. Several detectives responded on February 6th on the second call, and I think there were at least 5 police reports written on February 4th when the responding officers found her. We delineated in the report that one of the detectives inadvertently wrote suicide. No detective would purposely write that when the ME's report had not come back yet, even though the ME's report came back with that finding. I spoke to the detectives. The first ME report came back as the Commonwealth came back that it was a suicide. But he wrote the report prior to that. We had discussions with the detective lieutenant, who was a sergeant at the time, and it was written. I don't think it was written purposely. And to your point on the note.
What a weird point for his mic to cut off, huh? Right as he's about to say what wasn't in the Canton report, which is that MSP went on to clear Farwell as well. His mic gets cut off, bro. And there was a state there too. There was some weird stuff at this forum.
That police officer Matthew Farwell was later indicted for this strangulation. That was from the indictment from the federal government, from the United States Attorney's Office. That's why that was written in there.
Okay, and I think there was a second question.
Oh, the second question? I'm not really sure. I mean, I'm a lifelong police officer in federal agency. I spent 35 years in law enforcement. My first 9 years in local law enforcement. I was a police officer and detective in Providence before I went on with DEA, where I spent 27 years. I'm not so sure I would have. I don't know.
No, yeah, and let me say, I think Berkowitz actually ratted these guys out, all right? I want to be 100% clear. I call it ratting, but I think Berkowitz was the only person who did the right thing, other than Peter Murphy and Sean on the Gulf and a few other people, and Karen, strangely. I don't even think Aiden Kearney did the right thing. I'm sorry. Kearney went on Kirk Minahan's show and said he didn't think the Birchmore thing was a cover-up. I have the clip of it. All right, we can watch it. And I'm sure Kirk, I've never really asked him about it, but you don't think that Kirk Minahan and Dave Portnoy, Dave Cullinane, of course it's normal to associate them all, by the way, but you don't think Kirk Minahan and Dave Cullinane sat around back in 2023? They were on this Birchmore thing first. I was on it too. I'm not going to say I was on it before them. I wasn't. But I think if you ask Dave Cullinane, maybe not Kirk Minahan, because I don't know Kirk Minahan. He does like way bigger work than I do. But Dave Cullinane I've talked to, and I'm telling you, I think if you asked Dave Cullinane, was Grant on this pretty early, he would say yes. Okay, and he's one of the authorities. Okay, that season 2 of Kirk Minahan's The Case podcast, that's what blew this open. Sandra's civil lawsuit. By the way, that civil lawsuit from Sandra Birchmore's family, did. I'm not going to comment about any of that. Let me just tell you, I know some stuff. I know some stuff about that civil case. All right? But it was Kirk Minahan and Dave Cullinane. They're the people, like, people don't get it. It wasn't the Karen Reed case. That's not what's going to go down as the story. The story here, it wasn't the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case, as tragic as that was. It wasn't even the federal involvement in that case. No, the story is Birchmore. The story is Birchmore, the story is Birchmore, the story is Birchmore. I'm going to say it over and over and over and over again. It intertwines these cases because of Tully's unit and Proctor and Yuri Buchanan and John Fanning and Trooper Dwayne and Nick Garino and all that other stuff. It intertwines it. It intertwines the Turtle Boy case because of Kate Peter and Marty Kraft's PI firm and what was done to Lindsay Gattani and the release of her phone extraction. It was this unit run amok. And what people don't understand is the story is not going to be the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed case, okay? That's going to be brutal. It's going to be embarrassing for the state police. Like, the Netflix documentary is going to end up being like, Michael Proctor was a really bad guy and all these people covered for him. Like, forget about Kate Peter as the Charlotte of the internet. No, bro. Like, Kate Peter as the, like, nightmare PI mom who covered for bad state troopers. But it's not going to be about the Reed and O'Keefe case. Yeah, there were some skeletons there, I think, a little bit. Sexual activity, whatever, but it's not really a corruption. It was just people, like, being sexual with each other. Okay, all right. It's not corruption. Sorry. The corruption was the Birchmore case. The corruption was the release of Lindsay's phone. All right? And that's what the story's going to be. So when you see, like, Ashley Bell, who is clearly close to Sandra, going back and forth between, like, close to Kate Peter, not liking Kate Peter, close to Tully and his people, not liking them, I think it's because they're pressuring her, just like they pressured Ida on social media there. Ida Lee. She's a good account to follow to really get the details on a lot of this stuff. Any girl from Canton or Stoughton who knew anything.
So good. It was doing so good until I changed over to the Law and Crime feed. All right, we're gonna let it buffer for a second. It played fine. All I did was want to watch the Law and Crime feed, and it got all angry at me. So I'm gonna let this video keep playing. We only got a few minutes left. I'm letting it buffer.
About what this group of cops was doing to young girls, got, like, smeared pressure.
All right. I got a plan. So we got to go back to 23:14. I'm just going to refresh it. It got mad at me because I switched over to the Law and Crime feed. I don't want to run the risk that Court TV doesn't cut back if the judge comes in to announce a question. So we're just going with the Law and Crime feed. And I'm refreshing the video that I had been playing for you. because it started getting all annoying there. So I have a backup plan though. Not a backup plan. I'm just going to refresh the damn video. Then maybe I'll find you another video. I think I did a 15-minute overview on social change warriors the other day. Shout out to them, and maybe we'll watch that as well. But yeah, the video that I was playing right there definitely got
We are going to talk about this.
angry at Tal. So I'm going to go back to the 23-minute mark, and I'm going to bring this up for you on the screen, and we're going to see if it works better now. Ready? Everybody say a prayer, and here we go.
About what this group of cops was doing to young girls, got like smeared, pressured, whatever. And I don't like to see it. It alienates truth. It pisses me off. I'm a little towel. Don't do that to me. So this is what I wrote. Somebody close to Brian Tully's MSP unit, probably Kate Peter, got to Ashley Bell. Also, somebody wiretapped FBI Boston. Uh-oh, that post got like 50,000 views. Wiretapped FBI Boston while the FBI was investigating Tully's unit. Reminder, Karen Reed trial witness Ashley Bell, who got a 911 tape that Reed's defense leaked to Aidan Kearney, asked a question about why Sandra Birchmore's death was initially denoted as self-harm. Sandra, who was murdered in Canton by Stoughton police officer Matthew Farwell, alleges the federal government, was initially declared the victim of self-harm by local and state police, along with the state's ME, before further evidence, uncovered by the federal government, confirmed Farwell's presence at the scene of Sandra's murder, along with texts confirming Farwell had motive to hurt Sandra because Birchmore was pregnant with his child and wanted to carry the baby to term. Strangely, in an uncharacteristically evasive answer from the audit firm holding today's session, former DEA agent Matthew Jemanowski told Mrs. Bell that he didn't think the finding. By the way, if you ever see me call someone Miss instead of Mrs. when they're married, the rule I was taught is that if you don't know, you go with Miss, not Mrs. If you don't know, you go with Miss, and that is grammatically correct. But Mrs. Bell eventually told me it's MRS, so I try to do that now. But just so folks understand, I was taught grammatically, if you don't know, you use MS. So that's why I use MS. Mrs. It's MRS, Mrs. Bell told me, but I use Miss Bell here because that's what I was told to do if you don't know, when I was like in grammar school. Anyway, maybe the rules have changed. I don't know. I can't keep up. I like that style. I'm sticking with it, but she told me otherwise, so it's going to be MRS Bell in the future if I write it up. That, quote, he didn't think Matthew Jemanowski's evasive answer was when he told Miss Bell that he didn't think the finding of self-harm by a detective was written purposefully. However, in the next sentence, after Jemanowski's microphone cut off, the auditor said, quote, however, to your point, we knew that Stoughton police officer Matthew Farwell was later indicted, and the cause of Sandra's death was strangulation. But that was from the indictment from the federal government, the USAO, the United States Attorney's Office. That's why that section of the report was there. Well, what I think Jemanowski was saying there in response to Bell's question was that later information provided by the U.S. Attorney's Office is what revealed that Sandra's death was the result of strangulation, thus excusing the initial labeling of Sandra's death as self-harm. However, the reason I said this answer is evasive is because the Mass State Police and the Canton Police had evidence when the initial determination of self-harm as to Sandra's death was made, that Farwell was at Sandra's apartment, and Farwell and Birchmore had an extensive history dating to when Birchmore was a child of sexual interactions that were violent in nature. Furthermore, in a report from the audit firm, starts page 99 in the following document, there is an indication that within 2 days of the investigation of Sandra's death beginning, the Canton PD had helped the MSP confirm Farwell was at Birchmore's apartment at the time of the murder, and that a man on video at the time of the murder looked like the man who helped Sandra move into her apartment per a witness from that apartment complex. Shockingly, the report continues, on February 6, 2021, Canton PD detectives received information from a witness who said Miss Birchmore had been dating a police officer who did not want the baby, and if Miss Birchmore did not refuse to carry the baby to term, he, the boyfriend, would take care of the problem himself. However, on that day, again, 2 days after the investigation of Sandra's murder began, the report notes that the Canton PD relinquished all investigative authority of the Sandra Birchmore death investigation to the MSP and Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. The conclusion of these statements from the report are, although latent, undeniable in my view. The Canton Police Department helped the MSP confirm Sandra's death was caused by Farwell, but then somehow, once the MSP got the case, the murder was covered up, which is exactly what I have long suspected. I believe that cover-up, in turn, was what seriously strained relations between the Canton PD, the Massachusetts State Police, and the Stoughton Police, as the latter two departments, the MSP and Stoughton PD, may well have been involved in covering for Farwell, in particular as some of the MSP troopers on that Norfolk DA unit, John Fannin and Yuri Buchanan, used to work as cops in Stoughton, maybe one more as well. Indeed, along with the aforementioned members of the state police unit who worked on the Birchmore case previously working in Stoughton, for some reason Farwell was referred to informally as Matt in initial MSP reports as Sandra's death that labeled the crime as a result of self-harm. For many reasons, I came to find out that was somewhat normal practice. I still think it's weird. For many reasons, in turn, I think the cover-up of Sandra's murder is one of a few unspoken secrets that orbit the Reed trial, entirely unrelated to John O'Keefe's death, and every single one of them ties to that state police unit involved in Karen's case. Hence why Karen, in my opinion, despite knowing full well her role in John's death, has felt she has some kind of trump card over the Norfolk DA and those MSP troopers. Don't sleep on Miss Bell, folks. She's onto something here. And I think the Canton PD has tension with Stoughton PD plus the Norfolk MSP unit for good reason. And it's because the former Canton Police Chief, Ken Berkowitz, may have called in the FBI on the MSP in Farwell as to Sandra's murder. I also think Demanowski's evasive answer and hushed tone was a result of the implications of Bell's question, in particular, as to the fact that while the Canton PD may not have been involved, the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder may well reach the highest levels of the state police. In time, I expect we will hear a lot more about just how Matthew Farwell managed to avoid accountability for Sandra's murder for such a long time, in spite of the evidence. But for now, this homage in honor of Miss Bell's prescient question, layered with so much meaning, will have to suffice. God bless you and Godspeed, Miss Bell. Public attention will keep you safe as you fight these mighty dragons, and if needed, you can always bring a towel.
Right, so that video got a little frustrating at the end, not through anyone's fault. It just did not like that I loaded up the Law and Crime feed and then it got all angry at Towel. I got a plan, though. I got a plan. We'll watch, I think we might actually listen to an audiobook for a little bit, because you might be saying, wait, why? All right, I think that Parts of Black Mass will do about 20% of the work. I think Parts of Black Mass preview a lot of the tension and explain a lot of what's going on in the chaos right now in Norfolk County. So, oh, that's Abby, by the way. That's, you see the doggos? That's Abby over my shoulder. And then we also have Kofi hanging out as well. So a special shout out to Nancy Towel and to Bunny Towel. And a special shout out to all the doggos out there. I am a little towel. All right, so with that said, let me just make Abby a little bit bigger here. I'm a stickler for presentation. All right. Oh, got to shrink myself a little bit so you can see Abby's beautiful head. There's Abby. Me between the doggos. How apropos. All right, we're going to listen to a little bit of Black Mass. Maybe I'll play a video for you. We're still on Verdict Watch. We're about 4 hours and 58 minutes in, Little Towels. Let me align that a little better. All right, 4 hours and 58 minutes into Verdict Watch. Is it going to happen? I don't know. If that camera moves, though, ladies and gentlemen, you will be the first one to see it. All right, now let me get this book up here. I want to read this book. It's a really good book, actually. It is about the Whitey Bulger. Whitey Bulger. It's about the Norfolk DA's office a little bit back in the 90s. It's about the FBI. And I'm going to talk to you about it, because as we read it, I realized this the other night. As I was reading it, I was like, wait a minute. I have things to say about this. So I think we won't do more than 20%. It's a long book. It's hundreds of pages. We'll do a little bit of it. I'll break in and comment on it. It's old. It's an older book. But it's definitely a good academic exercise, I think, to do this, because you cannot understand what's going on in these cases unless you read this book. Like, Whitey Bulger and his group ends up being way more relevant to this than people realize. So let's listen to a bit of it. I have to do a little bit of work here to get the PDF working, and I'll try to pick a good voice that's at a relatively quick speed, and we'll listen to this, all right? So this should be fun. I think this will be Kofi. Abby loves Kofi. Yes, absolutely, and we all love Abby very, very much. Abby, you are a very good doggo. I bet Abby's sleeping right now. It's very cold outside, too. Abby's going to try, and Abby's going to be like, nope, I am not going outside today. Good decision, Abby. Good decision. Kofi was dreaming about Abby last night. I'm not surprised. This is a towel matchmaking service for dogs. All right. Let's learn a little bit about like what it's like when the FBI actually runs an informant. Let's learn a little bit about this book, and then in the background we'll be waiting for the Walshe trial. So let me pick a good voice. Actually, hold on. We're going to have to listen to this for a little bit, so let's pick a good voice here. Let me go to the settings. You got to go over to the settings, then you got to click, where is it? Hold on. There it is. Then you got to pick which voice. How's this one? Let's try this one.
Read Aloud is a Chrome and Firefox extension that uses text-to-speech technology to convert web page text to audio.
I like it.
It works on a variety of websites, including news sites, blogs, fan fiction, publications, textbooks, school and course materials.
Thank you.
Oceanofpdf.com.
All right. Hold on, we're getting ready.
Table of contents.
So this is the book we're going to read. All right, and then we're just going to start. Now, what's great about this is, yeah, I am as well, Bunny. The jury's still out in the Walshe case, over 5 hours now. Very different than what our poll thought. Now, we're going to listen to this book while we're waiting. Yeah, it could be as well, Bunny. You might be right. So this is a very interesting book. You can see it's by Dick Layer and Gerard O'Neill. All right, so this is a lending copy I got. I think it was from some online library. And what's really nice about it is it's very accessible. You can just jump to each chapter, and it's very nice. So we're going to start with the prologue. All right, we're not going to go through. Actually, it's fun to look at the dedication because I actually knew Mr. Layer's son in high school. So here's the praise for it. There's the dedication for Nick and Christian, for my even keel wife and my sons. Oh, so Dick Layer's dedication is at the top, and then Gerard O'Neill is at the middle, under the dot. All right, so here we go. Prologue. We're going to start with the prologue. You're going to listen. I'm going to listen. We're all going to be little towels, and we're going to learn about this very interesting history that will help you understand the Sandra Birchmore, Karen Reed, Turtle Boy chaos a little bit better. It's not directly on point, but it'll just make everything make a lot more sense. And we're waiting for a verdict, as it were. All right, so let me load this up. I got to get to the prologue. Hold on. No, we don't need the table of contents.
Table of contents.
No, I'm jumping forward.
Notes, acknowledgements, index, copyright page.
No, we don't need that.
Praise for... It is a story that the FBI almost succeeded in suppressing.
I know. You got to go page by page.
You don't have to be a mafia buff to enjoy and appreciate this... What makes Black Mass simply... The author's... Kirkus Reviews. Black Mass tells a story of abuse of power and betrayal. For my sons, Nick... Prologue. One summer day in 1948, a shy kid in short pants named John Connolly wandered into a corner drugstore with a couple of his pals. The boys were looking to check out the candy at the store on the outskirts of the Old Harbor housing project in South Boston, where they all lived. "There's Whitey Bulger," one of the boys whispered. The legendary Whitey Bulger, skinny, taut, and tough-looking, with the full head of lightning blonde hair that inspired cops to nickname him Whitey, even if he hated the name and preferred his real name, Jimmy. He was the phantom tough guy teen who ran with the Shamrocks gang. Bulger caught the boys staring and impulsively offered to set up the bar with ice cream cones all around. Two boys eagerly named their flavors. But little John Connolly hesitated, heeding his mother's instructions not to take anything from strangers. When Bulger asked him about his abstinence, the other boys giggled about his mother's rule. Bulger then took charge. "Hey, kid, I'm no stranger," he told Connolly. "Your mother and father are from Ireland." "My mother and father are from Ireland." "I'm no stranger." Whitey asked again, "What kind of cone you want?" In a soft voice, Connolly said vanilla. Bulger gladly hoisted the boy onto the counter to receive his treat. It was the first time John ever met Whitey. Many years later, he would say the thrill of meeting Bulger by chance that day was like meeting Ted Williams. Introduction. In the spring of 1988, we set out to write for the Boston Globe the story of two brothers, Jim, Whitey, Bulger, and his younger brother, Billy. In a city with a history as long and rich as Boston's, brimming with historical figures of all kinds, the Bulgers were living legends. Each was at the top of his game. Whitey, 58, was the city's most powerful gangster, a reputed killer. Billy Bulger, 54, was the most powerful politician in Massachusetts, the longest-serving president in the state Senate's 208-year history. Each possessed a reputation for cunning and ruthlessness, shared traits they exercised in their respective worlds. It was a quintessential Boston saga, a tale of two brothers who'd grown up in a housing project in the most insular of Irish neighborhoods, South Boston, Southie, as it was often known. In their early years, Whitey, the unruly firstborn, was frequently in court and never in high school. There were street fights and wild car chases, all of which had a kind of Hollywood flair. During the 1940s he'd driven a car onto the street car tracks and raced through the old Broadway station as shocked passengers stared from the crowded platform. With a skelly cap on his head and a blonde seated next to him, he waved and honked to the crowd. Then he was gone. His brother Billy set off in the opposite direction. He studied history, the classics, and, lastly, the law. He entered politics. Both made news, but their life stories had never been assembled. So that spring we set out with two other Globe reporters to change all that. Christine Chinland, whose interests lay in politics, focused on Billy Bulger. Kevin Cullen, the city's best police reporter at that time, looked into Whitey. We swung between the two, with Lair eventually working mostly with Cullen and O'Neill overseeing the whole affair. Even though we usually did investigative work, this project was seen as an in-depth biographical study of two of the city's most colorful and beguiling brothers. We'd all decided that central to Whitey Bulger's story was his so-called charmed life. To be sure, Whitey had once served 9 years of hard time in federal prison, including a few years at Alcatraz, for a series of armed bank robberies back in the 1950s. But ever since his return to Boston in 1965, he'd never been arrested once, not even for a traffic infraction. Meanwhile, his climb through the ranks of the Boston underworld was relentless. From feared foot soldier in the Winter Hill Gang, he'd risen to star status as the city's most famous underworld boss. He had teamed up along the way with the killer Stevie, the rifleman, Flemmy, and the conventional wisdom was that they were taking an uninterrupted underworld ride to fame and riches because of their ability to outfox investigators who tried to build cases against them. But by the late 1980s the cops, state troopers, and federal drug agents had a new theory about Bulger's unblemished record. Sure, they said, the man is wily and extremely careful, but his Houdini-like elusiveness went beyond nature. To them, the fix was in. Bulger, they argued, was connected to the FBI, and the FBI had secretly provided him cover all these years. How else to explain the complete and utter failure of all their attempts to target him? But there was a catch to this theory. Not one of these theorists could show us proof beyond a doubt. To US, the idea seemed far-fetched, even self-serving. For Cullen, who lived in South Boston, it cut against everything then known about a gangster with a reputation as the ultimate stand-up guy, a crime boss who demanded total loyalty from his associates. It defied the culture of Bulger's world, South Boston, and his heritage, Ireland. The Irish have long had a special hatred for informants. We'd seen, some of us more than once, the famous John Ford 1934 movie The Informer, with its timeless and unmatched portrayal of the horror and hate the Irish have for a snitch. More local was a South Boston wiretap that became a classic in the city's annals of Wise Guy Patter. The secret recording captured one of Bulger's own underlings talking to his girlfriend. "I hate fucking rats," John, Red, Shay complained. "They're just as bad as rapists and fucking child molesters. And what would he do if he found an informant? I'd tie him to a chair, okay? Then I'd take a baseball bat, and I'd take my best swing across his fucking head. I'd watch his head come off his shoulders. Then I'd take a chainsaw and cut his fucking toes off. I'll talk to you later, sweetheart." This was Whitey's world, where feelings about informants cut wide and deep, from the lowbrow to the high. Even brother Billy voiced a more refined version of Red Shay's sentiments. In his 1996 memoir, he recalled the time when he and some boyhood chums were playing baseball and broke a streetlight. The kids were told they'd get the ball back once they identified the offender. None broke rank. "We loathed informers," wrote Billy Bulger. "Our folklore bled with the names of informers who had sold out the brethren to hangmen and worse in the lands of our ancestors." Since this was Whitey's folklore too, the four of us back in 1988 were flat out incredulous about the informant theory. We turned the idea over and inside out and decided, no way. The claim had to amount to nothing more than the wild and reckless failings of embittered investigators who'd failed in their bid to bust Whitey Bulger. The idea of Bulger as informant seemed preposterous. But the notion nagged, an irresistible itch that stayed close to the surface. What if it were really true? The big news in Boston in 1988 was the presidential candidacy of Massachusetts Governor Michael Dukakis, but all during these months of presidential politics we grew more intrigued and committed to the Whitey story. So Cullen went back out. Lair joined in. There were more interviews with the investigators who'd stalked Bulger and tried to build cases against him. The investigators painstakingly reviewed their casework, all of which ended the same way. Bulger walked away, uncharged and unscathed, laughing over his shoulder. They talked about a certain FBI agent, John Connolly, who, like the Bulgers, had grown up in Southie. Connolly had been seen with Whitey. We wrote to the FBI in Boston and requested, under the Freedom of Information Act, intelligence files and material on Bulger. It was a formality. That the request was stonewalled came as no surprise. But we certainly could not write a story reporting that Bulger was an FBI informant. We had only the strong suspicions, but with no proof, of others in law enforcement. No confirmation was forthcoming from inside the FBI. The best we had, we decided, was a story about how Bulger had divided local law enforcement. It would be a piece about cop culture, with troopers and drug agents always coming up short and then hinting at the dark suspicions of the FBI. In a way, Bulger had divided and conquered. He'd won. The Boston underworld and the interplay between investigators involved ghost stories, smoke and mirrors. The idea of Bulger as an informant still seemed unlikely to us. Nonetheless, we launched a final round of reporting to test what we'd learned on our FBI sources. The gist of that reporting is described in Chapter 16 of this book. In the end, we were indeed able to confirm, from within the FBI, that the unthinkable was true. Bulger was an informant for the FBI and had been so for years. The story in September 1988 was published to heated denials from local FBI officials. In Boston, FBI agents were used to playing the press, feeding information to reporters thankful for a scoop that, of course, made the FBI look good. In this context, it came as no surprise that the Boston FBI acted offended, betrayed. And many people accepted the denials. After all, who was more believable? The FBI, the stand-tall G men who'd been getting good ink for taking down the Italian mob? Or a group of reporters whom the FBI portrayed as having an axe to grind? With the utter unlikeliness of Bulger being an informant and the sheer vehemence of the FBI denials, the story was seen as speculation, not the dark truth. Nearly a decade would pass before the FBI was required by court order to confirm what it had steadfastly denied for so long, that Bulger and Flemmi had in fact been informants, Bulger since 1975 and Flemmi since before that. The disclosures were made in 1997 at the outset of an unprecedented federal court examination of the corrupt ties between the FBI and Bulger and Flemmi. In 1998, 10 months of sworn testimony and stacks of previously secret FBI files revealed a breathtaking pattern of wrongdoing, money passing hands between informants and agents. Obstruction of justice and multiple leaks by the FBI to protect Bulger and Flemmi from investigations by other agencies, gift exchanges and extravagant dinners between agents and informants. Many of the agents' remarks featured an unmistakable arrogance, as if they owned the city. It was easy to imagine the FBI and Bulger and Flemmi celebrating their secret, holding their wineglasses high and toasting their success in outwitting the state troopers, cops, and federal drug agents who tried to build a case against them. Never realizing the fix was in.
Alright, I want to comment on this a little bit. Just think about some of the tactics you see here Conley was using, and think about the Norfolk DA's office relationship to Kate Peter, especially if you're really interested in this. I think you'll be fascinated if you listen to some of this book that way. We're listening to a little bit of Black Mass by Dick Lair and Gerard O'Neill, kind of using it to understand the wider information we're learning about the current cases involving the Norfolk DA, Sandra Birchmore, Karen Reed, John O'Keefe, Turtle Boy, Lindsay Gattani's phone extraction being leaked. And we're trying to figure out what the history is here. We want to see behind the curtain, and this is one of the best ways to do it.
Never realizing the fix was in. Of course, the Bulger case does not mark the first time trouble involving agents and their informants has exploded publicly for the FBI. In the mid-1980s, a veteran agent in Miami admitted to taking $850,000 in bribes from his informant during a drug trafficking case. Better known as the affair involving Jackie Presser, the former Teamsters Union president, who served as an FBI informant for a decade before his death in July 1988. Presser's handlers at the FBI were accused of lying to protect him from a 1986 indictment, and one FBI supervisor was eventually fired. But the Bulger scandal is worse than any other, a cautionary tale that is, most fundamentally, about the abuse of power that goes unchecked. The arrangement might have made sense in the beginning, as part of the FBI's war cry against La Cosa Nostra, LCN. Partly with help from Bulger and, especially, from Flemmi, the top mafia bosses were long gone by the 1990s, replaced by a lineup of forgettable benchwarmers with memorable nicknames. In sharp contrast, Bulger was the crime boss who, throughout the years, was the constant fixture in the underworld. Whitey was the household name, and he and Flemmi the varsity players. Top echelon informant means an informant who provides the FBI with first-hand secrets about high-level organized crime figures. FBI guidelines require that informants be closely monitored by FBI handlers. But what if the informant begins to handle the FBI agents? What if, instead of the FBI, the informant is mainly in charge, and the FBI calls him the bad good guy? What if the FBI takes down the informant's enemies and the informant rises to the top of the underworld? What if the FBI protects the informant by tipping him off to investigations conducted by other police agencies? What if murders pile up, unsolved? If working folks are threatened and extorted, with no recourse? If a large-scale cocaine ring, time and again, eludes investigators? If elaborate government bugging operations, costing taxpayers millions, are leaked and ruined? This could never happen, right? A deal between the FBI and a top-echelon informant going this bad. But it did. Today we know that the deal between Walshe and the FBI was deeper, dirtier, and more personal than anyone had imagined, and it was a deal that was sealed one moonlit night in 1975 between two sons of Southie. Walshe and a young FBI agent named John Connolly. Dick Blair and Gerard O'Neill, Boston, April 2000. Oceanofpdf.com. Whitey's World. Part 1. The Prince of Darkness is a Gentleman. William Shakespeare, ACT 3, Scene 4, King Lear. Chapter 1, 1975. Under a harvest moon, FBI agent John Connolly eased his beat-up Plymouth into a parking space along Wollaston Beach. Behind him the water stirred and, further off, the Boston skyline sparkled. The shipbuilding city of Quincy, bordering Boston to the south, was a perfect location for the kind of meeting the agent had in mind. The roadway along the beach, Quincy Shore Drive, ran right into the Southeast Expressway. Heading north, any of the expressway's next few exits led smack into South Boston, the neighborhood where Connolly and his contact had both grown up. Using these roads, the drive to and from Southie took just a few minutes. But convenience alone was not the main reason the location made a lot of sense. Most of all, neither Connolly nor the man he was scheduled to meet wanted to be spotted together in the old neighborhood. Backing the Plymouth into the space along the beach, Connolly settled in and began his wait. In the years to come, Connolly and the man he was expecting would never stray too far from one another. They shared Southie, always living and working within a radius of a mile of each other in an underworld populated by investigators and gangsters. But that came later. For now, Connolly waited eagerly along Wollaston Beach, the thrum of the engine a drag to the bars inside the car that was like an electric charge. Having won a transfer back to his hometown a year earlier, he was poised to make his mark in the Boston office of the nation's elite law enforcement agency. He was only 35 years old, and this was going to be his chance. His big moment in the FBI had arrived. The nervy agent was coming of age in an FBI struggling with a rare public relations setback. In Congress, inquiries into FBI abuses had confirmed that the late FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover had for years been stockpiling information on the private lives of politicians and public figures in secret files. The FBI's main target, the Mafia, was also in the news. Swirling around was sensational disclosures involving a bizarre partnership between the CIA and the Mafia, also unearthed during congressional investigations. There was talk of a CIA deal with mafiosi to assassinate Cuba's Fidel Castro, and of murder plots that involved poisoned pens and poisoned cigars. Indeed, it suddenly seemed like the Mafia was everywhere and everyone wanted a piece of the mysterious and somehow glamorous organization, including Hollywood. Francis Ford Coppola's movie masterpiece, The Godfather, Part 2, had played to huge audiences when it opened the year before. A few months earlier, the picture had won a slew of Oscars. Connolly's FBI was now deeply into its own highly publicized assault on La Cosa Nostra, LCN. It was the FBI's #1 national priority, a war to counter the bad press, and Connolly had a plan, a work in progress to advance the cause. Connolly surveyed the beachfront, which at this late hour was empty. Occasionally a car drove past him along Quincy Shore Drive. The Bureau wanted the Mafia, and to build cases against the Mafia, agents needed intelligence. To get intelligence, agents needed insiders. In the FBI, the measure of a man was his ability to cultivate informants. Connolly, now 7 years on the job, knew this much was true, and he was determined to become one of the Bureau's top agents, an agent with the right touch. His plan? Cut the deal that others in the Boston office had attempted, but without success. John Connolly was going to land Whitey Walshe, the elusive, cunning, and extremely smart gangster already a legend in Southie. The stylish FBI arrivist wasn't the type to take the stairs. He was an elevator man, and Whitey Walshe was the top floor. The Bureau had had its eye on Walshe for some time. Previously, a veteran agent named Dennis Condon had taken a run at him. The two would meet and talk, but Whitey was wary. In May 1971, Condon managed to elicit extensive inside information from Whitey on an Irish gang war that was dominating the city's underworld, who was allied with whom, who was targeting whom. It was a thorough, detailed account of the landscape with an accompanying lineup of key characters. Condon even opened an informant file for Whitey. But just as quickly, Whitey went cold. They met several times through the summer, but the talks didn't go well. In August, reported Condon, Whitey was still reluctant to furnish info. By September, Condon had thrown up his hands. Contacts with captioned individual have been unproductive, he wrote in his FBI files on September 10, 1971. Accordingly, this matter is being closed. Exactly why Whitey ran hot then cold was a mystery. Maybe the all-Irish nature of the intelligence he provided had proved discomforting. Maybe there was a question of trust. Why should Whitey Bulger trust Dennis Condon of the FBI? In any event, the Whitey file was closed. Now, in 1975, Condon was on the way out, his eye on his upcoming retirement. But he brought Connolly along, and the younger agent was hungry to reopen the Whitey file. After all, Connolly brought something to the table no one else could. He knew Whitey Bulger. He'd grown up in a brick tenement near the Bulges in the Old Harbor housing project in South Boston. Whitey was 11 years older than Connolly, but Connolly was oozing with confidence. The old neighborhood ties gave him the juice others in the Boston office didn't have. Then, in an instant, the waiting was over. Without any warning, the passenger side door swung open, and into the Plymouth slipped Whitey Bulger. Connolly jumped, surprised by the suddenness of the entry, surprised he was caught unaware. He, a trained federal agent, left his car doors unlocked. "What the hell did you do, parachute in?" he asked as the gangster settled into the front seat. Connolly had been expecting his visitor to pull up in a car alongside him. Bulger explained that he had parked on one of the side streets and then walked along the beach. He'd waited until he was sure no one else was around, and then he'd come up behind from the water. Connolly, one of the younger agents on the prestigious organized crime squad, tried to calm himself. Whitey, who'd just turned 46 on September 3rd, sat in the front seat, larger than life, even if he just barely hit 5 feet 8 and weighed an ordinary 165 pounds. He was hard-bodied and fit, with penetrating blue eyes and that signature blonde hair swept back. Under the cover of darkness, the two men began to talk, and then Connolly, properly obsequious to a neighborhood elder who was also an icon, made his offer. "You should think about using your friends in law enforcement." This was Connolly's pitch to Whitey: "You need a friend." But why? In the fall of 1975, life in the city was tumultuous and changing unpredictably. From where they sat along the vacant beach, the two men could see the Boston skyline across the water. At the time, the citizens of Boston were electrified by the unexpected good fortunes of their Red Sox. Yaz, Luis Tiant, Bill Lee, Carlton Fisk, Jim Rice, and Fred Lynn, who, after the season, would be honored as both the Rookie of the Year and the American League's most valuable player. We're in the midst of a glorious run for the World Series title against the powerful Reds of Cincinnati. But closer to home, the world was dark and unstable. The nightmare of busing had begun its second year. In 1974, a federal court order to bus black students from Roxbury to South Boston High School in order to achieve racial balance in the city's segregated public schools had turned the neighborhood into a war zone. The rest of the country tuned in, and people were getting to know Southie through televised images and front-page newspaper photographs featuring riot police, state troopers patrolling school corridors, rooftop police snipers, and legions of blacks and whites screaming racist chants at one another. The Pulitzer Prize in photography was awarded for a jaw-dropping 1976 picture of a black man being rammed with an American flag during a disturbance outside of City Hall. Nationwide, the neighborhood was seen through a prism of broken glass, a bloodied first impression that was searing and horrific. Whitey's younger brother, Billy, was in the middle of it all. Like all the neighborhood's political leaders, Billy Bulger, a state senator, was an inimicable foe of the court-ordered busing. He never challenged the court's findings that the city's schools were egregiously segregated. He did, however, strongly oppose any remedy that forced students to travel out of their home school districts. He'd gone to Washington, D.C., to complain and present the case to the state's congressional delegation, and once there, he delivered a speech to a group of anti-busing parents in the pouring rain. He hated the view outsiders were getting of his neighborhood, and he denounced the unremitting, calculated, unconscionable portrayal of each of us, in local and national press, radio and television, as unreconstructed racists. To him, the issue was his neighbors' legitimate worry for the welfare and education of their children. Back home, Billy Bulger spoke out regularly against the unwanted federal intervention. But busing would not go away, and the summer just ended had not gone well. In July 6, young black men had driven to Carson Beach in South Boston and ended up in a fight with a gang of white youth that left one black hospitalized. In his younger days, John Connolly had been a lifeguard along the beaches of South Boston, just as Billy Bulger had been before him, and now the sandy beaches had become another battleground. On a Sunday in August, police helicopters circled over Carson Beach and Coast Guard boats patrolled offshore, while more than 1,000 black citizens drove to the beach in a motorcade of several hundred cars. They were accompanied on the wade-in to the beach by more than 800 uniformed police officers. The cameras rolled. By the time Connolly had arranged to meet Whitey along Wollaston Beach, the schools had reopened. Student boycotts and fights between blacks and whites were regular events. Thinking it might help ease the racial tension, officials for the first time tried to integrate the football team at South Boston High School. But the 4 black players who reported to the first practice had to do so under police protection. The neighborhood was torn apart, and Connolly knew that, could feel that pain, because it was his neighborhood as well, and he had played off this bond in lining up his meeting with Bulger. But while the bond might have gotten him an audience with Whitey, he now had to pitch a deal to his boyhood hero. Connolly most of all wanted to exploit the wider underworld troubles brewing between the Boston Mafia and a gang Bulger had signed on with in neighboring Somerville. Bulger, in charge now of the rackets in Southie, had hooked on with the Somerville crime boss Howie Winter. The gang operated out of a garage in the Winter Hill section of the small city just across the Charles River to the west. In the past year, Whitey had paired off with another member of the gang, Stevie, the rifleman, Flemmy. They got along, found they had certain things in common, and had begun to hang out. By the time Connolly and Bulger met, the young FBI agent had done his homework. He knew Bulger and the Winter Hill gang were facing a two-pronged threat from a local mafia that for decades was controlled by the powerful underboss Gennaro J. Angelo and his 4 brothers. Pending at that moment was a dispute between the two organizations over the placement of vending machines throughout the region. There had been wise guy bluster about shootouts as a way to settle the matter. With all this instability, Connolly argued, a wise guy could use a friend. Besides, Angelo was wily and inscrutable. He had a knack for setting up for arrest those he no longer had any use for. For example, a few years earlier a mob enforcer had veered out of his control. Angelo, the story went, had reached out to his contacts inside the Boston Police Department, and the mob renegade was soon picked up on phony gun charges after. Crooked cops planted weapons in his car. No one knew for certain whether Angelo in fact had the kind of access to manipulate an arrest like that. But this was the story making the rounds, and Whitey Bulger and the rest of Howie Winter's gang believed it. As Connolly well knew, perception was all that actually mattered. Bulger was clearly concerned about Angelo setting him up. What if 3 cops stop me at night and say there was a machine gun in my car? Whitey had complained. Who is the judge gonna believe? Me or the 3 cops? Connolly had positioned himself to play off such crosscurrents of underworld paranoia. The 2 men sat in the Plymouth, the city lights rippling on the water. You should use your friends, Connolly stressed, a line that caused Bulger to consider the agent intently, sensing an opening for the upper hand. Who? Whitey said at last. You. Yeah, replied Connolly to a ruthless man who used up people and threw them away. Me. Connolly's proposal was simple, inform on La Cosa Nostra and let the FBI do the rest. Bulger knew, Connolly recalled, that if we were chewing on the Mafia, it was very difficult for the Mafia to be chewing on them. In fact, the moment Connolly had indicated he wanted a meeting, Bulger knew what the FBI wanted. For weeks Bulger had already been working the proposition over in his mind, weighing the pros and cons, figuring the angles and potential benefits. He'd even gone and consulted with Stevie Flemmy. Bulger brought up the subject one day when the 2 of them were in Somerville at Marshall Motors, the auto repair shop owned by Howie Winter. The 1-story garage was a faceless building made of cinder blocks. It resembled a concrete bunker and served as a business front for the gang's wide-ranging illegal enterprises, which since 1973 had expanded to include fixing horse races up and down the East Coast. Bulger told Flemmy that the FBI agent John Connolly was making a bid for his services. What do you think? Bulger asked Flemmy when the 2 were alone. Should I meet him? The question hung in the air. Flemmy later decided that, if Whitey Bulger was confiding in him about an FBI overture, he was signaling that he already knew something about Flemmy's own secret status. Flemmy had a history with the Boston FBI, and what a history it was. He was first enlisted as an FBI informant in the mid-1960s. Flemmy adopted the codename Jack from South Boston for his dealings with his FBI handler, an agent named H. Paul Rico, who was Dennis Condon's partner. Rico, a dashing senior agent who favored a Chesterfield topcoat and French cuffs, cultivated Flemmy because of his access to the New England Mafia. Flemmy was not a made Mafia member, but he knew all the leading players and was frequently in their company. The Mafia liked Flemmy, a former Army paratrooper who went from a juvenile detention center at age 17 to serve 2 tours of duty in Korea with the 187th Airborne Regimental Combat Team. He had a reputation as a tough killer, even if he was only average in height, 5 feet 8, and in weight about 140 pounds. Flemmy worked on his own, out of his Marconi Club in Roxbury, a combination bookie joint, massage parlor, and brothel, where he got messages, took calls, and held meetings. A popular guy with his curly chestnut hair and brown eyes, a guy who enjoyed cars and the late-night company of young women, Flemmy got around. Even the New England godfather, Raymond L.S. Patriarcha, revealed a fondness for him. In the winter of 1967, Flemmy was summoned to Providence. He dined with Patriarcha and Patriarcha's brother Joe, a lunch that lingered long into the afternoon. They talked about family. Patriarcha asked Flemmy where his parents were from in Italy. They talked about business. Patriarcha promised to steer cars to the new auto body shop Flemmy had opened. They talked a bit about Flemmy's brother, Jimmy the Bear, who was in prison serving time on an attempted murder rap. In a gesture of goodwill, Patriarcha gave Flemmy $5,000 in cash to put into the auto shop. Back in Boston, Flemmy mostly moved around with a boyhood pal, Frank Salemi, whose nickname was Cadillac Frank. The two had grown up in Roxbury, where Flemmy's family lived in the Orchard Park housing project. His father, Giovanni, an immigrant from Italy, had worked as a bricklayer. Flemmy and Salemi worked the streets together as enforcers, bookmakers, and loan sharks. They frequented the North End, the tight-knit Italian neighborhood where underboss Gennaro Angelo had his office, and they often ended up at late-night blowouts in the company of hard-drinking Larry Zannino. Zannino was the brutal and bloodless mafioso whom Angelo relied on to bring muscle to the Boston LCN enterprise. In turn, Zannino relied on Flemmy and Salemi to put some of his loan sharking money out on the street. But while everyone liked Stevie, the feeling was not mutual. Flemmy didn't trust the North End, not Angelo and especially not Zannino. When drinking with Zannino, Flemmy would pace himself, careful not to let down his guard. But Zannino and the others didn't notice, and they took Flemmy further in. There was the night, for example, in the summer of 1967 at Giro's restaurant on Hanover Street, a night spent with a lineup of local wise guys. Zannino, Peter Lamone, Joe Lombardi. Flemmy was with Salemi. They ate, drank, and then Zannino insisted they retire to a nearby bar, the Batcave. Over more drinks, a slobbering Zannino and Lamone indicated that they'd all decided to sponsor Flemmy and Salemi for membership in our organization. Peter Lamone, swaggering, then put his arms around Flemmy and Salemi. Ordinarily, before you're a member you'd have to make a hit. Confided the senior mobster, and I'd have to be with you as your sponsor to verify that you made a hit and report how you handled yourself. But with the reputation you two have, this may not be necessary. Flemmy wanted no part of joining the mafia, however, and resisted the recruitment drive. For one thing, he didn't like the brutal Zannino, who was capable of hugging you one moment and blowing your brains out the next. The same could be said for Angelo. Besides, Flemmy had Rico, and Rico had Flemmy. Given the gang war and all the shifting alliances, Flemmy's life was always up for grabs. More than once he told Rico he was a prime target for an execution, and in other reports Rico noted that Flemmy had no permanent address because if the residence becomes known, an attempt will probably be made on his life. Flemmy grew to rely on Rico to alert him to any trouble the FBI might have picked up from other informants. More than that, Flemmy came to expect that Rico would not push him about his own criminal activities, not his gaming or his loan sharking, or even the killings. In the spring of 1967, following the disappearance of gangster Walter Bennett, Flemmy told Rico the FBI should not waste any time looking for Walter Bennett in Florida, nor any place else. Because Bennett is not going to be found, Rico then asked what actually happened to Bennett. Flemmy shrugged off the inquiry, telling Rico there wasn't any point in going into what happened to Walter, and that Walter's going was all for the best. Rico simply let the matter go at that. By the late 1960s, Flemmy was a suspect in several gangland slayings, but the FBI never pressed him hard to talk about the murders. In early September 1969, Flemmy was finally indicted by secret grand juries in 2 counties. He was charged in Suffolk County for the murder of Walter Bennett's brother William, shot to death in late 1967 and dumped from a moving car in the Mattapan section of Boston. Then in Middlesex County, Flemmy, along with Salemi, was charged in a car bombing that had blown off a lawyer's leg. Just before the indictments were handed down, Flemmy received a phone call. It was early in the morning, and Paul Rico was on the line. It was a very short, brief conversation, Flemmy recalled. He told me that the indictments were coming down, and he suggested that me and my friend leave Boston, leave immediately, or words to that effect. Flemmy did just that. He fled Boston and spent the next 4.5 years on lam, first in New York City and then mostly in Montreal, where he worked as a printer at a newspaper. During that time Flemmy often called Rico, and Rico kept him posted about the status of the cases. Rico did not pass along any information about Flemmy's whereabouts to the Massachusetts investigators who were trying to track him down. Even though Rico had instructed Flemmy that he was not to consider himself an employee of the FBI and had gone over with Flemmy some of the FBI's other ground rules for informants. The agent and Flemmy regarded most of those instructions as an annoying formality. What was important was that Rico had promised Flemmy he would keep confidential the fact that Flemmy was his informant, and this was the key to their alliance. It was a pledge most agents customarily gave to their informants, a pledge viewed as sacred. But in Rico's hands the promise was sacred above all else, even if it required that he commit the crime of aiding and abetting a fugitive. Rico promised that as long as Flemmy worked as his informant, he would see to it that Flemmy wasn't prosecuted for his criminal activities. For obvious reasons, such a deal had proven advantageous for Flemmy. He also liked how Rico did not treat him like some kind of low-life gangster. Rico wasn't the pompous G-man ready to spray the room with disinfectant immediately after he'd left. He was more like a friend and an equal. It was a partnership, I believe, said Flemmy. Eventually the criminal charges against Flemmy were dropped, after key witnesses recanted, and in May 1974 Flemmy was able to end his fugitive life and return to Boston. With the help of the FBI, he'd survived the gang wars and outlasted the murder and car bombing charges. But Flemmy had no intention of going straight. Once back in Boston he'd hooked up with Howie Winter and gone back to what he knew best. And now he was standing alongside Whitey Bulger at Marshall Motors. Should I meet him? Bulger had asked. Flemmy thought for a moment. He had been back less than a year, and it was obvious to him that things were in flux. It was clear that some new arrangement was in the works. He'd even met on his own with Dennis Condon, a short meeting at a coffee shop where he was introduced to John Connolly. Flemmy regarded all the huddling as a kind of transition, with Connolly being set up to take over now that Paul Rico was transferred to Miami and nearing retirement. Over time, of course, Flemmy had experienced a strong upside to his FBI deal. But he was just Stevie Flemmy, not the already legendary Whitey Bulger. Flemmy cautiously opted for a short answer. It was an answer soaking in subtext, but short nonetheless. It's probably a good idea, he told Bulger. Go and talk to him. Connolly wasn't in any rush to make his pitch. I just want you to hear me out, he told Bulger in the car along Wollaston Beach. Connolly carefully played up the double-barreled threat that Bulger and his Winter Hill gang presently faced from Gennaro Angelo's mafia. I hear Jerry is feeding information to law enforcement to get you pinched, he told Bulger. They talked about how Jerry Angelo definitely had an advantage over the rest of the field, able to call on a crooked cop to do him a favor. The mafia has all the contacts, Connolly said. Then Connolly moved along and stoked the vending machine dispute. Word on the street, observed Connolly, was that Zanino was ready to take arms against Bulger and his friends in the Winter Hill gang. I'm aware that you're aware that the outfit is going to make a move on you. This last remark especially caught Bulger's attention. In fact, the LCN and Winter Hill had always found a way to coexist. Not that there weren't disputes to work out, but the two groups were closer to being wary partners than enemies on the verge of a war. Even the vitriolic and unpredictable Zanino, the mafia's Jekyll and Hyde, could one moment angrily denounce Winter Hill and promise to mow them down in a hail of bullets and then suddenly turn operatic and proclaim lovingly, the hill is us. Truth be told, Gennaro Angelo was at this time more concerned about threats he was receiving from a runway Italian hothead known as Bobby the Greaser than he was about imminent war with Winter Hill. But for Connolly's purposes, it was better to play up the beef percolating between the LCN and Winter Hill over the vending machines, and Connolly could tell right away he'd hit a hot button with the fearless Bulger when he mentioned the potential for violence. Bulger was clearly angered. You don't think we'd win? Bulger shot back. Connolly actually did think Bulger could prevail. He fully believed Whitey and Flemmy were much tougher than Angelo and his boys, stone killers, he called Bulger and Flemmy. But that wasn't the point. I have a proposal. Why don't you use us to do what they're doing to you? Fight fire with fire. The deal was that simple. Bulger should use the FBI to eliminate his mafia rivals. And if that alone wasn't reason enough, the FBI wouldn't be looking to take Bulger himself down if he were cooperating. In fact, at that moment other FBI agents were sniffing around and making inquiries into Bulger's loan sharking operations. Come aboard, Connolly said. We'll protect you, he promised. Just as Rico had promised Flemmy before him. Bulger was clearly intrigued. You can't survive without friends in law enforcement, he admitted at night's end. But he left without committing. 2 weeks later Connolly and Bulger met again in Quincy, this time to cement the deal. All right, he informed Connolly, deal me in. If they want to play checkers, we'll play chess. Fuck them. This was music to John Connolly's ears. Incredibly, he just brought Whitey Bulger into the FBI. If developing informants was considered the pinnacle of investigative work, Connolly was now, he proudly concluded, in the big leagues. In a single bold stroke he put FBI grunt work behind him and now belonged to an upper crust occupied by the likes of the retiring Paul Rico. If, in Connolly's mind, Rico was the agent a slew of the new young Turks in the office wanted to model themselves after, Bulger was the neighborhood legend all the kids in Southie were in awe of. Connolly had to sense that the moment marked the slick merger of both worlds. Moreover, this particular deal had a certain element to it. The last gangster anyone in Boston would suspect of being an FBI informant was Whitey Bulger of South Boston. Indeed, Connolly was always sensitive to this seeming incongruity. Among his FBI colleagues, Connolly rarely, if ever, called Bulger an informant, a rat, a snitch, or a stoolie. He would still grate when he later heard other people use those labels. To him, Bulger was always a source, or he used the terms that Bulger requested, strategist, or liaison. It was as if even the man who convinced Whitey to become an informant couldn't believe it himself. Or maybe it was just that the deal from the beginning was less a formal understanding with the FBI than a renewed friendship between Johnny and Whitey from Old Harbor. And though John Connolly was surely thinking about his career, the deal wasn't about what might come, it was about where he had come from. A circle, a loop, the shape of a noose. All roads led to Southie. Connolly always remained deferential to the older Bulger, calling him by the birth name he preferred, Jim, rather than the street name that the media preferred. Such things might have seemed like petty details, but they were details that made the deal palatable. Bulger, for example, insisted that he would provide information only on the Italian mafia, not on the Irish. Moreover, he insisted that Connolly not tell his brother Billy, then a state senator, about this new business deal. There was a certain charged and inescapable irony to this deal between Bulger and the FBI, coming as it did during the second year of court-ordered busing in South Boston. The tableau, in its entirety, was bizarre. The people of Southie, including leaders like Billy Bulger, had been helpless in their efforts to repel the federal government, which was plowing through the neighborhood to enforce busing. The federal authority was mighty and despised and would not go away. This was the harsh reality of the neighborhood's public life. But in a different part of Southie, Whitey Bulger had cut a deal that would freeze the feds. The FBI needed Whitey and would not be looking to do him in. The rest of the world might belong to the feds, but at least the underworld did not. Whitey had found a way to keep them out of his Southie. In an odd way, he'd succeeded where his brother had not. Immediately the information highway was up and running. More meetings were held. Bulger blended in Flemmy, and a package deal was forged. For his part, Bulger clearly recognized the value of teaming up with Flemmy, given Flemmy's rich access to mafiosi and the kind of information Connolly so badly wanted. Flemmy, meanwhile, had to recognize the value of teaming up with Bulger, not just for his cunning mind, but also for his marquee status, particularly with Connolly. He could see something special pass between them right from the beginning. They had a relationship. For Connolly, Flemmy was a hand-me-down, but Bulger was his own, a coup for the FBI in Boston. It was a beast of a deal, a high-five achievement, with Connolly in charge of two mid-level gangsters positioned to assist the FBI in its stated campaign to cripple the mafia enterprise. But the new deal hardly meant Whitey would curb his style. In fact, just 5 weeks after the Whitey Bulger informant file was opened officially on September 30th, 1975, Whitey chalked up his first murder while on FBI time. He and Flemmy took out a longshoreman from Southie named Tommy King. The hit was part power grab, part revenge, and mostly Bulger hubris. Bulger and King, never friends, had gotten into an argument one night in a Southie bar. Fists began flying. King had Bulger down and was pounding away on him when others finally pulled him off. Payback for Bulger came November 5, 1975. No doubt buoyed by the secret knowledge the FBI would always be looking to curry favor with him, Bulger, Flemmy, and an associate jumped King. The longshoreman vanished from Southie and the world. Not surprisingly, Bulger mentioned none of this in his meetings with Connolly. Instead, one of Bulger's first reports was that the Irish gang unrest and bloodshed supposedly pending between Winter Hill and the mafia had fizzled, much ado about nothing. The streets were calm, reported Bulger. So it began. Oceanofpdf.com. Chapter 2 South Boston. In order to wait for Whitey at Wollaston Beach, John Connolly had to first get himself home from New York. Flemmy's boyhood pal, Cadillac Frank Salemi, would be his ticket. Salem's arrest happened on a cold, bright New York afternoon in December 1972 when the good guys and the bad guys floated past each other on 3rd Avenue. A face in the crowd suddenly clicked with Connolly, who told his FBI companions to unbutton their winter coats and draw their guns. A slow, almost comical foot race on snow ended with jewelry salesman Jules Selick of Philadelphia protesting that he was not Frank Salemi of Boston, wanted for the attempted murder of a mobster's lawyer. But indeed he was. The young agent had no handcuffs with him and had to stuff Salemi into a taxi at gunpoint and bark at the bewildered cabbie to drive to the nearby FBI headquarters at East 69th and 3rd. His boss chided him good-naturedly about the handcuffs, but there were envious smiles and back slaps all around for bagging one of Boston's most wanted mobsters. Some were amazed that Connolly had been able to recognize Salemi, but in fact it wasn't quite as lucky as it first appeared. An old pro in the Boston FBI office had taken a shine to Connolly and earlier had sent him photographs and likely locations for spotting Salemi, gleaned from informant reports. It was a perfect example of how valuable informants could be. Connolly's apprehension of Cadillac Frank resulted in a transfer back home, an unusually quick return for an agent with only 4 years of duty under his belt. By 1974, Salemi was off to 15 years in prison and Connolly was back to the streets of his boyhood. By this time, Walshe was the preeminent Irish gangster in the flagrantly Irish neighborhood of South Boston. When Connolly returned, Walshe had just solidified his hold on Southie's gambling and loan sharking network, the culmination of a slow, steady climb that began in 1965 with his release from the country's toughest prisons. The two men spoke the same language and shared deep roots in the same tribal place. They came together as bookends on the narrow spectrum of careers available to Irish Catholics who lived in splendid isolation on the spit of land jutting into the Atlantic Ocean. Their cohesive neighborhood was separated from downtown Boston by the Four-Point Channel and a singular state of mind. For decades, Southie had been immigrant Irish against the world, fighting first a losing battle against shameful discrimination by the Yankee merchants who had run Boston for centuries. And then another one against mindless bureaucrats and an obdurate federal judge who imposed school busing on the town that hated outsiders to begin with. Both clashes were the kind of righteous fight that left residents the way they liked to be, bloodied but unbowed. The shared battles reaffirmed a view of life: never trust outsiders and never forget where you come from. A retired cop once recalled the constricted choices a young man had coming of age in the South Boston of the 1940s and 1950s. Armed services, city hall, utility companies, factory work, crime. It was gas, electric, Gillette, city, cop, crook, he said. The decades of travail made Southie residents quick to fight for limited opportunities. Walshe and Connolly, crook and cop, grew up in the first public project in Boston, a Spartan village of 34 tightly spaced brick tenement buildings. It was built by a contractor friend of the legendary Mayor James Michael Curley with money from the Public Works Administration of Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Both men were revered in the Walshe home on Logan Way, Curley for his roguish repartee and Roosevelt for saving the workingman from the ravages of capitalism. Connolly's parents, John J. Connolly, a Gillette employee for 50 years, and his stay-in-the-background mother, Bridget T. Kelly, lived in the project until John was 12 years old. In 1952, the family moved up to City Point, which was Southie's best address because it looked out to sea from the far end of the promontory. Connolly's father was known as Galway John, after the Irish county of his birth. He made the church, South Boston, and his family the center of his life. Somehow the father of 3 children pulled the money together to send John to the Catholic school in the Italian North End, Columbus High. It was like traveling to a foreign country, and John Jr. joked about a commute that required cars, buses, trains. The Southie instinct for patriotic duty and a public payroll also led Connolly's younger brother James into law enforcement. He became a respected agent with the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration, a subdued version of his swaggering older brother. The Connollys and Walshes reached adolescence in a clean, well-lit place by the sea surrounded by acres of parks and football and baseball fields and basketball courts. Sports were king. Old Harbor had intact families, free ice cream on the 4th of July, and stairwells that were clubhouses, about 30 kids to a building. The 27-acre project was the middle ground between City Point, with its ocean breezes and lace curtains, and the more ethnically diverse lower end. With its small box-shaped houses that sat on the edge of truck routes leading to the factories and garages and taverns along the Four-Point Channel. To this day, the neighborhood consistently maintains the highest percentage of long-term residents in the city, reflecting a historic emphasis on staying put rather than getting ahead that engenders fierce pride. As South Boston bowed slightly to gentrification along its untapped waterfront in the late 1990s, its city councillor sought to reaffirm traditional values by outlawing French doors on cafes and roof decks on condos facing the sea. The us versus them mentality at the core of Southie life goes even deeper than its Irish roots. Before the first major wave of Irish immigrants washed over the peninsula after the Civil War, an angry petition to the central government had arrived at City Hall in 1847 complaining about the lack of municipal services. It would be a couple of decades before the famine immigrants, who stumbled ashore in Boston as the potato blight-racked island from 1845 to 1850, made their way to the rolling grass knolls of what was then called Dorchester Heights. The famine had reduced Ireland's population by 1/3, with 1 million dying of starvation and 2 million fleeing for their lives. Many of them headed to Boston as the shortest distance between 2 points and spilled into the fetid waterfront tenements of the North End. By the 1870s, they were grateful to leave a slum where 3 of every 10 children died before their first birthday. The newly arrived Irish Catholics took immediately to Southie's grievance list with outside forces. Indeed, it became holy writ as the community coalesced around church and family, forming a solid phalanx against those who did not understand their ways. Over the decades since then, nothing has galvanized Southie more than a perceived slight by an outsider who would change the way things are. In the Irish Catholic hegemony that came to be, a mixed marriage was not just Catholic and Protestant. It could also be an Italian man and an Irish woman. Although Boston had been an established city for 2 centuries by the time the bedraggled famine immigrants arrived, South Boston did not become a tight-knit Irish community until after the Civil War, when newly created businesses brought steady employment to neighborhood residents. In the war's aftermath, the peninsula's population increased by 1/3 to its present level of 30,000. Irish workers began to settle in the lower end to take jobs in shipbuilding and the railroad that spoke to the era. Soon local banks and Catholic churches opened their doors, including St. Monica's, the Sunday destination of Whitey Bulger's younger brother Billy and his tag-along pal John Connolly. In the latter part of the 19th century, most men worked on Atlantic Avenue unloading freight ships. Women trekked across the Broadway Bridge after supper to the city's financial district, where they scrubbed floors and emptied wastebaskets, returning home over the same bridge around midnight. By the end of the century, the Irish Catholic foothold was such that residents congregated by the Irish county of origin. Galway was A and B streets, Cork people settled on D Street, and so on. The clannishness was part of the salt air. It was why John Connolly of the FBI could quickly resume an easy relationship with an arch-criminal like Whitey Bulger. Certain things mattered. Beyond common ethnic roots, the magnet of daily life was the Catholic Church. Everything revolved around it. Baptism. First Communion. Confirmation. Marriage. Last rites. Wakes. On Sundays, a day apart, parents went to early Mass and sons and daughters attended the children's Mass at 9:30. There was a natural cross-fertilization with politics, with one of the first steps toward public office sometimes being the high-visibility job of passing the hat along the pews. Like Ireland itself, Southie was a grand place, as long as you had a job.
Commonwealth versus Walshe.
The Depression swung like a wrecking ball through South Boston's latticed phalanx of family and church. The network that had worked so well collapsed when the father in the house was out of work. A relentless unemployment rate of 30% badly damaged the Southie worldview that the future could be ensured by working hard and keeping your nose clean. It changed the mood in a breezy place, and ebullience gave way to despair. It wasn't just Southie. Boston's economy had calcified, and well into the 1940s, the formative years for the Bulger boys and John Connolly, the city was a hapless backwater down on its luck. Its office buildings were short and dreary and its prospects dim. Income was down, taxes were up, and business was lethargic. The city was afflicted by the legacy of a ruling oligarchy of Brahmins who lost their verve. The dynamic Yankees of the 19th century had given way to suburban bankers indifferent to downtown, a generation of cautious coupon clippers who nurtured trust funds instead of forging new businesses. In tandem, hopeful immigrants became doleful bureaucrats. Nothing much changed until the urban renewal of the 1960s. It was to this hard time and place that James and Jean Bulger arrived in 1938, looking for a third bedroom for their growing family in the first public housing project in Boston. Whitey was 9, Billy 4. The Bulgers would raise 3 boys in one bedroom and 3 girls in another. While the Old Harbor project was a massive playground for the children, parents had to be nearly broke to get into it. The Bulgers easily met this criterion. As a young man, James Joseph Bulger had lost much of his arm when it was caught between 2 railroad cars. Although he worked occasionally as a clerk at the Charlestown Navy Yard, doing the late shift on holidays as a fill-in, he never held a full-time job again. A short man who wore glasses and combed his white hair straight back, James Bulger walked the beaches and parks of South Boston, smoking a cigar, a coat hanging over the shoulder of his amputated arm. His hard life had begun in the North End tenements, just as the Irish neighborhood of the famine era was giving way to another immigrant wave, this one from southern Italy in the 1880s. He had a strong interest in the issues of the day. One of Billy's boyhood friends remembered bumping into him on a walk and being waylaid by a long discussion of politics, philosophy. All this stuff, but the father was a loner who stayed inside the apartment most of the time, especially when the Red Sox were on the radio. In contrast, the loquacious Jean was usually found on the back stoop at Logan Way, chatting with neighbors, even after a hard day of work. Many of the neighbors recalled Jean Bulger as a sunny, savvy woman who was easy to like and hard to fool. They say Billy was like her, friendly and outgoing, running off to the library with a book bag or to the church for a wedding or funeral, his altar boy cassock flying over his shoulder. But Billy also shared his father's concerns for privacy in his solitary ways. In a rare interview about his family, Bulger talked wistfully about his father, his stoic manner and hard-luck fate, wishing that they had talked more and that there had been more shared moments. He recalled the day he went off to the army toward the end of the Korean War, his parents tight-lipped with worry because their son-in-law had been killed in action 2 years earlier. James and Jean took Billy to South Station for the train to Fort Dix, New Jersey. His father, then nearly 70 years old, walked behind him down the aisle, following him to his seat.
Your Honor, may I quiet.
I thought, what's this?
Mr. Foreperson.
You know how kids
in the matter
are.
of the Commonwealth versus
My
Brian
father,
Walshe,
and this was unusual for him, he took my hand and said, well, God bless you, Bill. I remember it because it was quite a bit more than my father was inclined to say. Billy Bulger ran for public office in 1960 because he needed a job as he neared graduation from Boston College Law School and married his childhood sweetheart Mary Foley. John Connolly was one of his campaign workers. Originally, Bulger was going to stay a few terms in the House of Representatives and then leave for private practice as a criminal defense lawyer. But he stayed on, juggling a small law practice, the legislature, and a booming family. The Bulgers will have 9 children, about 1 a year during the 1960s. Billy moved up to the Senate in 1970 and went on to be president of the chamber longer than any man in Massachusetts history. As he progressed through the legislature, Billy came to epitomize South Boston, with his jutting jaw and conservative agenda. He became a provocative statewide figure who delighted in tweaking suburban liberals who thought busing was a good idea for his neighborhood but not for their own. He had a passion for refighting old lost battles, none more emblematic than the statewide referenda he forced on an indifferent electorate in the 1980s to right an ancient wrong he found in the state constitution. An anti-Catholic 1855 provision banned aid to parochial schools, and while Bulger readily admitted it had done no lasting harm, he wanted it smitten because of the original intent. Now the correcting amendment was overwhelmingly rejected twice at the polls made no matter. The fight was the thing. It was all part of what made him one of the dominating politicians of his time, a paradoxical figure who drew on a rare mixture of scholarship and mean streets. At once he was a petty despot and masterful conciliator, a reserved man who loved an audience, a puckish public performer who had a dark side and took all slights personally. His bad side remains a precarious place to be. Though Billy Bulger was well known for his scholastic and high-minded style, he could show another side as well. In 1974, when anti-busing protesters were arrested outside a neighborhood school, Bulger was on the scene and denounced the police for overreacting. He went nose to nose with the city's police commissioner, Robert DiGrazia, jabbing his finger at him about his Gestapo troopers and angrily walking away. DiGrazia yelled a retort about politicians lacking the balls to deal with desegregation earlier when things could have been different. Bulger spun around for more, working his way up to the much taller DiGrazia. Go fuck yourself, the senator hissed into DiGrazia's face. As busing turned southie on its ear, even Whitey Bulger got into the act, but in the incongruous role of peacemaker. He worked behind the scenes to try to bring some calm to the streets among his followers. His exhortations were hardly the stuff of civic altruism. By raising the prospect of a protracted police presence in South Boston, busing was simply bad for business. So Whitey spread the word to his associates not to exacerbate the tensions boiling over in the schools. Despite the fractious 1970s, Billy rose quickly in the Senate and ruled it with an iron hand by decade's end. But he would struggle with an image steeped in Southie law, the good and the bad. It made him a hero in the town and anathema in a liberal democratic state. His dilemma was captured in the late 1980s when he was fighting off the latest reform movement to bring debate and democracy to the Senate. A colleague tried to convince him he could be a hero if he loosened his grip on the chamber ever so slightly. But Bulger just shook his head. No, not guys like me, he said. I'll always be a redneck Mick from South Boston. As a project kid, Connolly got to know both Bulger brothers. He became good friends with Billy, drawn to the maturity and humor that made Billy as distinctive as Whitey was notorious. It was Billy who Connolly tagged along after on the way home from Mass at St. Monica's and Billy who got him into books, though Connolly and his friends generally thought it was a crazy notion in such a sports-mad environment. Connolly also came to know the infamous Whitey as the hellion of Old Harbor, who kept the project in an uproar with his street fights and audacious antics. Indeed, everyone knew Whitey, even 8-year-old kids like Connolly. Once Connolly was in a ball game that turned ugly.
Exiting, all
An older boy decided Connolly was taking too much time retrieving a ball and fired another one into the middle of his back. His back stinging, Connolly instinctively picked up the ball and fired a high, hard one into the kid's nose. The older boy was all over the smaller Connolly, pounding away, beating him up pretty good. Then, from the margins of the playground, Whitey swooped in to break up the one-sided fight. Bloodied, Connolly staggered to his feet, forever grateful. At some level, Connolly would stay a poor city kid looking for acceptance in a hardscrabble world, permanently susceptible to the macho mystique of Whitey Bulger. When John Connolly was a toddler on O'Callaghan Way, Whitey Bulger was already tailgating merchandise off the back of delivery trucks in Boston's minority neighborhoods. He was 13 years old when first charged with larceny and moved on quickly to assault and battery and robbery, somehow avoiding reform school. But he was nevertheless targeted by the Boston police, who frequently sent him and his fresh mouth home more battered than they found him. His parents worried that the bruising encounters would only make him worse, and indeed, the stubborn teenager exulted in his confrontations at the police station, swaggering around the tenement and daring younger kids to punch his washboard stomach so he could laugh at them. In a
deliberating jurors and the defendant, please remain standing. Everyone else in the courtroom may be seated.
Your Honor, may I inquire?
You may.
Mr. Foreperson, in the matter of the Commonwealth versus Brian Walsh, have the deliberating jurors reached a unanimous verdict?
We have.
Thank you, sir. If you could hand that to the court officer, please. Your Honor, may the verdict be recorded.
It may.
Mr. Foreperson, in the matter of the Commonwealth versus Brian Walsh, Norfolk Superior Court Criminal Indictment Number 2023-0091. As to count one, wherein the defendant Brian Walsh is charged with murder in the first degree, what say the jury? Is the defendant guilty or not guilty? Guilty of what, sir?
Murder in the first degree.
Murder in the first degree, so say you, Mr. Foreperson.
I do.
Guilty of murder in the first degree, so say all deliberating jurors.
I do.
Thank you. If you could hand that back to the court officer, please.
This guy would move to poll the jurors.
The juror may be polled.
Thank you. Juror number one, juror in seat number one. As to the verdict of murder in the first degree, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number two, your verdict.
Yes.
Juror number three, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number four, as to the charge of murder in the first degree, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Mr. Foreperson, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 8, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 9, is that your verdict? Juror in seat number 10, is that your verdict? Juror in seat number 13?
Yes.
Is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 14, is that your verdict?
Yes.
And last juror, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Your Honor, all jurors answer affirmatively that the guilty of first degree is their verdict.
The verdict may be recorded. Please be seated.
Seated.
So, jurors, I want to thank you for your service on this case. I know that it went a little bit more quickly than we were expecting, but your service has been substantial. We're in the third week of this trial, and I appreciate all you did to be obedient to those rules that I placed on you, and for your conscientious service as jurors in this case. I will be back to meet with you privately in a moment. You should feel a weight lifting off of you right now, as I'm releasing of you of those requirements. You can talk to anyone about this case, or no one at all. You can do whatever research you wish to do about the case, or not at all. You can go back on social media if you want, news media. And I'm supposed to release you from that burden of being open-minded. But I hope you always go through your lives with open hearts and open minds, new experiences and new people. I'll be back in just a minute to meet with all of you privately. Thank you very much, jurors.
Jurors exiting, all rise. Jurors, follow me, please.
When are we going to be in a position to have the victim impact statements and conduct the sentencing in this case?
Your Honor, I believe that we could do it as early as Wednesday of this week, but I believe if it's available to the court, we can also do Thursday or Friday.
I know that Friday's definitely not a good day for the court because I have other things scheduled. I anticipated the trial was going to be running, so I scheduled other things, although we could do it Friday morning. Does the defense have any preferences to the timing of the sentencing?
Your Honor, given the Commonwealth's recommendations, we'd actually request Wednesday at any point, if that's possible.
All right, I think it will be. I'll just, the only reason that I wouldn't do it on Wednesday is I do want the victim impact statements, regardless of the implications of the jury's verdict. It may have bearing on my sentencing on the other counts to which he pled guilty.
That's right.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All rise.
Matter is continued to December 17th at 9 a.m. for sentencing position.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Court stands in recess.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Sue.
Oh, great. Are we around? Thank you.
And that's the end, ladies and gentlemen. Until Wednesday, Brian Walshe has been found guilty of premeditated first-degree murder as to the death of Anna Walshe. That was quite the moment. If you want to watch the replay, we can do it right now. I'll watch just a moment of the reading of the guilty verdict.
In the matter of the Commonwealth versus Brian Walshe, have the deliberating jurors reached a unanimous verdict?
We have.
Thank you, sir. If you could hand that to the court officer, please. Your Honor, may the verdict be recorded.
It may.
Mr. Foreperson, in the matter of the Commonwealth versus Brian Walshe, Norfolk Superior Court Criminal Indictment Number 2023-0091. As to count one, wherein the defendant Brian Walshe is charged with murder in the first degree, what say the jury? Is the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Guilty of what, sir?
Murder in the first degree.
Murder in the first degree, so say you, Mr. Foreperson.
I do.
Guilty of murder in the first degree, so say all deliberating jurors.
I do.
Thank you. If you could hand that back to the court officer, please.
This time we would move to poll the jurors.
The jury may be polled.
Thank you. Juror number one, juror in seat number one. As to the verdict of murder in the first degree, is that your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror number two, your verdict.
Yes.
Juror number three, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number four, as to the charge of murder in the first degree, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Mr. Foreperson, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 8, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 9, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 10, is that your verdict? Juror in seat number 13?
Yes.
Is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 14, is that your verdict?
Yes.
And last juror, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Your Honor, all jurors answer affirmatively that the guilty of first degree is their verdict.
The verdict may be recorded. Please
Thank
be
you.
seated.
All right, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Brian Walshe guilty of the higher charge, premeditated first-degree murder. And of course, the second I got up to take a shower, the verdict came down. So I'm sorry we did not get to hear that in real time. We were about 3 minutes behind, but we did get to hear it. Now, we will talk about some other things today. We'll see what developments are going on. We'll keep an eye on various dockets. As far as I'm aware, Mark Betterow is still Aidan Kearney's lawyer, according to a post this morning. And I think we're going to read a little bit more of Black Mass. I think it's really important if we're going to understand where everything is going. So this case was in Norfolk County. All right, so it was a good opportunity for us to view the trial, for us to see what was going on, to watch Brian Walshe get convicted. Yeah, Brian Walshe is never getting out of his cell. But what I do want to do is I do want to watch or keep learning about Black Mass. Why? Because it's very interesting. It's important, and I think we're going to listen to a few more chapters today during Stream with Tal, maybe one more. I'll get my lunch in a little bit, and then we will come back probably tomorrow, and I will let you know. I have to figure out what things I have going on, so give me 1 second. Right. Okay. So, yes, I'm going to stream a little bit this afternoon, and then I will talk to you all tomorrow, probably in the afternoon, and then I have some family things, obviously, with the passing of my grandfather this week. So I think I'm going to try to take some time, and it's the holidays, right? And so I think I want to spend a little bit of time together. There's probably going to be news over the coming weeks. I want to cover that. But I also want to take time to embrace the season. I think we should do a little bit of that together. So I think we'll do some streams over the holidays. I think we should do a little bit of that with the people we're close with. And maybe that's you find those people on this stream. So maybe you have people in your life, though. So I think we should find that balance and embrace the holidays. And Tal loves Christmas very much. And I think that's how we'll do it. It'll be a reflective end-of-the-year period where we'll respond to new developments, and then we will try to parse out some meaning, some understanding of what all of this is. Thank you, Nicola. God bless you. We'll try to parse out some understanding of what all this is, why it's happening, and where it's going. And if you are one of those people who just follows Norfolk County, if that's just what you like, maybe what we're going to do, and this is a special treat, actually, because it's going to be a little bit hard to do, but maybe we'll listen to specifically the parts about the Norfolk DA's office. Oh, God bless you, Nancy. Thank you so much. For those who are wondering, I was just reading the announcement from the funeral home. If you would like to make donations in my grandfather's honor, you can do so to the 100 Club of Massachusetts, which is an organization that provides support for firefighters and police who die in the line of duty. So the 100 Club of Massachusetts. Thank you so much, Bunny. God bless you. But my grandfather was also someone who was very proud of the life he lived, and I think it's like the movie Big Fish or Citizen Kane. I think the people that he will bring together, even in his passing, will demonstrate that some lives, while they end too soon and with too much left to do, other lives are measured in not only their span, but their impact. And Grampy was definitely one of those people, and that means a lot to me. I had a friend a couple years ago who died unexpectedly very early, and I think that was very traumatizing to me. Not so much just because of his passing, but because he didn't get to live up to his potential. He was a genius and just unbelievably talented with computers and anything like that. But he was in a country that was very hostile to like his way of life. Like he was like a digital nomad, and it just wasn't right. And he definitely, was struggling, and I think that made me very sad. But a full life well lived with a lot of impact, and especially because Grampy got told all the time how much he was loved and appreciated. That to me is important. But I also, to bring this back, I want to talk a little bit more about Norfolk County. So I think what we're going to do something interesting here. I'm going to look for the word Norfolk in this PDF. That's so true. It does, Bunny. But we find, even here on Towel Stream, I think we find that camaraderie that matters. And that matters to me. Okay, folks. Well, I also have the news. We actually were just a few pages away, so we're going to jump forward to the section about the former Norfolk DA, William Delahunt. Now, listen, some of you are going to be thinking, Grant, you're not just reading this book, are you? You're doing this for a very specific purpose. Well, yeah, of course. The ties that bind, you know what I'm saying? The ties that bind. So, I want to get rid of that search bar. I just don't need it anymore. Why must it stay up there? What if I just get rid of all that? Okay. Okay, and then you click this button. All right. So we're going to start on page 46 of 395. So give me a second while I get this all queued up. And if you're wondering, Grant, are you just trying to learn about all of this?
Chapter 3 Hardboiled.
Now, the reason I want to is I think there's some previews, there's some parallels. Everything is a historically recursive, overlapping, concentric social circle of influence. So we just have to track where the tension was in the 90s and 2000s, and then we got to fill in the blanks leading up to Sandra Birchmore's death, and then what happened with the John O'Keefe case. And if we can put together the the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Massachusetts and the FBI and the state police and the mob and all this other stuff, if we can just understand the history of the tension, and then we can understand the alliances with the current cases, okay, and we can understand what's going on, and only then can we parse out the networks of influence. So this is a research study. And by the way, I read this book for the first time when I was 10. Now, I don't really know why. I think it was because my dad read it and then I just got it after him. But I remember being this 11-year-old kid you got to imagine, right? I'm a 6th grade kid. I was watching the WWF at the time. That was my pastime at school. Oh, Bunny says, I love Towel Stream. I've made some great connections. I've never met anyone. Thank you all. You are wonderful, Bunny. But I was, it was April 2001, and I loved wrestling. I was so into the Stone Cold and the Rock feud and the lead up to WrestleMania 17 down in Texas. I watched all the pay-per-views. That was my childhood, okay? Simultaneously, in the mornings before school, I was not watching Garfield or anything like that or eating cereal. I was sitting reading Black Mass. So it was the summer of 2001, and I had read the whole book. And I, as an 11-year-old, I'm not sure I should have done this. All right? Because I think it hardened me or desensitized me to the world, because I was oh dear God, people just murder each other, and the feds look the other way, and the state looks everybody just looks the other way, oh no. And so not only that, but I'll tell this apocryphal story. Nancy, that movie is based on this book, and you are going to see in this book the movie left so much out. But I'll finish this apocryphal story because I have this odd connection to this story. First of all, I'm pretty sure my dad was one of the people on the prosecution team that was looking at the Hanover Street garage or Prince Street garage or whatever it was in the 80s. I think he was on some strike force. I don't know. I'm pretty sure. He was with the Middlesex DA's office. Anyway, the bigger point is I also knew Dick Layer's son. And he was a good kid, nice guy. And one day, at the end of the school year in 2001, right after the book came out, probably within a month or two, I said to Dick Layer's son, hey, I really like your dad's book. Would you mind if I got it signed? And I don't think the son, who was young at the time, had really read the book. I think he knew his dad was a reporter, and he was very in awe of his dad, but I don't think he had read the book. But he was like, sure, what do I care? Like, so I remember we go after school one day, and I didn't want to bother the guy, so I was just like, do you mind if I just like, he asked his dad ahead of time, and his dad was like, sure, I'll sign the kid's book. So I think the father, Dick Layer, thought that maybe like my parents were asking me to get the book signed, which would be totally normal if you lived where I lived and like you heard Dick Layer like knew your son's friend. Maybe you would ask, okay? That's what I think Dick Layer was thinking. No. I get to his house with his son, and I'm, very grateful. I'm only there for like 10 or 15 minutes, and I'm not like trying to bother this guy. I just wanted to get the book signed. So I go in the house. I remember it to this day. I remember the rugs, the layout. It was not that far from school either. We were in middle school at the time. So it was easy to get to, and I was like, oh, this is very convenient. And I go up to Mr. Layer, and I say, Mr. Layer, thank you so much for having me in your home. I'm very grateful to have been able to read your book. And I expected him to be like, oh, thank you for reading my book. He looked at me horrified. Now, mind you, I didn't think of myself as an 11-year-old. I thought of myself as Little Towel, okay? I was just like, everybody at 11 years old is reading Black Mass and learning about all this stuff and understands it. No, apparently that was very abnormal, because this man looked at me like I had 6 heads, and I've told this story before. It was quick, though. It, like, maybe 5 seconds. He didn't need time to he didn't pass judgment on me. He had an instinctual reaction, like, an 11-year-old should not be reading this. And then he was like, wait a minute, an 11-year-old read this, and then got to my house, and now wants me to sign the book. He must, like, really, like, understand. So he shifted, and then his demeanor was more like, I don't know if I should be very concerned that you have read this book, or if I should be like astounded and very pleased that you have read this book as an 11-year-old. And so him and I like talk a little bit, and he ends up being a really nice guy. And I don't talk to him often, but I've known Professor Layer now for, I don't know, like 20 or 30 years. And I've always followed his career, and he does a lot of good work. But I'll just always remember, now that I think about it, like if I wrote a book, I don't know how old Professor Layer was at the time. He was way older than I am now. He's probably like in his 40s or 50s. But if I wrote a book about the Karen Reed case or Sandra Birchmore or the MSP unit or the leak of Lindsay's phone or whatever, and it involved a lot of very, very gruesome things and very sad, traumatizing things, and then an 11-year-old who was in public school with my son, I don't have a child, but with my son, came up to me and was like, hi, I read your book and I would like you to sign it. I would look at this child and be like, I'm not sure you should be reading this. And that's exactly what the interaction was like. I didn't realize at the time. I thought it was the most normal thing in the entire world to be talking to Dick Layer about Black Mass. In any event, little did I realize that conflagration of socio-historical factors would also lead... Now, when I was 10, I did not understand everything. I got, like, that these guys... my memory of it as a 10-year-old of this book is I remember that it was like these guys in a parking garage. I had this very vivid mental imagery reading the book of, like, these guys in a parking garage. And then these other guys, like government agents, in another building. And the government agents are like sitting there, looking out the window, like smoking cigarettes, watching like Bolger and Flemmy and these dudes at their garage on whatever it was, Prince Street or whatever, Hanover Street. And I remember being like, that is the coolest thing I have ever heard of in my entire life. Not the surveillance, not the mafia guys, but that a guy, like a group of guys and girls writing for the Globe, managed to get so much information that they were able to describe in vivid detail what it was like when the task force run by Jeremiah T. Sullivan. That's another name I remember. My whole life, I have known the name Jeremiah T. Sullivan. I don't know who I'm sure Jeremiah T. Sullivan knows who my dad is, and therefore probably who I am, but I have never met Jeremiah T. Sullivan. But my whole life, I've just had this image of him as this like mythical figure, because in Black Mass, like, you read about this stuff, and it's like field generals deploying their teams. And that was the impression I took of it as a 10-year-old. I was like, wow, you don't want to mess with the federal government. They're like the greatest thing ever. Like, even people inside the federal government who mess with the federal government get screwed. Now, why are we talking about this today? Grant, you could actually write a book. Yeah, I probably could. So I looked at it just on my Patreon alone, patreon.com/Grant Smith Ellis. All the articles are freely available. I have written 169 different journalistic stories over the past, I don't know, 5 or 6 years. That alone probably totals upwards of 1 million words. If you read my X posts and otherwise, I have written upwards of 10, 20, or 30 million words. I have written probably double the length of War and Peace just in my freelance writing. Now, the thing about like synthesized writing is I love people who do it. All right. I love reading a good book. Like, I'm literally spending time with you on stream today, deconstructing Black Mass from 25 years ago to, one, juxtapose the book with the film, because the book has so much more in it that they could never obviously put in a film. Maybe if you had Kubrick do like a freaking Barry Lyndon treatment, it would be apropos for the big screen. But Black Mass was more like a precursor to The Departed, with a very simplified telling of a very complex story. The actual Black Mass, the reason I want to do this with you all, and maybe that's what we're going to do over the holidays. I think I'm going to email Professor Layer. Maybe I can interview him. I don't know. We'll see what he says. I want to do an in-depth, and I can't interview him until we finish this, because I've read this 3 times, but we need to actually do a full study of it, and then we can all be prepared if we're going to interview a legend. If he'll even do it, I have no idea. I haven't approached him about this yet, but I have ideas. I'll approach him and say, we've read your book in sections, because we're not going to do it all at once. I'm going to break it up. I'm going to actually do a study of it. Would you be willing to come on and talk to us about it? Now, the thing I want to talk about in particular is this chapter. All right, so the chapter we're about to read is why I want to talk about this today. I think we're going to be able to learn a lot. Everybody senses something is coming. Whether it's Matthew Farwell cooperating about Sandra Birchmore's murder and the cover-up thereof, whether it's Turtle Boy, whether it's whatever. Nobody knows what's coming, but everybody senses it. You can feel it. Everything is fissuring and fracturing, and it's chaotic and agonizing. Okay, well, what does that mean, ladies and gentlemen? I'll tell you exactly what it means. We are watching a modern Black Mass play out. And more so than watching a modern Black Mass play out, we are unlike... So a lot of the journals with the Globe, I love them, all right? I really respect the Boston Globe. It's weird to say I've had my differences with an institution, but I definitely, have questioned some of their hiring and firing decisions in the past. Whatever, I'm a reporter. They're an outlet. My colleagues work for them. I'm going to have opinions about, like, the newspaper guild stuff and whatever, okay, BNG. Like, I have my opinions, but I like the Globe as an entity. First, it's the paper of record. Second of all, its journalists are really good. People can complain all they want about the liberal slant of the Globe, the right slant of the Herald. You got to read through the polemics and actually look at the quality of the journalism that's being put out. And oftentimes, the Globe, especially the Spotlight team, which really... People want to say the origin of the Spotlight team was the expose of the Catholic Church, especially after '86 when Father Gagan was exposed by Archbishop Darcy, who went to cardinal law, and then Archbishop Darcy got retaliated against for trying to expose Father Gagan. You can argue that's probably the origin of the Spotlight team, but you want to see like the epitome of investigative journalism in Boston, you have to look at the Globe through history. It has produced what are arguably the most consequential stories about Massachusetts repeatedly over its history. And for all its, and you can't you're never going to be 100% perfect, but they're really good. And this story, Black Mass, dating back to the 80s, Layer and O'Neill and Kevin Cullen and all these other people who got involved to write this story, it really teaches you how to be a journalist. So to bring this back, we're using this for two purposes. One, it's applied epistemology. We're learning how to be a journalist. We're learning what a journalist thinks like, what Dick Layer and Gerard O'Neill were thinking when they were writing stories. Why is that relevant? Well, because back in the day, the way it used to work, and I've studied the history of journalism, dating back to like Henry Demiris Lloyd, Ida Tarbell, Lincoln Steffens, S.S. McClure, the Muckrakers, through to Hunter S. Thompson, Walt Whitman, etc., 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 etc. And the way it used to work was, other than Hunter S. Thompson, which was new journalism, but we won't talk about that. It's an exception. The way it worked for the most part was you write the story, and while you're writing the story, there's like a group of people who know about it. Okay, like your editor, maybe some of the sources, maybe the target of the story, maybe some of your colleagues, but it's like a close hold kind of like intelligence community compartmentalized thing. So when Bob Woodward and Bernstein were writing the Watergate stories, it's very close hold. Like, yeah, the editor knew, yeah, the owner of the paper knew, but it wasn't like every colleague at the Washington Post knew. So you keep a close hold on your process, but you document it. Then you write the story. Then the story gets very wide attention. Then 10 years later, you do a movie like All the President's Men, might have been 3 years later, where you go back and you tell people what the process was like that you used to write the story. That's traditional. Now, we have something very different here. And this is, you're watching my process. Not only, like, you are living a book. Oh goodness, sorry. Of course, I dropped my little plate of food. That's okay. I was only eating M&Ms. All right. But you're watching my process unfold in real time. Okay. You are not only could this be a book, but you are living what would normally be like an ex post facto explication of a journalist process. You are living it in real time. Everything I've ever put together, everything I've come to understand, everything that I've sort of learned, I'm relaying to you, for the most part, as a participatory exercise in democratic will formation. What does that mean? Why is it pedagogical? Why is it applied epistemology? Because what I want you to do is look at the way Gerard O'Neill and Dick Layer write this book, especially this chapter about the former Norfolk County District Attorney. Thank you, 2646Q3M. I'm very grateful. You're very kind to say that I'm awesome. You're awesome, too, and you're all 10 owls. The reason why I want to read this chapter in particular is, so it's applied epistemology in that it shows us the form of how Gerard O'Neill and Dick Layer wrote their book, but it shows us the form in the old school way. Like, what would you have done if you were compiling all this stuff and then publishing it? We need to apply these lessons to the digital era, which is real-time amalgamation of information. When Dick Layer and Gerard O'Neill were writing, the news window was months, bro. You broke a big story, years even. You broke a big story, it was in the papers every day for years or months. Nowadays, for a story to be a story, it has to have new sub-stories every, 4 hours to stay in the public consciousness. The news window is, the news cycle, as it's called, is 4 hours, okay, bro? Look at the stuff over the weekend. The Brown University tragedy, the shooting, the tragedy on Bondi Beach in Australia. It's 6 hours in the news window. The guy's still out there. They don't even have him. And it's oh no, it's Monday. We got to move on. It's wild. So what we're trying to do is understand some of the tactics of the old era, but applied in real time in a participatory manner. How do we use the form of this type of storytelling? And it's nonfiction storytelling. How do we use that to guide our own process for understanding the current situation with the Sandra Birchmore case, the Norfolk DA, Karen Reed, Turtle Boy, et cetera, Brian Tully, et cetera. Secondly, what's great is it's kind of like a Hegelian historical dialectic made manifest, and I really like this part of it. it has a Joycean element too. The story, as much as it's about a pedagogical exercise in applied epistemology, it is also, this chapter in particular, in content about the old Norfolk DA and the tension between his state police unit in the 90s, right before Brian Tully got there and the rest of his crew, and the federal government, the FBI, the U.S. Attorney's Office in Massachusetts. And what you're going to find is, like, Bolger was trying to tell the FBI that the state police were corrupt so that the FBI would investigate the state police and their contacts instead of, like, holding Bolger accountable. It gets so wild, all right? The guy's name was William Delahunt. Now, you want to know what's crazy? The courthouse in Norfolk County where Karen Reed was tried, guess who it's named after? William Delahunt. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very interesting part of all of this. So if you're just tuning in, Brian Walshe, found guilty on first-degree murder, premeditated for the death of Anna Walshe, will be sentenced Wednesday. We now are going to listen to a very interesting chapter of Dick Layer and Gerard O'Neill's Black Mass about specifically the former Norfolk County District Attorney, William Delahunt. Here you go. Let's do it together.
Chapter 3. Hardball. As District Attorney William Delahunt was getting into his car to drive to a restaurant near his Dedham office, Whitey Bulger and two associates were barreling down the Southeast Expressway toward the same destination just outside Boston city limits. Delahunt was meeting another prosecutor for dinner. The mobsters were planning to terrorize the restaurant's owner, who had stiffed them on a $175,000 debt. In one of life's strange split screens, each party would do its business on a different side of the same big room in the backside restaurant. It was 1976, and the 35-year-old Delahunt had been Norfolk County District Attorney for only a year, just a little longer than Whitey Bulger had been teamed up with John Connolly in the Boston office of the FBI. But the chance encounter was not the only thing the DA and the gangsters had in common. One of the mobsters in Bulger's crew, Johnny Martorano, had been a grammar school classmate and schoolyard rival of Delahunt's. They had even been altar boys together. When Delahunt looked up from a table near the bar, he recognized the Winter Hill hitman immediately. Martorano ambled over and sat down, while the other two gangsters hung back. The former school chums shared a drink and got to jiving each other about their opposite lots in life. Johnny Martorano jabbed Billy Delahunt about there being more honor in his world than in the one populated by bankers and lawyers. Delahunt just chortled and did not argue the point with him. But when it was Delahunt's turn to dish it out, he touched a nerve. Delahunt urged his old classmate turned gangster to stay out of Norfolk County. "Stick to Boston, for both our sakes," Delahunt cautioned. Martorano told Delahunt to pound sand, and the repartee got animated enough that one of Martorano's companions joined him at the table to see what was going on. Bulger hung back, waiting by the entrance and out of sight, but Delahunt certainly recognized Martorano's companion, Stevie Flemmy. Then the odd encounter ended suddenly, and amicably enough, when Delahunt's dinner companion, federal prosecutor Martin Boudreau, arrived at the table. When they were alone, Delahunt rolled his eyes and said, "You'll never guess who I was talking to." Meanwhile, Bulger joined Martorano and Flemmy, and the threesome picked a cocktail table against the back wall and sat up there. Arms folded, they sat waiting for the owner to appear. They had come to see Francis Green because Francis Green had some explaining to do. About a year earlier, Green had borrowed $175,000 from a high-interest Boston finance company for a real estate investment. The problem was that Green had not paid back a dime and, while he didn't know it, was stiffing a friend of Winter Hill's. Whitey knew a way to solve such bad debts. It was not genteel. Green came into the large central room, spotted the three gangsters, and slid into an empty seat. As was his wont, Bulger skipped the small talk. "Where's our money?" he asked. Green, a glib salesman with a checkered past, tried a salesman's tap dance. His finances were in shambles. His business deals had gone bad. He was in bad shape. This had to count for something. But Bulger would have none of it. No money is no answer. It didn't matter that two prosecutors were seated across the way. Bulger leaned into Green's face, his eyes cold marbles. "Understand this," Bulger told him. "If you don't pay, I will absolutely kill you. I will cut off your ears and stuff them in your mouth. I will gouge your eyes out." Then Bulger leaned back. He told Green he really should make an appointment with his loan officer to arrange a schedule for repayment. And Flemmy, playing the good cop to Bulger's tough cop, advised Green to pay something real soon. That way, comforted Flemmy, no one would get hurt. Then it went back to Bulger, who made one final chilly comment: "Make it $25,000 within a few days." And Ashen Green said he would see what he could do. The brisk business meeting was over. An FBI report afterward recorded in leaden government prose that the conversation greatly upset Green. It was an understatement. Green was in fear for his life, and it was fear mixed with bewilderment. He was aware that Martorano and Delahunt had earlier been mingling at the bar, and the entire scene that night left him confused about what exactly he was up against. It was all pretty bizarre, the kind of odd occurrence that comes with life in and around a big small city like Boston. For their part, the two prosecutors were oblivious to the extortion nearby. Over at their table, Delahunt and Boudreau joked during dinner about winding up at the same restaurant with Martorano and Flemmy of the Winter Hill gang. They hadn't realized that the third man in the entrance shadows was the notorious Whitey Bulger. But Delahunt had no idea at the time that the business activity at the cocktail table was actually a prelude to the bad relations to come between the rest of law enforcement and the Boston office of the FBI. In the future it would seem like the world was divided between the FBI and Bulger, on the one hand, and all the other police agencies on the other. At the moment, though, the chance meeting just seemed to be one of those crazy things that happen but don't really mean anything. The Bulger ultimatum, pay or die, quickly sent Green scrambling to seek out his own contacts in Boston's law enforcement community. He started with Edward Harrington, who was the former chief prosecutor at the Federal Organized Crime Strike Force for New England. Green not only had had some dealings with the strike force over the years, but had raised money for Harrington's unsuccessful run for state attorney general in 1974. Harrington was about to rejoin the ranks of government service as the new U.S. attorney in Massachusetts, but he was in private practice at a law firm when Francis Green came calling in full panic. Green wanted Harrington's counsel. What should he do? Harrington, according to an FBI report, was blunt. He told Green he had three options. Pay the money, get out of town, or testify against Bulger. Green took stock of the situation. Repayment was out of the question. He had squandered the money. Relocation was not appealing. Testifying against the reputed killer seemed even worse. But it was this last option, the one that perhaps carried the highest risk, at least to life and limb, that Green began to contemplate. In the weeks that followed, Green asked Harrington more questions about cooperating, and Harrington decided that because the extortion occurred in Norfolk County, the matter could best be pursued through a state investigation. He told Green that the case should be developed out of District Attorney Delahunt's office. But what about Delahunt? Green was worried about Delahunt's ties to Martorano. He had seen the two men sitting there at the backside restaurant sharing a drink and having a laugh. Harrington phoned Delahunt and briefed him about Green and Bulger's threat. Then he mentioned Green's concern about the county prosecutor. Bantering with Martorano, Delahunt assured Harrington that it was only a chance meeting, that there was nothing between the two men beyond faded boyhood memories. Arrangements were made for Green to take his evidence to Norfolk County prosecutors. Soon afterward, Green met with Delahunt and his top staff. In gripping detail, Green recreated the dramatic night at the backside. The story stunned Delahunt. He'd had no idea that this conversation was happening just out of earshot of his dinner with Boudreau. Later, Delahunt huddled with his staff. Green's story was explosive, and Delahunt was personally involved. He had, after all, been in the restaurant that same night and could provide eyewitness corroboration that Martorano and Flemmy were present. Could he be both witness and prosecutor? Unlikely. Plus, the county prosecutors wondered if Harrington had been wrong to conclude that this kind of case should be pursued at the state level. They knew that federal extortion laws carried stiffer penalties than they could ever hope to win under Massachusetts law. So Delahunt consulted with Boudreau, the federal strike force prosecutor and law school classmate he dined with that night at the backside, who agreed with Delahunt's analysis. He even offered to personally walk the case over to the FBI office to get the ball rolling. With Delahunt's approval, the case was forwarded to the FBI. John Connolly was worried. Green was the first big bend in the Whitey Bulger highway. But priorities were priorities, so Connolly quickly set out to ensure that the case would never leave the organized crime squad where he worked. Two agents from the squad did some perfunctory poking around. The agents, both of whom worked side by side with Connolly in the close-knit squad, interviewed Francis Green. They even visited Delahunt and wrote down what he knew. Then they wrote up a report and put it in the FBI files. And that was the end of it. In about a year, the agents asked their boss for permission to officially close the case against Bulger, noting that Green was reluctant to testify against him. Local prosecutors had heard that Connolly had conducted an interview in the case and asked for a copy of his report, but the FBI denied it had taken place and said there was no paperwork. In the years to come, a similar pattern would emerge about witness reluctance. Time and again, John Connolly and his colleagues would talk to a potential witness against Bulger and come back to the office and throw up their hands. The once promising person was now reluctant to cooperate, or reluctant to testify, or reluctant to wear a wire. And what was an agent supposed to do if the witness was so reluctant? Time and again leads went nowhere, and it was a pattern that began with Francis Green's reluctance. Eventually, Green would testify for federal prosecutors in an unrelated public corruption case, but no one ever contrasted his willingness in that case to his reluctance in the Bulger matter. Instead, once inside the FBI, the extortion case had found its way to the back of a file cabinet. It would be the first of many. Given the fast pace and short memory of law enforcement, the Green case drifted unnoticed into limbo. Bulger backed off Green because of the heat, while Delahunt assumed that the FBI was pursuing the issue. It would be months before the district attorney realized that nothing had been done on an easily made case. About a year after the initial contact, Dillahunt ran into the top federal prosecutor, Jeremiah T. O'Sullivan, at a social function. "Whatever happened with that green thing?" Dillahunt asked him. "We checked it out, but there was nothing there," he told Dillahunt. Dillahunt shrugged and thought, "Okay, that happens. And I meant it." Dillahunt said later. "Cases don't work out. But this one gnawed at him because, every time he thought about it, things didn't compute. A district attorney is a witness who could put notorious gangsters at the scene. An owner's compelling testimony. Why hadn't the FBI picked up the ball and run hard with it against the infamous Bulger and Flemmy? 5 years would go by before some answers began to crystallize for Dillahunt. Over time his office's relations with the Boston FBI would sour. Tensions between different police agencies and different prosecutors. Offices were not uncommon. It came with the turf, in Boston or in any jurisdiction. But this was different. First came a sensational murder case that Dillahunt's office got involved with not long after the Green matter was turned over to the FBI in early 1977. To solve the murder case and locate the bodies of two 18-year-old women from Quincy, Dillahunt and his state police investigators cut a deal with an informant by the name of Miles Connor. Connor was a vicious con man who had a high IQ and a long history of trouble. He was a rock musician and an accomplished art thief and drug dealer. His past included a 1966 shootout with a state trooper who was badly injured. Even in the venal world of informants, Connor was a mixed bag of trouble. But he knew where the bodies were buried. Nonetheless, cutting a deal with Connor was controversial, both inside Dillahunt's office and beyond. The FBI was enraged because Dillahunt, to win Connor's help, had negotiated his early release from prison. Even though with Connor's help Dillahunt would find the bodies of the missing women and then convict the murderer at a trial in 1978, the FBI angrily challenged the district attorney's unholy alliance. It was the FBI that had put Connor behind bars on a stolen art conviction. FBI agent John Connolly himself began urging the U.S. attorney to investigate what role, if any, Connor had in the grisly murders. Eventually Connor was charged with planning the killings. He went to trial and was convicted, an outcome that was overturned on appeal. During the subsequent retrial Connor was acquitted. Dillahunt had known that cutting a deal with Connor would prove controversial. Key staff in his own office, whose judgment he relied on daily, had told him as much. But he'd had no idea the situation would explode into the open warfare that followed, with angry exchanges in courtrooms, in the newspapers and on television, and in more sinister ways that would have seemed unimaginable at the start. Some of the warfare got personal. One day John Connolly contacted one of Dillahunt's top assistants, John Kivlin. The young prosecutor was known to have had reservations about using Connor as an informant. Connolly called Kivlin and set up a lunch date. Kivlin showed up thinking the FBI agent wanted to discuss another murder investigation. But quickly Connolly began asking a lot of questions about Dillahunt and the deal he cut with Connor. The FBI agent was especially curious to know if Dillahunt and the state police had believed that Connor was guilty of the murders but had given him a pass anyway to bask in the glory and publicity that came with recovering the bodies. It wasn't long, Kivlin said later, before I realized the lunch was about getting some dirt on Bill. Kivlin was taken aback by Connolly's overture. I thought to myself, he must think everyone is an informer, Kivlin recalled. I guess he thought my concerns would amount to trading information with him. It was a short lunch. Looking back, and long after telling Dillahunt about the bizarre encounter with Connolly, Kivlin would wonder if the rabid battle between Dillahunt's office and Connolly's FBI was less about Connor and more about Bulger. In any case, when Connolly could have been busy fighting crime, he was spending much of his time in a down and dirty public relations battle. In fact, crime fighting was becoming less of a clear-cut priority for the young agent from South Boston. DELAHUNT had limped away from the bruising encounter with the FBI over using Miles Connor as an informant, chewed up in the FBI public relations war. He was publicly chided by federal officials for using an informant who was involved in the kinds of crimes he was giving information about. By and large, the media sided with the FBI, mostly on the strength of John Connolly's personal ties with reporters at the Boston Globe and the Boston Herald and with some television reporters. Indeed, Connolly was fast becoming a public relations maven and a talented improviser with the truth. Garrulous and engaging, he was breaking free of the grim, buttoned-down G-man persona, a welcome change from the aloof, stone-faced demeanor of most federal agents. Connolly not only occasionally talked to reporters but regularly courted them. But this was early on, and there were only a few within law enforcement who suspected the FBI was tilting Bulger's way. Dillahunt was one of them, but he had learned there was a price to pay for confronting the Boston FBI. It was hardball. And being Boston, it was personal. In 1980, a rumor took hold that Dillahunt had had an affair with a waitress from Quincy that ended badly, with a door broken at her apartment and raised voices overheard by neighbors. The media heard about it, and one television reporter began calling the woman. The calls continued for the next 2 years, and each time the woman was urged to take Delahunt to court and go on air for an interview. But each time the woman said there was no case, that there was nothing to the rumor, not a speck of truth. If any of it were true, she said, Delahunt would not be DA today, believe me. But the media weren't the only parties interested in the rumors. 2 FBI agents showed up at the restaurant in Quincy one day in late 1982 asking for the waitress. The chef told the agents she didn't work there anymore. The agents took down some notes, thanked the chef, and left. They never called again. Then there was the call the woman got in January 1983. It was from a man in her past. She later described the old friend to local police as someone on the other side. The two met for a drink in a Quincy lounge. The friend, Stevie Flemmy, shocked the woman by knowing about the Delahunt rumor. Flemmy really just wanted to know one thing, was it true? No, it wasn't, the woman said one more time. Stevie never called again either. oceanofpdf.com. Chapter 4 Bob, in Weave the Boston FBI was convinced it needed Bulger and Flemmy, and Paul Rico, Dennis Condon, and John Connolly were going to make the match work, even if it meant dispensing with the Frank Greens of the world. And even if it meant juggling 3 regulatory hot potatoes, the FBI Manual of Operations, the Attorney General's guidelines for handling criminal informants, and federal criminal statutes. Luckily for them, Rico had fashioned a unique style in his approach to the messy business of managing informants and had set the tone for other handlers in Boston. Rules were made to be broken. It was all worth it, they believed, to get at the mafia. Throughout the United States, the FBI's field offices were under great pressure to develop informants of a certain kind, top echelon informants, to wage war against the mob. Much of the pressure was fallout from how embarrassingly late the FBI had been in acknowledging the mafia. The problem had been J. Edgar Hoover's intransigence. He preferred piling up statistics on bank robberies and hunting down communists to taking a hard look at evidence of the mafia's existence. For instance, in November 1957, mafia leaders convening in the upstate New York town of Appalachian became front-page news after a New York State police sergeant stumbled upon the invitation-only event. Troopers set up a roadblock, and the mafia delegates arriving from around the country were sent scurrying, some jumping from their cars and running into the woods. Others took refuge inside the hilltop mansion of their host, beer distributor Joseph Barbara. More than 60 mobsters were eventually rounded up and identified, many flush with wads of cash. The roster included figures from the Mafia's Hall of Fame, Joseph Bonanno, Joseph Profaci, and Vito Genovese. The FBI did nothing. 2 years later, on December 8, 1959, a larger group gathered closer to Boston, in Worcester, Massachusetts. The estimated 150 Mafia figures sneaked into the city, assembled at a downtown hotel, held all-night meetings, and then slipped away at dawn before any significant detection could occur. The news media and many experts in crime called these assemblies proof of a national criminal enterprise, an invisible government, that was meeting to set policy and solve disputes. But Hoover dismissed it as hype and media sensationalism. Only after Robert F. Kennedy became U.S. Attorney General in 1960 did the FBI, slowly but steadily, move to take on the so-called enemy within. By the time of the historic public testimony of Mafia informant Joseph Valachi, during congressional hearings in 1963, the FBI was officially catching up. In cities around the country, special FBI units were created to focus on La Cosa Nostra. In Boston, Dennis Condon and Paul Rico were among the handful of agents picked to staff the city's first-ever organized crime squad. The agents hit the street trying to figure out the scope and the power of the New England Mafia under boss Gennaro J. Angelo, while Kennedy's Justice Department in Washington, D.C., worked to beef up the legal tools available in the new national war. In 1961, Congress had passed legislation, at Kennedy's behest, that elevated much of the Mafia's criminal activity to federal status. Interstate travel in aid of racketeering, known as ATAR, now came under federal jurisdiction, meaning that the previously local crimes of extortion, bribery, gambling, and the interstate movement of gambling paraphernalia were within federal reach. Later on, in 1968, Congress passed the Omnibus Crime Control and Safe Streets Act. The Act's Title III set up procedures to obtain court approval for the use of electronic surveillance against mobsters. The new legislation signaled a relaxation in privacy rights, but the government viewed it as necessary, as the kind of trade-off between personal liberty and state power that had to be allowed, it was argued. If police agencies were to have a fighting chance in their efforts to break open conspiracies like the Mafia's, eventually the so-called Title III bugs were put to stunningly good use by the FBI in a series of major cases that toppled Mafia leaders in many cities in the United States, including Boston. In 1970, Congress passed a law that eventually became the government's most powerful weapon against organized crime. The Racketeering Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, known simply as RICO, would be used in nearly every major prosecution against the Mafia during the 1980s. RICO made operating a criminal racket, for the first time, a major federal criminal offense carrying huge prison sentences. If the government could prove a pattern of racketeering, that is, show that the mobster was involved in several existing state and federal offenses, then the heavy RICO sanctions kicked in. The RICO penalties were not something mobsters took lightly. Instead of the softer sentencing that often accompanied a separate conviction for gambling or loan sharking, the government began to win terms of 20 years and more. Finally, the organized crime strike forces created during the 1970s quickly assumed command in the anti-mafia crusade. The common-sense idea behind the regional strike forces was to pool the resources of the various law enforcement agencies, such as the FBI, the Internal Revenue Service, and the Drug Enforcement Administration, along with local police agencies. The representatives from the different agencies then joined with federal prosecutors as a team in an organized, multi-pronged attack against their specific target, the mafia. Before all the statutory enhancements, the anti-mafia crusade was still going to be won or lost in the streets, and the best tool FBI agents possessed on that front was the criminal informant. The way you solve crime, 99% of it is when people tell you what happened, John Connolly once explained in a Boston radio interview. I mean, every director of the FBI has said that informants are our most important resource. Indeed. Without informants, we're nothing, Clarence M. Kelly said after being named the new FBI director following J. Edgar Hoover's death in 1972. The reason was simple: the police cannot be everywhere, and when investigators look to solve crimes they do not possess unchecked power to search and interrogate suspects and citizens. In a bid to fill in intelligence gaps, a police agency finds that informants are the essential tool, the eyes and ears of the police. Police agencies' reliance on informants developed as a partial solution to limitations on police power in the United States. Like every FBI agent back in the 1970s, John Connolly knew full well the enormous value the Bureau placed on cultivating informants. The message was drummed into rookie agents training at the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia: develop informants and win prestige. Later on, agents at work in the field saw that informant handlers were regarded as rainmakers. The FBI's own manual reinforced in no uncertain terms a handler's high-class status. Working informants was the ultimate source of great satisfaction because of the accomplishments which are obtained as a result of their successful operation. In fact, compared to the numbingly dry prose of the rest of the FBI's lengthy Manual of Investigative Operations and Guidelines, MIOG, the dramatic language used to cheer on agents regarding informants borders on the breathless. Operating informants, the manual proclaimed, demands more of an agent than almost any other investigative activity. An agent's judgment, skill, resourcefulness, and patience are tested constantly. The work required, dedication and ingenuity. The success each agent enjoys normally depends on the strength of the agent's personality and resourcefulness. Not every agent had the knack for it. But an agent who established a reputation as a handler could achieve several aims simultaneously: advance an FBI investigation, impress the bosses, and dramatically shift upward the trajectory of his own status. In training agents and in fieldwork, the FBI culture made it clear that the working of informants was center stage. Just about the only cautionary note amid the froth in the manual reflects longtime Director J. Edgar Hoover's obsession with the Bureau's public image. FBI agents, above all else, were never to shame the FBI, a commandment that covered their work with criminal informants. FBI handlers were not to sponsor an informant until they were convinced that the potential informant could be operated without danger of embarrassment. In early 1976, Bulger reported to Connolly about business meetings between the Winter Hill Gang and the Mafia's Larry Zanino and Joe Russo. In March 1976, Bulger reported that underboss Angelo had sent an emissary to Winter Hill in Somerville in an attempt to establish contact with Stevie Flemmi. The continued mafia courtship of Flemmi was good for relations between the two criminal outfits. And good for the FBI. Bulger added that there was word that gang leader Howie Winter was going to meet with Angelo, and then Godfather Patriarca, to create a better relationship. Later in 1976, Bulger told Connolly about the betting lines his gang and the mafia had agreed to so that bookmakers for the respective organizations were working in sync. Flemmi served a key role in all of the Bulger-Connolly meetings, given his easy access to Angelo, Zanino, and the rest of the mafia crew. Flemmi passed along what he picked up to Bulger, who would pass it along to Connolly. Bulger's reports were flavored with underworld tidbits: who was meeting with whom, who was mad at whom, who wanted to whack whom. For example, he told Connolly that a senior mafia associate had faked a heart attack to avoid a federal grand jury subpoena. In April 1976, Bulger passed along a tip about a murder in an attempt to direct attention away from an enforcer who worked for him, Nick Femia. Bulger told Connolly, Nick Femia had nothing to do with the hit of Patsy Fabiano. Despite his earlier insistence that he would never inform about the Irish, Bulger regularly reported to Connolly about the jockeying of various Irish gangsters in his own South Boston. All of this information was helpful, though it wasn't as if Bulger's inside track was going to topple the house of Angelo. Most of it amounted to underworld gossip, and it was often flat-out self-serving. Often the reliability was questionable, but Connolly did not challenge it. Instead, just as Rico had before him, he filed reports that served to divert suspicion away from Bulger and his gang. The older agents Paul Rico and Dennis Condon belonged to the city's first generation of FBI mafia fighters, and they, along with their counterparts in every major U.S. city, had worked feverishly in the late 1960s to turn around the Bureau's ignorance about all things mafia. These agents had been instructed to get information, and to get it fast. One of the best techniques had proved to be electronic surveillance, even if the use of gypsy wires had required agents to bend the rules of law, or even break them. In cities around the country, agents had burglarized the offices of local mobsters to install microphones, often crude devices planted behind a desk or a radiator with the wires hidden as best they could. Snaking out to a nearby location where agents secretly recorded the mobsters' conversations. In Chicago, the bug secretly installed by agents in a tailor's shop used by mobster Sam Giancana operated for 5 years, from 1959 to 1964. In Providence, Rhode Island, agents made secret recordings of the New England godfather Raymond Patriarca. In Boston, agents Condon and Rico were part of a crew that secretly bugged the basement office of Jay's Lounge, a Tremont Street nightclub where underboss Gennaro Angelo often conducted mafia business. The FBI was not above engaging in dirty tricks, some silly, some far worse, in those hectic days of catch-up. In New York City, agents one night grew tired of following a mob figure who'd picked up 2 women and was seen heading for a motel. The agents, wanting to go home, let the air out of the subject's tires, hoping that would keep him in place for a while. There were also stories about agents who rattled suspected mobsters by visiting and questioning their friends and family. The aggressive, full-court press may have been designed to gather information, but it was also used to harass the targets. Far more serious was an incident in Youngstown, Ohio. FBI agents monitoring their makeshift bug picked up mafia talk about a plan to kill the one FBI agent the mobsters most disliked. In short order, and with Hoover's approval, about 20 FBI agents, the toughest batch that could be assembled from nearby offices, were sent to Youngstown for a private audience with the mafia boss. The agents crashed into the mafioso's penthouse, trashed the place, and issued a warning that considering harm to an agent was truly unwise. These were some of the FBI tactics of the time, before the 1968 passage of federal legislation authorizing court-approved electronic surveillance. None of the information obtained during these warrantless break-ins and bug installations could be used against the mobsters in court, but the bugs provided a windfall of intelligence that put the FBI on a fast track to closing its information gap. Eventually, the FBI drew up a list of 26 U.S. cities that were identified from then on as LCN cities. Among those cities was Boston. The whole premise of the top echelon informant program rested on the Bureau's understanding, even acceptance, that its informants were active in crime. It was what made them top echelon informants. They were criminals with access to the LCN. Bulges, gambling and loan sharking constituted the threshold crimes that the FBI was generally aware of going into the deal, eyes wide open. The challenge was, what about other crimes? Then what? In the late 1950s, the FBI had developed a set of regulations for the development and handling of informants. Over the years, the regulations were revised and refined, most notably in the late 1970s when U.S. Attorney General Edward H. Levi crafted for the Justice Department a series of informant guidelines that the FBI incorporated into its manual of operations. By decade's end, the FBI was reporting that it had 2,847 active informants on board in its 59 field offices, an unknown number of them serving in the hot-ticket top echelon category. For handlers, the guidelines were the Bureau's soup to nuts primer. For example, when developing an informant, an agent was required to conduct a suitability review to assess the informant's reliability and motive. Motivation could vary, money or revenge or the competitive edge against other gangsters. If the FBI succeeded in taking down the underworld competition, an informant obviously stood to gain. There was also a section on the admonishments an FBI handler was required to convey regularly to his informants, warnings intended to prevent an informant's deal from softening into a cozy, protective cover. The informant was not to consider himself an employee of the FBI or to expect the FBI to protect him from arrest or prosecution for crimes he committed on his own time. Furthermore, the informant was warned against committing any acts of violence and was not to plan or initiate a crime. The regulations also outlined controls intended to keep the agent from being compromised or, worse, corrupted. The safety checks were an acknowledgement of the danger and temptations inherent in having agents team up with criminals. Provisions emphasized the special care that had to be exercised to carefully evaluate and closely supervise the use of informants, in large measure to ensure that the government itself does not become a violator of the law. In an effort to keep the deal on track, an alternate FBI agent was to be assigned to work alongside the primary handler in managing the informant. To ensure that the FBI was keeping the upper hand, the handler's squad supervisor was required to meet with the informant periodically to assess the bump and grind going on between the informant and his FBI handler. The informant's reports were to be tested constantly for accuracy and quality. Meanwhile, agents were barred from socializing with their informants or having any business ties with them. The exchange of gifts between agents and informants was prohibited. Taken as a whole, the regulations on paper seemed fairly airtight, but they also provided plenty of wiggle room. Even though the regulations stipulated that FBI informants could not commit any crimes. Another section allowed for the authorization of an informant to break the law when the FBI determines that such participation is necessary to obtain information needed for purposes of federal prosecution. Though the guidelines discouraged use of this escape clause, the discretion to permit criminal activity rested with FBI agents in the field, agents like John Connolly, Paul Rico, and Dennis Condon. There was little oversight from FBI headquarters in Washington and no requirement that the Bureau consult with anyone outside the FBI, namely, Justice Department lawyers, to review the wisdom of authorizing a particular crime. It was the FBI's private business, an in-house matter. Deferring to the FBI, Levi and other Justice Department officials had agreed there was no other way if the FBI was going to fulfill its sacred promise of protecting an informant's confidentiality. To seek outside review was to risk exposing an informant's identity, and informants, according to the guidelines, were told right from the start that the FBI will take all possible steps to maintain the full confidentiality of the informant's relationship with the FBI. It was a pledge right down John Connolly's alley, an institutional version of the loyalty oath taken on the streets of Southie. You never turn your back on a friend, and you always keep your word. But Southie was not the FBI, even if field agents possessed the power to give informants room to move in the underworld. The guidelines nonetheless required that agents consult the Justice Department if they learned that their informants were committing unauthorized crimes that had nothing to do with their deal with the FBI, particularly crimes of violence. Under no circumstance shall the FBI take any action to conceal a crime by one of its informants. This commandment was regarded as one of the guidelines' core principles. Getting word of a crime, the FBI had some choices. It could report the criminal activity to another police agency for possible investigation. Or it could consult with federal prosecutors and together consider whether the extracurricular criminal activity was worth tolerating given the informant's high value. But something had to be done. Some assessment of the informant's status had to be made, a review that required outside ventilation of the FBI's usually exclusive and secret domain. But the rules were only as good as the agents abiding by them, and in Boston, Paul Rico had already shown how the rules could be exploited, or even ignored. It was as if the Boston agents focused on another section tailored to their personal styles. The success of the top echelon criminal program depends on a dynamic and imaginative approach. If need be, the Boston agents concluded. The rest of the guidelines could be treated as a nuisance. Boston, of course, wasn't alone. Street agents everywhere learned to bob and weave their way through the thicket of rules, but once trying to honor them and cut their informants as much slack as possible, all in the name of keeping the flow of intelligence uninterrupted. Given law enforcement's own laws of gravity, gaps opened up between theory and real-world application. During the 1970s, the FBI botched the handling of an informant inside the Ku Klux Klan. The Klansman, Gary Thomas Rowe, was said to have committed a number of crimes, including a murder, while working as an FBI informant, crimes the FBI knew about but had covered up to preserve Rowe's status. The peril was always out there. Stevie Flemmi was a good example of some of the problems inherent in the system. In 1966, Flemmi had described to the FBI in detail the severe beating he gave an underworld flunky in a dispute over a loan shark debt. The victim required 100 stitches to his head and face, according to the FBI report that Rico wrote up about the incident. But beyond the report, no action was taken. In 1967, Flemmi regularly told Rico about his illegal football lottery card operation, the ups and downs, when the money was good, when it was slow. In 1968, Flemmi described his loan sharking business, and how he put money on the street that he borrowed from Larry Zanino. Flemmi got the money from Zanino at an interest rate of 1% a week. In turn, Flemmi loaned out the money at a rate of 5% a week, which translated into a usurious annual rate of 260%. He'd even hinted strongly that he killed the Bennett brothers, but it was as if Rico covered his ears, hear no evil. After all, Rico had, on his own, not only promised Flemmi that the FBI was not going to use information about his illegal gambling and loan sharking against him, but also pledged to protect Flemmi from other investigators. Even if it meant breaking all the rules. It left Flemmi feeling pretty special. Now it was John Connolly's turn. Connolly had finally managed to get the green matter pushed aside, in order to keep Bulger and Flemmi going, when another brush fire broke out. This time 2 businessmen from a local vending machine company named National Melatonin were complaining to the FBI about Bulger and Flemmi's competitive business practices. In a predatory and expansive move, Bulger and Flemmi were intimidating bar and store owners in the greater Boston area, demanding that they replace Melatone's vending machines with those from a company controlled by the 2 gangsters. Melatonin went to the FBI for help. Melatonin was right to seek an investigation. During 1976 and 1977, Flemmi, Bulger, and 2 associates from the Winter Hill Gang had scouted locations, bars and restaurants, where their vending machines could be installed. In South Boston, Jim was looking for locations, Flemmi said. And I was looking for locations in Roxbury and Dorchester. Bulger and Flemmi had notified salesmen from their company about potential sites, and the salesmen had then paid visits to the bars and restaurants to explain why each establishment ought to install their company's vending machines. It was a fairly persuasive pitch that included the muscle of a certain kind of underworld name recognition. They would use our names, Flemmi said. The Melatonin matter found its way to handler John Connolly. After huddling with Bulger, Connolly set up a meeting with the executives from Melatonin to outline for the company officials the hardcore truths about pursuing a criminal case. The agent told them they could certainly go after Bulger and Flemmy, that was their legal right. But he asked them if they'd really thought the whole thing through. Did they understand what it meant to testify against the mobsters? The disruption to their lives, even the risk to their family's safety. He painted a very bleak picture to them, Flemmy recalled. Connolly also told the company men their lives might be in danger. If they wanted to prosecute, he was willing to, to prosecute us. Flemmy recalled. But he said that they'd have to go into the witness protection program because of who we were. John Connolly's grim forecast had its desired effect. Soon, said Flemmy, they backed off. Connolly even worked out a compromise. He promised the executives he'd arrange for Bulger and Flemmy to concede a bit. One location was in question, said Flemmy. The machine came out of the place. Their machine stayed in place. Dot. 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 There wasn't any problem after that. No harm, no foul. It was unorthodox, but, to Connolly, why not? He negotiated something akin to an out-of-court settlement. No one had gotten hurt. And if the complaint evaporated into thin air, there was nothing for the FBI to investigate. Just as important, there was no reason to conduct any kind of internal review at the Boston office of Bulger and Flemmy. And certainly no reason to bring headquarters into it. The requirement in the guidelines that an informant's crimes be reported was not even triggered. Connolly had found a way to protect the deal. He didn't want to see us get indicted, Flemmy explained, and the FBI culture provided Connolly with the room he needed to improvise. He could talk the talk of the manual but also make up his own lines along the way. 5 months after Whitey Bulger was opened up as an FBI informant, Connolly succeeded, on February 2, 1976, in having him elevated to top echelon status. The Boston-bred agent now had 2 TEs in hand, Bulger and Flemmy. Flemmy, once Jack from South Boston, became known as Shogun. Bulger was Charlie. But cracks, small fishes, but cracks nonetheless, began to show. Connolly fashioned himself as a very important guy, recalled Robert Fitzpatrick, a seasoned agent who became an assistant special agent in charge, ASAC, of the Boston office in the early 1980s. He always seemed to be moving around the city working people in the media, in politics, and at the office. He became the go-to guy for Red Sox tickets. On occasion Connolly failed to make the mandatory morning sign-in. His manner began to change, and his style became more charged. He began to operate like a salesman, skilled at feigning sincerity but uninterested in the real thing. It was the consummate skill of a great pretender, a skill that became his hallmark. And he'd apparently outgrown his marriage. John and Marianne Connolly separated in early 1978. He promptly relocated to an apartment in Quincy just a few blocks from the beach road where he met with Bulger that moonlit night. The apartment was also practically across the street from the Louisburg Square condo complex where Bulger bunked with Catherine Gregg, the younger of his 2 girlfriends. But for Connolly, Quincy was part of a journey, not a destination. He began thinking about moving back into Southie. Fitzpatrick was one FBI manager who began having reservations. He and Bulger and Connolly had a secret meeting, a rendezvous that was part of a required, periodic supervisory check of an FBI handler and informant. I let him bullshit, recalled Fitzpatrick, about how Bulger immediately took control of the session. Bulger talked about his weightlifting, the good shape he kept himself in. He did a lot of talking. He did a lot of bragging, what I would consider bragging, about how strong he was, what he was doing in prison. He told me about his background. We talked about Southie. And generally speaking, it was my impression that he was trying to impress me. After the meeting, Connolly told his FBI boss, "Isn't he a great fucking guy?" Fitzpatrick never forgot Agent Connolly's line. Bulger, the reputed killer, loan shark, and drug trafficker, a great fucking guy. Fitzpatrick blanched. In an office where some agents had their doubts, managers took comfort in the December 1977 promotion of another agent to oversee Connolly. The new supervisor of the organized crime squad, veteran agent John Morris, was viewed as a good match for the savvy street agent, a straight arrow supervisor who could serve as counterpoint. The two paired off like an odd couple. Connolly was gregarious, tall, and dashing. Morris, a man of Midwestern origins, was quiet and plain-looking. Connolly was a free man moving about the town. Morris was married, with a family. He lived in the suburbs, often commuted to work with Dennis Condon, and was considered a smart, capable manager whose paperwork was thorough and of high quality. But over time Morris would himself turn out to be the polar opposite of a role model. The FBI brass had made a horrible mistake. The intense, thin-lipped Morris was no match for all that was brewing inside the Boston office of the FBI. The deal between Connolly and Bulger and Flemmy was going to turn out to be bigger than Morris could handle, bigger than any subsequent supervisor, or even the FBI itself, could handle. Oceanofpdf.com. Chapter 5 Win, Place, and Show. The third race at the Suffolk Downs racetrack was...
Alright, now, we're going to keep going with this. I have to take a lot of notes on this, okay? For a number of reasons. There is a lot to this, okay? There is just a lot to it. So I want to start with the next chapter that mentions the Norfolk DA. So let's see if there's a litany. I want to find the... Alright, so this is the last mention of the Norfolk DA. It's chapter 7. And we are going to listen to that from the beginning. Very interesting. Also, I heard Michael Morrissey made comments today after the conviction in the Brian Walshe case. I'll try to find those for you, and we'll take a listen. So, let's listen to Chapter 7, and then we'll close up.
Chapter 5 Win, Place.
No, Chapter 7.
Betrayal responsibility for the stunning breach in security and the potentially devastating state police bugging of Bulger and Flemmi fell squarely in the FBI's lap, and on one agent in particular. It was Connolly, Flemmi later admitted. But Connolly wasn't the only FBI agent watching out for Whitey Bulger like a lifeguard monitoring shark-infested waters. Morris, Flemmi added, had also tipped him off. The supervisor, said Flemmi, had told Bulger that another agent had come to him looking for background information on the two gangsters. Morris interpreted the inquiry as groundwork for another group's plan to launch electronic surveillance. In fact, before he heard from Connolly and Morris, Flemmi had gotten an even earlier tip about a possible bug from one of the bookies he and Bulger were in business with. The bookie claimed to have picked up his information from a state police trooper. But Flemmi was the first to acknowledge that this was second-hand, underworld hearsay that could not compare to the solid confirmation Connolly soon provided.
Actually, you know what? We might have to read this chapter before, if that's about the bug. In just 1 second, because the bug may be relevant to why they tried to blame it on the Norfolk DA, and this might also be one of the things my dad was involved with. I'm not sure. So let's listen to Chapter 6 and Chapter 7.
Well, Flemmi was the first to
turn down an opportunity to learn.
Gang of two. Like a curtain rising, the garage doors at the Lancaster Foreign Car Service flew open in the spring of 1980 on a new era in Boston's underworld order. Howie Winter had fallen, and a realignment was underway. It was an industry shakeout, and standing in the bays of the repair shop were Whitey Bulger and Stevie Flemmi, arms folded, ready to take center stage and exploit any and all opportunities. The old haunt, Marshall Motors in Somerville, had been abandoned in favor of this new downtown location. Though some of the former Winter Hill gangsters were on the run, others had come along. George Kaufman, who had operated Marshall Motors as a front for Howie Winter, now operated the Lancaster Street garage for Bulger and Flemmi. In the mornings the bays might be filled with the clanging and banging of mechanics' tools, but by early afternoon the tone of the place would change markedly. Most days Bulger and Flemmi arrived around 1:30 to take over the show. Whitey pulled into an empty bay and climbed out of his shiny black 1979 Chevy Caprice. The hushed conversations, the stream of visitors, it all revolved around Bulger and Flemmi. And accompanying them was the big and beefy Nick Femia, an enforcer with a reputation as a killer hooked on shotguns and cocaine. Femia, Kaufman, and other wise guys stood outside as lookouts as Bulger and Flemmi took up in an office inside. The Lancaster Street side represented an upgrade, the mobster equivalent of a law firm or bank moving its base from the margins to the center of a city's business district. It was a location that came with certain frills coveted by just about any Bostonian. A couple of blocks west and across the street stood Boston Garden. The Celtics, led by a rookie named Larry Bird, had just fallen short in their surprising run at the Eastern Conference title against Philadelphia. More important, the Lancaster Street garage was situated in close proximity to the city's mafia heartland in the North End. In a matter of minutes you could walk from the garage to the front door of 98 Prince Street, where Gennaro Angelo and his four brothers oversaw the region's LCN racketeering enterprise. Finally, there were Bulger's neighbors a few blocks south. The Lancaster Street garage stood practically in the shadow of the FBI's Boston field office in Government Center, where John Connolly and John Morris were stationed. In many ways Bulger was on a roll. Even though their former Winter Hill gang had suffered a crippling blow from the government's wildly successful prosecution in a race-fixing case, Bulger and Flemmi seemed to have adopted the optimistic view that in life, there were no setbacks, only new opportunities. They'd heard that an unaffiliated East Boston wise guy named Vito was running a loan sharking and gambling business without the blessing of either Bulger or the mafia. Soon the gun-toting Femia paid Vito a visit and put a pistol to his head. Then Bulger and Flemmi had their own session with Vito in the back room of a downtown smoke shop and explained the meaning of life. Vito decided to retire, and Bulger, Flemmi, and Femia took control of the East Boston franchise. No question, when the need arose, Bulger and Flemmi were hands-on. If a client was late on a loan payment, they would take the wayward one for a ride in the black Chevy. Flemmi would drive with the recalcitrant debtor seated by his side. From the backseat Bulger would whisper in a low but unmistakably firm tone about the need to get it up or face the consequences, if a second trip was necessary. Bulger and Flemmi would have someone like Femia trash the debtor's apartment while the two crime bosses talked over the problem during the ride along. Usually there was no call for a third ride. Inside the FBI, Connolly and Morris were stuffing the Bureau's files with confidential reports about how down-and-out Bulger and Flemmi were in the wake of Howie Winter's fall, but out on the street the two gangsters hardly appeared to be suffering. In addition to coordinating their affairs with the mafia, the two were busy launching their new tactic of extorting tribute, or rent, from already established rackets. The bookmaker Chico Krantz was now stopping by to drop off his monthly payments, at one point plunking down an extra $5,000, an additional fee Bulger had demanded for settling a dispute Krantz had had with another bookie. Krantz was only one of many bookies now paying such tributes. There was one hardship, a personal one. On New Year's Day 1980, Bulger's mother had died at Massachusetts General Hospital after a long illness. She was 73. Whitey Bulger had stayed on in the family apartment on O'Callahan Way in the South Boston housing project where he, his brother Billy, and John Connolly had all grown up. It was where Flemmi often picked him up in the late morning in the black Chevy to start their business day. Bulger did have two other women in his life to comfort him. One was his longtime girlfriend, Teresa Stanley, who lived in South Boston. He'd met Stanley in the late 1960s, when she was 25 and aimless, already a single mother of 4 children. He taught her how to organize her life and to have dinner ready for him each night at the same time. She was always grateful for his presence in her life. He was strict with her children, and he wanted everyone to sit at the dinner table together. But these days, even if he played father to Teresa's 4 kids, Bulger often ended his day in the arms of a much younger woman, a dental hygienist named Catherine Gregg, who lived in North Quincy. Despite the loss of their mother at the start of the year, 1980 was a time when both Bulgers were consolidating their power and fast approaching the top of the games. Elected as president of the state senate in 1978, Billy Bulger had established himself as a charming orator and cunning powerbroker. Conservative on social issues, opposing abortion rights and supporting the death penalty, Bulger was an outspoken defender of the working class. He remained impatient with dissent, however, if not intolerant. In words that could have been ascribed to his gangster brother, politicians described having worked with 2 Billy Bulgers. If you are going to be just his friend, he's very polite, very proper, a very nice person, a good host, all that, George Kavarian, the House Speaker, said about dealings with his counterpart in the state Senate. But, he added, if you opposed Bulger, you faced a different and darker side. He gets steely-eyed, he gets cold. In a number of highly publicized disputes, Billy Bulger's reputation as a vindictive autocrat was cemented. In one, Billy became enraged when a Boston housing court judge refused to fill a clerkship with his hand-picked choice. The judge lashed out against Bulger's raw patronage move by calling Bulger a corrupt midget. Payback came through legislation that cut the judge's pay, reduced the size of his staff, and ended the court's independent status by having it folded into another branch of the judiciary. Both Bulgers were used to having the last word. Indeed, the Bulger brothers, each in his own way, seemed determined to make a struggling city theirs. It was a period of economic unrest, of high inflation, with an aging ex-movie actor, Ronald Reagan, on his way to ousting the unpopular incumbent president, Jimmy Carter. It was the dawn of what would soon become known as the high-flying 1980s, that me-decade, featuring yuppies, skinny ties, designer food, and leg warmers. An era of Wall Street greed and corporate takeovers led by mega financiers like Carl Icahn and Michael Milken. Strutting into the Lancaster Street garage each day were Bulger and Flemmi to take care of their own mergers and acquisitions. And Jane Fonda wasn't the only one exercising hard. Both Whitey and Stevie worked out, lifted weights, and stayed fit. Bulger, even at 50, took his appearance seriously, and he showed up at the garage to flex his underworld power wearing the body-fitting shirts that were in style. There wasn't a mirror or a windshield he didn't like. He'd pause, catch his reflection, secure in the feeling that no one, at least not the Boston FBI, was watching what he was really up to. But someone was watching. Peering out from behind the shabby curtains of a second-story window in a flophouse directly across from the Lancaster Street garage was a group of hard-driving troopers from the Massachusetts State Police. 6 days a week, beginning in late April and lasting into July, the troopers were hunkered down at the window in the roach-infested bedroom, chronicling the mob action across the street. They saw the little things, Bulger and Flemmi preening on the sidewalk between appointments, sucking in their stomachs when a pretty woman walked by or making sure their shirt buttons lined up with their belt buckles. They watched Bulger's body language downshift into business gear when he was displeased, charging hard at a visitor and jabbing a finger into the man's chest, swearing at him all the while. When Bulger was done, Flemmi would take over and do the same. More significant, the troopers saw the big things, men arriving with briefcases and betting slips. They watched money change hands. They took notes, and they took pictures. In all, during the 11 weeks they watched, they counted more than 60 noted underworld figures come and go. In fact, virtually every organized crime figure in New England, at one time or another, showed up at the Lancaster Street garage for a meeting with Whitey Bulger and Stevie Flemmi. Like a silent movie, no words and all action, the garage provided a panoramic shot of the whole of the Boston underworld. And the action filling the wide screen in living color contrasted sharply with the narrow snapshot of Bulger and Flemmi the Boston FBI was planting in the Bureau's files and in the minds of anyone who asked about the two gangsters. The state police surveillance had begun quite by accident. Trooper Rick Freilich happened upon the garage one day while he was driving in the neighborhood on a tip about a stolen car ring. He drove down Lancaster Street and noticed George Kaufman and some of the other mobsters standing on the sidewalk. He pulled over and, out of their view, checked out what was going on. It was a jaw-dropping moment. He recognized other mobsters coming and going. He saw Bulger and Flemmy. Freilich returned to headquarters and told Sergeant Bob Long, the supervisor of the major crime unit. Long accompanied Freilich on a few drive BYS to view the activity for himself. They felt the adrenaline rush that comes with the prospect of a potentially big case. The question was where to set up. Directly across from the garage was a rundown brick building, 119 Merrimack Street. The first floor was a gay bar. Upstairs rooms could be rented. It was a dump, a cheap place where winos crashed. There was little privacy. The uninsulated walls were made of thin wood paneling that a fist could pass through easily. Posing as a gay man, Freilich rented the room looking directly onto the Lancaster Street garage and, starting in late April, he and Long and Trooper Jack O'Malley began documenting Bulger's affairs. Other troopers were involved along the way, but these three were the principal investigators who arrived early each day and took up at the window, usually in shifts of 2. The men were all local. Long, in his mid-30s, had grown up just outside of Boston, in nearby Newton, the fourth in a family of 10 kids. His father was a lawyer, and since he was a boy he dreamed of becoming a state trooper. Long was a jock in high school, even won a partial basketball scholarship to a local junior college, but once he blew out his knee his sporting life was over. Less than 9 months after earning a college degree in criminal justice from City College in San Francisco in 1967, he was back in Massachusetts standing at attention at the State Police Academy. Now in charge of a special investigations squad, Long had handpicked Freilich and O'Malley, both, like himself, athletic and solidly built, the brown-haired Freilich originally from the North Shore and the reddish-blonde O'Malley from Boston's Dorchester neighborhood and a family of cops. O'Malley's dad, a Boston cop, still patrolled Roxbury. The two troopers, both in their late 20s, were pulled off the road to work with Long. The hours were a killer, but O'Malley was single and Freilich, though newly married, didn't have any kids yet. Long had 2 sons, and the youngest, 10-year-old Brian, had just been selected as the poster boy for the Massachusetts Cystic Fibrosis Foundation. The boy got to pose with Bobby Orr of the Bruins in the poster. The room the troopers shared was small and stuffy, and as the weeks passed into June and July it got hotter. They'd come to work wearing shorts and t-shirts, carrying gym bags that concealed their cameras and logbooks. They practically had to whisper so the other occupants in the flophouse would not overhear them. Fights frequently broke out in the other rooms running down the hallway. But it was worth it, they thought. The garage's daily rhythm quickly revealed itself. Kaufman opened up in the morning, and then Bulger and Flemmy took over in the early afternoon. Besides Bulger, Flemmy, Kaufman, and Femia, there were a number of other regulars, including established mobsters like Phil Wagenheim and Mafia associate Nicky Gisso. Then there were the heavy hitters. Bulger met with Donato Angulo, a capo de regime, or captain, in his brother's crime family. Larry Zanino, Flemmy's old acquaintance who ranked second only to underboss Gennaro Angulo in the hierarchy of the Boston Mafia, made entrances that resembled a Hollywood set piece. Zanino would pull up in a new blue Lincoln Continental or a polished brown Cadillac driven by an underling. The men at the garage would scatter like ants as Zanino made his way from the car to a meeting inside the office with Bulger and Flemmy. Sometimes the flamboyant mafioso would embrace Bulger and kiss him on the cheek. Not every visit was so lovey-dovey, though. Once Zanino emerged from the office and was met by 2 men who'd been waiting outside. Zanino embraced one, but when the second man moved in for a hug, Zanino slapped him violently. The man dropped to his knees, and Zanino began yelling. Bulger and Flemmy hustled out of the office to catch the show. Zanino berated the fleeing man and then stopped, composed himself, and climbed back into his cool blue Continental. To the troopers taking notes across the street, Bulger and Flemmy and the Mafia, it all seemed like one family. The troopers developed a feel for the garage. They could tell when an associate was in the shits with Bulger. Bulger would make these men wait, and the troopers watched the men nervously pacing outside the garage, checking their wristwatches for the time, looking up and down the street, their faces clenched. When Bulger finally appeared, he would begin the finger jabbing. The body language spoke volumes. Bulger was in charge, no doubt about it. The other men at the garage deferred to him, including Flemmy. Over time, the troopers could detect when Bulger was in a funk. He would turn dark, refuse to talk to anyone or to be bothered, and sulk over in one corner. In keeping with his fanaticism about fitness, he'd take a hamburger and throw out the bun, eating only the meat. Long, O'Malley, and Freilich learned that Bulger was neat as a pin, a casual but careful dresser who wouldn't let a hair fall out of place. He liked the things around him kept up and in place. One time Femia had gone down the street to the McDonald's near Boston Garden. Upon his return, the hungry henchman spread out the Big Mac and French fries on the hood of the black car. Bulger came out of the office, saw the greasy display of fast food, and turned white hot. He marched over, grabbed the French fries, and began whipping them at Femia. He whipped French fries into Femia's chest and into Femia's face. The 240-pound Femia backpedaled and stumbled, a hulking hitman cowering before Bulger's rage. It was as if, instead of hot French fries, Bulger was swinging a crowbar. The troopers would never forget the food fight, and its clear message: you did not mess with Whitey Bulger. At times Long, Freilich, or O'Malley followed Bulger and Flemmy in order to pick up their routine. They learned that Flemmy often kept the Chevy overnight. They saw that Whitey was not the only one with a complicated love life. Flemmy was the true underworld Lothario. In fact, his juvenile rap sheet contained a portent of the man's appetites, an early arrest at 15 for a bizarre charge of carnal abuse, without further explanation. Flemmy always had a slew of women. He might age, but he made sure the women on his arm were young. Since the 1960s, Flemmy had lived on and off with Marion Hussey in a house, just over the Boston City line in Milton, that once belonged to his parents. He kept Hussey as his common-law wife since he'd never divorced Jeanette O. McLaughlin, the woman he married in the 1950s when he was a paratrooper. Then, in the mid-1970s, Flemmy became smitten with a teenager working behind the counter at a Brookline jewelry store. Deborah Davis was stunning. She had shiny blonde hair, a big white smile, and long legs. Flemmy showered her with clothes, jewelry, even a car, and the two began to play house, first in a luxury apartment Flemmy kept in Brookline and later in a smaller apartment in Randolph, a suburb on the South Shore. By the late 1970s, Flemmy had added another captivating blonde teenager to his stable. He was fooling around with Debbie Hussey, Marion's daughter. Stevie and Debbie could sometimes be seen tooling around in Flemmy's Jaguar. There were other women too, but these were the regulars. While the troopers were never sure where the Chevy might land for the night, Brookline, Randolph, Milton, parts unknown. Like clockwork, Stevie would pick up Bulger at the housing project around midday. Flemmy would slide over, and Bulger would slip in behind the steering wheel. They realized that Bulger's demeanor seemed to soften in South Boston, away from Lancaster Street. He greeted kids, waved to mothers, and stopped his car to allow elderly women to cross the street. But even in Southie he had his moments. One day that summer, O'Malley was following Bulger and Flemmy when Bulger turned down Silver Street. Bulger supposedly owned some property on the street, and his girlfriend, Teresa Stanley, lived there. Turning onto Silver, Bulger came upon a group of old men seated on the front stoop of one of the houses. The men were drinking. Bulger hit the car's brakes and jumped out. The men scrambled off, but one was too slow to react. Bulger hit him across the face, back and forth. The man fell to the ground and curled up. Bulger kicked him. Then he grabbed the man's hat and threw it down the street. Flemmy, meanwhile, looked up and down the street, keeping watch, but Bulger was done. He and Flemmy laughed hard, got back into the car, and sped away. O'Malley raced over to the bleeding man, but the man was no fool. He waved the trooper off, told him to get away. I don't know nothing and don't bother me. Even a drunk knew better. While they were assembling their own intelligence about Bulger, the troopers also checked in with the criminal informants. One informant, codenamed IT-1, reported that starting that year, there was a large money bank at the garage on Lancaster Street, where the big boys go to deliver money collected as a result of illegal gaming operations run by the North End. This garage is where the accounts are settled up. Another informant, named IT-3, told the troopers that Bulger is a former lieutenant in the Howie Winter organization and is believed to be assuming control of the operation in Winter's absence. Another informant, IT-4, told them that Whitey Bulger and Stevie Flemmy were presently overseeing the majority of the sports betting, numbers action, and loan sharking for the Boston area and in particular the Somerville area. The troopers tapped other informants as well, all of whom hooked Bulger and Flemmy up with the mafia in a flourishing joint venture. By the time July rolled around, Freilich, Long, and O'Malley felt they had enough probable cause in hand. In open view from the window was a case with the potential to stand as the hallmark of any investigator's career, nailing the entire lineup, the mafia and the Bulger gang. The troopers had put up with the squalor of the flophouse, logged the long hours of surveillance, and even gotten a little wacky. On the walls of their room they'd mounted the largest of the cockroaches they killed during the surveillance, transforming the room kill into a trophy. By early July the troopers had witnessed plenty of street action. Now they wanted to know what the mobsters were actually saying. They sensed they'd stockpiled enough intelligence and were eager to take their case to the next level, installing a microphone inside the garage. Several times that spring, Long, along with his commander, met with Jeremiah T. O'Sullivan, still the top federal prosecutor at the New England Organized Crime Strike Force. Long briefed O'Sullivan on what he and his troopers were witnessing at the Lancaster Street garage. They came up with a plan in which the feds would provide funding for the state police bugging operation. They brought in a local prosecutor, Tim Burke, an assistant district attorney in Suffolk County, to prepare the court papers to win a judge's approval. Despite the federal funding, it would be a standalone state police effort. No other agency. It wasn't as if the troopers could not work with the FBI. After all, Long had served as state police commander in Operation Lobster, the joint FBI and state police investigation that had involved Nick Giantoco. But there were the new rumors, especially after the race fixing indictments when Bulger had eluded prosecution. The rest of law enforcement had begun wondering about Bulger and the FBI. But O'Sullivan, despite what he knew, told Long nothing. It was their case. On July 23, 1980, Superior Court Judge Robert A. Barton approved Burke's application for a warrant to bug the Lancaster Street garage. Pumped up, Long, Freilich, and O'Malley went to work. None of them had had much experience when it came to electronic surveillance, but they'd make up in energy what they clearly lacked in expertise. They'd actually made a trip to Radio Shack to buy the microphones they were going to use. Then, to case the garage's interior and get a sense of the layout of the office, O'Malley posed as a tourist needing to relieve himself. He wandered into the garage one day, looking lost and looking all around. Bulger confronted him, saying there was no bathroom, and sharply ordered O'Malley out. It was all trial and error. The troopers came to call their first attempt the Trojan Horse. They obtained a fancy-looking, souped-up van, pulled up the floorboards, and created crawl space for O'Malley. Then they replaced the floorboards, covered them with a shag rug, and filled the van with furniture. With the state police secretary at his side, Freilich drove up to the garage late one midsummer afternoon. He told George Kaufman that he and his bride were new to Boston and having some car trouble. He was worried about leaving the van with all their belongings overnight on the streets of Boston. What if he pulled the van inside the garage and then first thing in the morning a mechanic could take a look at it? Kaufman gave his okay and waved the van in. The newlyweds thanked Kaufman, promised to return in the morning, and walked off. Kaufman eventually closed up and left too. The plan was for O'Malley to emerge from the van during the night and let a crew in to install the microphones. But none of the troopers had counted on one of the winos from the flophouse across the street setting up right by the garage. O'Malley, bathed in sweat and grime, had no idea what was going on. He was not in radio contact with the others, but he could hear the wino making noise outside. The troopers improvised. Long had one of his crew go out and buy a case of beer. The trooper plopped down next to the wino and began feeding him beers. Once the man passed out, the troopers could move in. But waiting ate up precious time, and just when the man was going down, Kaufman unexpectedly reappeared. Kaufman started yelling at the two men drinking at his garage, and he chased them off. By this time it was too late to pull off a bug installation. Eventually O'Malley emerged from his suffocating hiding spot only to learn that Long had called off the effort. Their next try met with more success. Early one evening, the troopers parked a U-Haul truck snugly next to the garage. The truck not only carried a crew but also created a wall so that no one from the flophouse could look down onto the garage. Most nights the winos and wackos were yelling and hanging out the open windows in the sweltering heat. The truck took care of the flophouse follies. Then, after Kaufman left, two troopers dropped down by the side of the truck and kicked out a bottom panel of the garage door. The troopers crawled in and, with the help of a technician they had hired for the job, installed 3 microphones, one in a couch, one inside a radio, and one in the ceiling of the office. They left, replacing the panel on the garage door. Bob Long and his troopers were ecstatic. But the operation went quickly downhill from there. Testing the reception, they faced technical problems. Instead of mobster talk, they were picking up pager calls for doctors at nearby Massachusetts General Hospital. The microphone installed inside the radio didn't function at all. The one in the couch worked but wasn't of much use, producing little more than a rush of sound, like a hurricane, when one of the mobsters, especially the oversized ones like Nicky Femia, collapsed into it. But they were getting transmission from the microphone in the office, and that was the prime location. After straightening out the hospital interference, it was soon up and running. Then the sky fell in. Bulger, Flemmy, and Kaufman mysteriously started looking up at the windows in the flophouse. Abruptly they altered their routine. Instead of talking in the office or in the open bays, Bulger and Flemmy held meetings inside the black Chevy. The office was now off limits. The troopers were stunned. They kept monitoring their bugs, but shortly after the gangsters moved their talk to the backseat of the Chevy, they had to stop coming to the Lancaster Street garage altogether. Early in August, the court order permitting them to bug the garage expired. The troopers had their notes, a pile of great photographs, but nothing more. Bulger was gone. In the days before Long, Freilich, and O'Malley failed in their bugging attempt, trouble had been brewing for the FBI. It began with a chance encounter at a Friday night party. John Morris, cocktail in hand, sidled up to a hulking Boston detective. The diminutive Morris still managed to talk down to him, the federal agent lording over a local cop. "You have something going at Lancaster Street?" Morris asked with a conspiratorial smile that urged, "Come on, you can tell me." Taken aback, the detective put on a poker face to mask his surprise. A direct question about another agency's secret investigation wasn't expected cocktail chatter at a midsummer party. The question hung in the air, unanswered. Morris pushed on. "If you have microphones in there," he said, "they know about it." After some more dead air, the police detective finally replied, "I don't know what you're talking about." The detective moved away from Morris. But his heart was racing. The next morning he called Bob Long. The early morning phone call did not take Long completely by surprise. He had been sensing something was wrong. All that the bug inside the Lancaster Street garage's corner office was picking up was a jaunty Whitey Bulger commending state troopers for the great job they did patrolling the Massachusetts Turnpike. Ball busting or coincidence? Long wasn't entirely sure, but the more he thought it over, a pattern became clear. He and his troopers had watched for months from the flophouse across the street as Bulger harassed anxious gamblers who owed money and bantered with visiting mafia dignitaries. Then, exactly one day after a bug was up and running inside the garage, Bulger had been praising highway patrols and, more important, changing his routine. Business conversations had moved from inside the office to the backseat of Bulger's black Chevy parked inside the Bay Area. Initially, Long had figured that Bulger and Flemmy spotted the troopers across the way. But now word of Morris's overture made Long realize that the problem was much worse than a blown surveillance. To Long, the gangster's new routine wasn't just one of those things that happened. It was treachery. The call from the police detective confirmed the shocking truth that Long saw through a red haze of fury. And he became transfixed by two questions. How did John Morris know about the state police bug? And how did he know Bulger and Flemmy knew? By Monday morning, August 4, 1980, it was war. The ranking state police officer, Lieutenant Colonel John O'Donovan, was on the phone complaining about the leak to the head of the FBI's Boston office. The state police and FBI office were already accustomed to tangling over glory and credit for fighting crime in Massachusetts, but this kind of accusation marked the nadir of a strained relationship. Faced with the angry finger pointing, law enforcement did what it always does, it held a meeting. The summit at a Ramada Inn in Boston convened 4 days after Morris's party blunder. Attending was a who's who of law and order, O'Donovan and Long from the state police, county prosecutors, Boston police officials, an FBI official, and Jeremiah T. O'Sullivan. O'Donovan presented the grievances of the state police. Looking around the room, he spiced his indignation with a small bluffing game. He claimed their bug had been extremely productive until it was tipped. And he said they knew Bulger and Flemmy were informants. Of course, the state police had no solid proof that Bulger and Flemmy were FBI snitches. But O'Donovan had a strong hunch about Bulger's possible ties to the FBI, going back to an encounter he'd had with the gangster a couple of years earlier. O'Donovan recalled going to see Bulger at Marshall Motors. The issue was a threat against a state trooper from one of Bulger's associates in the Winter Hill gang. Packing 2 guns, O'Donovan stopped by the garage to convince Bulger that any move against a trooper was a stupid idea. Bulger quickly assured the lieutenant colonel that nothing would come of the hot-headed rhetoric. Then the two chatted sociably about life along the law enforcement landscape, with one thing leading to another, and finally to the FBI. O'Donovan mentioned that he preferred the older agents in the Boston office to the younger ones, saying that new agents like John Morris were too inexperienced in the ways of Boston. He made it clear that he was not impressed by Morris and other young Turks. About 2 weeks later, O'Donovan took a call from a fuming John Morris, who wanted to know why he was badmouthing the FBI with Whitey Bulger. O'Donovan was brought up short and concluded that either the FBI had a bug planted inside Marshall Motors or Bulger was an FBI informant. Morris's indiscreet call only compounded O'Donovan's mistrust for the FBI supervisor. O'Donovan saw the agent as a schemer who maneuvered behind a friendly demeanor. Another time he passed along a state police tip to Morris about a fugitive on the 10 most wanted list. The same day Morris and several agents raced to capture the terrorist bomber. There was no joint arrest, just an FBI press conference. O'Donovan and his troopers were forgotten on the sidelines. But none of this was proof of skullduggery. It was just troubling background that an experienced policeman never forgot. And at the Ramada, O'Donovan didn't get into this kind of history. But neither did he and Sergeant Long disclose that the troopers, despite the setback at the Lancaster Street garage, were planning to take another run at Bulger and Flemmy later in August. Instead, O'Donovan focused on recapping the debacle at the garage, climaxed by his conviction that the FBI had compromised the bug. Between the lines, the topic on the roundtable was nothing short of accusing FBI agents of a crime, obstruction of justice. But the FBI men did not flinch. It was their kind of game. The Bureau's representative, an agent named Weldon L. Kennedy, one of the assistant supervisors in Boston, listened politely to O'Donovan of the state police. Once O'Donovan was done, Kennedy had little to say. "We'll get back to you," he finally offered. But that was it. After the meetings, however, the FBI in Boston went into spin cycle. Initially, the Bureau insisted that Morris had learned about the bug by putting 2 and 2 together. First, his own informants from the North End Mafia had detected new faces in the area, and second, Morris had heard that Boston police were ordered to stay away from Lancaster Street. To a professional like Morris, there was only one conclusion to draw: something investigatory was underway. Morris even offered that his approach to the Boston cop was a well-meaning bid to use his insight as a warning to the troopers. But O'Donovan and his troopers viewed Morris's account as disingenuous at best and, during the weeks after the Ramada Inn summit, made it clear they were not buying the FBI's explanation. In turn, the FBI moved the tense, interagency dispute up a notch. The FBI said it had learned from its informants that any leak had come from within the state police. The collapse of the bugging operation was the state police's own fault. The agent who had brought this new juicy intelligence to the table was John Connolly. Back at State Police headquarters, the troopers kept debating what went wrong, going over every move they'd made. They weren't going to give up, not yet. They'd seen too much of Bulger and Flemmy. They let a few weeks go by to give Bulger and Flemmy some room to move. Then they hit the street again, riding around to see if they could pick up the gangsters' scent. It wasn't easy, especially after the debacle at the garage. Bulger was crafty, a difficult mark. Behind the wheel of the Chevy, he employed a number of evasive driving techniques. If he was approaching a traffic light and the light was turning yellow, he accelerated and raced through the intersection. Sometimes he simply ran the red light. He drove down a street and suddenly pulled a U-turn and came back at you. Sometimes he drove the wrong way down a one-way street, and Southie seemed cursed with one-way streets. He knew South Boston cold, and he often zigzagged his way through the old neighborhood rather than take a direct route to his destination. But soon enough the troopers picked him up. Just before Labor Day, Long, Freilich, and O'Malley established that Bulger and Flemmy had a new pattern, and it revolved around a bank of public payphones outside of Howard Johnson's restaurant right off of the Southeast Expressway. The new routine went like this. Nicky Femia drove into the Hojo's parking lot, circled around, and then parked. He'd saunter over to the payphones, look around, stuff a few coins into the phone, and make a call. The black Chevy pulled in a few minutes later, carrying Bulger and Flemmy. Then they climbed out and looked around, and each went into a telephone booth to make some calls. They chatted away, their heads bobbing and turning, always looking out over the parking lot and studying any vehicle that might drive by. Once off the phone, they drove off. The troopers, if they could keep up, followed him to Southie or into the North End, where they met up with any one of the number of underworld figures they used to meet in the bay and office of the Lancaster Street garage. So far the investigation had focused on loan sharking and gambling, but the troopers now began to make out the hint of a drug connection. The troopers didn't know at first who Frank Lepre was, in fact, a number of photographed wise guys were written up in their logs as unknown white male. But showing one such photograph around, the troopers learned it was Lepre, a former Winter Hill associate who'd gone into the business of marijuana trafficking with Kevin Daly of South Boston. Lepre had shown up at Lancaster Street carrying a briefcase. Looking back, Long and his troopers realized it wasn't full of candy bars, that's for sure. After Labor Day, the troopers had followed Bulger and Flemmy from the payphones to South Boston, where the two gangsters met up with Kevin Daly. This time Flemmy was the one carrying a briefcase. They met for an hour in the parking lot of a closed-down gas station across from the Gillette Company plant along the 4-Point Channel. The next day at Hojo's, on Friday, September 5th, Femia caught the trooper's attention when he tucked a small automatic handgun in his pocket before locking up his blue Malibu. Bulger and Flemmy pulled in, and then a short while later a grey Mercedes 450 SL rolled into the lot. Driving the car was Mickey Caruana, who at 41 was reputedly the biggest drug trafficker in New England. Caruana was the mafia's own drug kingpin, a brash high roller who answered to no one except Raymond L.S. Patriarca, the Providence-based godfather of New England. In 1983 he would become a fugitive, fleeing a federal indictment for drug trafficking that charged him with netting $7.7 million between 1978 and 1981. Bulger and Flemmy greeted Caruana. Femia stayed back while the three men went into the restaurant. The meeting lasted about 90 minutes. Outside, Bulger and Caruana shook hands heartily before splitting up. It was all tantalizing stuff. There was another meeting with Kevin Daly in Southie, and yet another encounter with the mafia's Larry Zanino, who arrived at Hojo's in his blue Continental. Compared to the Flophouse, the troopers' command post was posh. They'd set up in a 4th-floor bedroom at Hojo's overlooking the payphones and were photographing and videotaping Bulger's comings and goings. Pulling all their intelligence together, the troopers went back to court. On September 15, 1980, Judge Barton approved their second bid to capture Bulger's and Flemmy's incriminating words. The troopers had all 5 payphones tapped. The wiring was done 2 nights later, on a Wednesday night. But once again the troopers came up empty. Eager and optimistic, they took up the position in their hotel room the next afternoon, awaiting their target's regular arrival. But 1 o'clock came and went. 2 o'clock. 3 o'clock. The hours passed. Bulger and Flemmy were no-shows. They didn't show up the next day either, or the day after, or the day after that. Once again Bulger was gone. Inside their hotel room, the sullen troopers had a lot of empty time on their hands. The court order they had lasted until October 11th, but Bulger never reappeared. They could have screamed and yelled, cursed the high heavens, but they didn't. They didn't trash the room. But they did talk obsessively about their plight, talk that went in dizzying circles. What the hell was going on? Maybe they were crazy, or at least too stubborn for their own good, but Long and his unit reviewed the intelligence they had amassed against Bulger and Flemmy and, despite their setbacks, decided to launch a third and final try. They all felt some pressure to produce something tangible, a prosecutable case, after investing more than 6 months of manpower and resources in the investigation. They also weren't naive. With each failure the chances for success narrowed. Bulger and Flemmy were on high alert. But Long and the troopers were still fired up, and they decided to take a final shot at the high-riding crime bosses. We didn't think our chances were good, Long recalled, but we figured what the hell, go for it. If it doesn't work out, we close the books on it and move on. Their target would be the black Chevy. Installing a bug in the car would be the Hail Mary pass. The troopers had chased Bulger from the Lancaster Street garage and from the payphones outside Hojo's. From their surveillance, they now saw that Bulger was using the car as a mobile office. For a few weeks in the fall, the troopers once again eased off to give Bulger and Flemmy some breathing room. Resuming their surveillance in late 1980, they saw that Bulger and Flemmy continued to conduct most of their business in the Chevy. Bulger's new routine was to drive into the North End in the early afternoon and park outside of Giro's. The restaurant, located on one of the neighborhood's busiest streets, Commercial Street, was only a few blocks from Angelo's headquarters at 98 Prince Street. Giro's, like the garage before it, was a hub of underworld activity. Wise guys were moving in and out of the restaurant throughout the early afternoon. Sometimes Bulger or Flemmy went inside and sat at a table for a meeting with various underworld figures, but most of the time they sat in their car and hosted a stream of wise guys who climbed into the Chevy, talked a bit of business, and then got out. Following Bulger into the North End, it was a wonder the troopers did not bump into the FBI. The troopers, of course, didn't realize it at the time, but for most of 1980 the FBI had been putting the finishing touches on its sophisticated plan to bug 98 Prince Street. The operation, codenamed Bostar, targeted Gennaro Angelo and the top tier of Boston's mafia. Throughout the year, FBI agents had been combing the North End, documenting the daily rhythms at 98 Prince. John Morris, as supervisor of the organized crime squad, was in charge, along with case agent Edward M. Quinn. John Connolly and a dozen or more agents were part of the top-secret team. By the fall of 1980, Strike Force attorney Wendy Collins had already gone through several drafts of the Title III application to win the federal court approval the FBI needed to break into 98 Prince Street to install bugs. Even though Bulger and Flemmy were Connolly's prized informants, the two had not been used to develop the probable cause the FBI needed for Wendy Collins's Title III work in progress. Instead, the FBI was mostly relying on 5 or 6 other informants, all of them gamblers and loan sharks, who, unlike Bulger and Flemmy, regularly met with Angelo inside 98 Prince Street. Of course, it wasn't as if Bulger had not been discussing the mafia in his surreptitious meetings with Connolly. He had, but Connolly's FBI reports for those sessions contained mostly second-hand mafia gossip. Early in 1980, for example, Bulger described a brawl that had erupted at a mafia wedding reception after a young hothead made the stupid mistake of ridiculing Larry Zanino. Instantly some of Zanino's men attacked the young man, who suffered multiple lacerations and a couple of broken bones. Bulger told Connolly about Nick Gisso, who was Bulger's daily mafia contact at the Lancaster Street garage and then at Giro's. The mafia, said Bulger, is supposed to be upset with Nick Gisso because of Nick's continual use of cocaine. To his credit, Bulger did provide some information about the activities of the drug traffickers Caruana, Lepre, and Daly. Mickey Caruana and Frank Lepre were behind the load that was interrupted recently in Maine, Bulger told Connolly in April. Bulger even gave Connolly Caruana's phone number. But these Bulger reports did not include any disclosures by Bulger about the extent and nature of his own growing business ties to the marijuana and cocaine traffickers. At Giro's, Bulger and Flemmy met with a who's who of mafia associates of Gennaro Angelo's, Zanino, Danny Angelo, Nicky Gisso, Dominic F. Isabella, Ralphie Chong, Lamartina, Vincent, Fat Vinny, Roberto, and a steady stream of bookmakers and loan sharks. In March, armed with a 102-page, sworn affidavit authored by Rick Freilich and with accompanying surveillance photographs of Bulger and his mafia contacts, the troopers went back to court. Superior Court Judge John T. Ronan authorized their third bid for electronic surveillance on March 19, 1981. That court order gave them 5 days to get their bug in the car. But 5 days later, the troopers were back in court seeking an extension to the original court order. They hadn't been able to get near the car long enough to install their 1-watt transmitting microphone along with a tracking device. Flemmy kept the Chevy at night, either in Milton or in Brookline at the apartment complex, Longwood Towers. Neither location was accessible. In Milton, each time the troopers approached the car under the cover of darkness, Flemmy's dog went nuts. At Longwood Towers, the state police technician actually got into the Chevy, but then a delayed car alarm went off. Freilich threw a rag over the security camera, grabbed the technician, and fled, just ahead of a security guard and Flemmy himself. The judge approved an extension, and the troopers, their hopes waning, devised their most ambitious plan. A trooper would stop Flemmy for a phony traffic infraction. The trooper would run Flemmy's plate, inform him the Chevy had been reported stolen, and then order the car towed away. With the car in their possession, the troopers could install a bug before Flemmy retrieved it. The trooper, Billy Gorman, stopped Flemmy one afternoon as he drove the Chevy through an intersection in Roxbury. Hidden but nearby, Long and the other troopers watched and monitored the cruiser's radio. Gorman had been handpicked for the assignment. He was unflappable, and the mission called for a trooper who would not be drawn into an ugly exchange with the volatile gangster. The cruiser's lights flashed, and Flemmy pulled over. The trooper got out, and so did Flemmy. They headed for each other right there in the street. The trooper spoke first. Did you see that old lady that you almost ran over? The many months of only being able to study gangster body language now ended abruptly, and at long last the troopers finally heard actual noise from one of their targets. Flemy's first words were hardly pleasant ones. "What the fuck is this shit?" he shouted. No ordinary citizen, the gangster was not impressed by a trooper's uniform and badge. His temper raced from 0 to 60 in an instant. "Do you know who I am, you fucking jerk? This is harassment." Methodically, Gorman asked Flemmy for his license and registration. "I don't got no fucking registration," Flemmy yelled. "These are dealer plates, can't you see?" The trooper calmly told Flemmy he should still have a registration. The trooper explained he was going to have to run the plate and that Flemmy would have to wait patiently. Gorman headed back to his cruiser, and Flemmy stormed off into a convenience store where he began making telephone calls. In the cruiser, Gorman consulted with Long. The tow truck was summoned. The installation crew was waiting in the back lot of the nearby abandoned Mattapan State Hospital. Flemmy came back out of the store, and Trooper Gorman explained that the car had been reported stolen. Gorman and Long even play-acted on the cruiser's radio, with Long telling the patrol trooper, "Please be advised that the vehicle comes back as stolen from Nassau County, New York, in July 1979. Gorman told Flemmy the Chevy was going to be towed. Flemmy was apoplectic. Then he uttered the words that made Long's and every other state trooper's stomach turn to mush. "You tell fuckin' O'Donovan that if he wants to bug my car so bad, I'll drive it right up to fucking 1010. O'Donovan was obviously Lieutenant Colonel John O'Donovan, Long's commander, and 1010 was a reference to state police headquarters. Flemmy knew. It was over. Flemmy went back inside the convenience store. The car was towed away, but even before its arrival behind the hospital, Flemmy's lawyer was telephoning O'Donovan screaming about the blatantly absurd seizure of the car. The state police commander kept a stiff upper lip and didn't give the lawyer anything, saying the car had come back as reported stolen. But the troopers all knew the ruse was up. Long told the troopers not to even install the bug. "Don't give Bulger and Flemmy the satisfaction of taking apart the car and finding the bug," he said. "Let them wonder, maybe they'll get a little paranoid." This was the troopers' only consolation. They'd thrown the Hail Mary, and it had fallen woefully short. Despite their many months of successful surveillance, they'd lost in the streets against Bulger and Flemmy. They may have seen Bulger and Flemmy joined at the hip to the Boston Mafia, but they would not be taking them to court. They'd been outmaneuvered at every turn. But even in failure, the state police had triggered, unbeknownst to them, a massive internal crisis over at the FBI, a crisis that, more than any other in the FBI's long history with Bulger and Flemmy, posed the biggest threat to the cherished deal Connolly and Morris had with the two gangsters. Oceanofpdf.com. Chapter 7: Betrayal. Responsibility for the stunning breach in security and the potentially devastating state police bugging of Bulger and Flemmy fell squarely in the FBI's lap, and on one agent in particular. It was Connolly, Flemmy later admitted. But Connolly wasn't the only FBI agent watching out for Whitey Bulger like a lifeguard monitoring shark-infested waters. Morris, Flemmy added, had also tipped him off. The supervisor, said Flemmy, had told Bulger that another agent had come to him looking for background information on the two gangsters. Morris interpreted the inquiry as groundwork for another group's plan to launch electronic surveillance. In fact, before he heard from Connolly and Morris, Flemmy had gotten an even earlier tip about a possible bug from one of the bookies he and Bulger were in business with. The bookie claimed to have picked up his information from a state police trooper. But Flemmy was the first to acknowledge that this was second-hand, underworld hearsay that could not compare to the solid confirmation Connolly soon provided. His job was to protect us, said Flemmy about Connolly's help. Years later, Connolly would finally admit that he warned Bulger and Flemmy, but his version came with a self-preserving twist. He claimed O'Sullivan had asked him to alert his informants. Flemmy, in court testimony, backed up Connolly. Jeremiah O'Sullivan told John Connolly, "We were being bugged down at Lancaster Street and to provide us with that information." O'Sullivan's camp has denied Connolly's version, a strained account that did not square with the prosecutor's passion for putting gangsters behind bars or his animated enthusiasm for the state police operation in his meetings with troopers. Flemmy's testimony was simply seen as a bid to protect the agent who for years had protected him. The more likely scenario, according to state police, was that O'Sullivan may have taken Connolly into his confidence out of professional courtesy, mindful that Connolly was in fact the FBI's handler of Bulger and Flemmy, and that Connolly then betrayed that confidence. Indeed, the state police has long held. Suspicions of FBI duplicity hardened into dogma when one of the troopers doing surveillance spotted Bulger sitting with Connolly in a car in South Boston. Whatever the fine details, Morris and Connolly had warned Bulger and Flemmy, and the FBI leaks had undermined another police agency's bid to target Boston's Irish gang. But amid the Morris and Connolly cover-up, there was one potential bright spot. O'Donovan had found an earnest audience in the one agent who counted, the new FBI boss in town, Special Agent in Charge Lawrence Sarhat, who did not buy Morris's defensive explanations. They didn't sound credible, and the more Sarhat thought about it, the more he began asking a question far more threatening. Sarhat wondered whether Bulger had become more trouble than he was worth. Had this South Boston gangster grown too close to his FBI handlers? Beyond the question of the leak, Sarhat began asking Morris and Connolly about Bulger's suitability. This whole new line of inquiry further jeopardized the core deal established by Connolly 5 years earlier. The strife landed on Morris's desk at a difficult time. At home his marriage was falling apart. His reckless party chatter and phone call to O'Donovan had almost blown everything. And work was all-consuming. He was coordinating the strategy to win federal court approval to bug Gennaro Angelo's office at 98 Prince Street. He was overseeing a punishing schedule for his expanding squad of agents. Now along came Sarhat questioning the cornerstone of the organized crime squad, Whitey's and Stevie's information highway. On top of all that, Morris knew he was losing control over the loose cannon on his squad, the crafty and connected Connolly. Connolly had been livid at Morris for his foolhardy overture at the midsummer party. Morris had tried to make things better with Connolly. During the leak inquiry, Morris had admitted in his reports that Connolly also knew about the bug well before Morris had shot his mouth off at the Friday night party. Morris's report kept Connolly off the FBI's internal suspect list of leakers. But Connolly was exerting his influence over Morris more than ever before, his bombastic personality overwhelming the introverted boss. I should have said no to Connolly, Morris said. But I didn't want to take him on. After weathering a crisis of his own making, Morris began to fear Connolly's political connections with the vindictive Billy Bulger and Connolly's South Boston Brotherhood with the dangerous Whitey. Late in 1980, as the FBI internal inquiry evolved from a look at a possible leak into a more dangerous review of Bulger, Morris began to follow Connolly's lead in converting the challenge they faced into something resembling an old South Boston us versus them fight against outsiders. To rebut Sarhat's concerns, Connolly and Morris would have to prove that Bulger and Flemmi were invaluable assets that the state police were simply trying to destroy out of jealousy. Look at Bulger's potential, they would argue, right up the FBI chain of command, not at his life in crime. No matter what it took, this is what they had to make Sarhat see. As the new FBI man in town, Sarhat learned quickly that boisterous Boston was not at all like his last posting in sleepy Knoxville, Tennessee. Never before during his 20-year career had he encountered such a tangled tale of treachery. But he was determined to get to the bottom of it. Almost alone at the FBI, he viewed the state police's O'Donovan as a straight shooter with a genuine problem. Prodded by O'Donovan, Sarhat kept demanding more sensible answers from Morris and kept getting specious ones. After weeks of internal go-arounds and lame memos, Sarhat began to turn up the volume about possibly closing Bulger down. If the state police knew about Bulger's ties to the FBI, he worried, then everyone else at the round table at the Ramada knew. If all those state and police officials knew, that meant eventually the top-secret information might spill into the city's underworld. Indeed, Sarhat worried that the word was already out about Bulger and that it would get him killed, leaving blood on everyone's hands. Besides, Sarhat questioned whether Bulger's information was all the good. He began to entertain the heretical thought. Shut Bulger down. But Morris and Connolly had an answer. Cut Bulger and Flemmi into the biggest case ever in the history of the Boston FBI office, the bugging of Angelo headquarters. It was a brilliant plan, and John Morris sat in an extraordinary catbird seat, a traffic cop directing the players on both sides of the line to suit his own needs without any disruption in the organized crime squad. Winning a court's permission to plant a bug required jumping through a number of legal hoops, all of which had to do with providing the court with detailed information about the specific location the FBI was targeting for its proposed invasion of privacy. The FBI, working with prosecutors from Jeremiah O'Sullivan's office, had to prove to the court that it had probable cause to infringe on the mafiosi's otherwise constitutionally protected right to be left alone. In other words, the FBI had to show that the Angelos used the office as their base and were likely to be committing crimes there. To get the inside information that Gennaro Angelo presided over his wide-ranging rackets at 98 Prince Street, Morris relied on a number of informants who often went there. These 6 or so informants, gamblers and bookmakers who regularly visited 98 Prince Street to do business with the Angelos, brought the FBI squad intelligence that was ample and impressive. Many of them reported to Connolly, but one, the best informant in the lot, reported to Morris. This informant was a well-established bookmaker from the city of Chelsea, just north of Boston, and Angelo depended on the bookie's financial acumen. For his part, Whitey had rarely, if ever, stepped inside 98 Prince Street. The mafia was wary of the cheeky Bulger. He was Irish and hoarded South Boston profits for himself. But Flemmi had always been a mafia favorite. He was Italian and had a long history of ruthlessly collecting loan shark debts for the North End. But even Flemmi had been inside Angelo's office only 4 or 5 times. By the fall of 1981, the federal prosecutors assigned to work with the FBI was already putting the finishing touches on the government's application for electronic surveillance, known as a T3 application. In painstaking detail. The application incorporated Morris's reports from agents and from agents' informants. They contained no mention of Bulger and Flemmi. Morris and Connolly had to find a way to turn Prince Street to their advantage, and the T3, though in its final draft, was not yet complete. There was still time, and during the frenetic days leading up to its filing in court, Morris and Connolly went to work. The plan was to give Bulger and Flemmi credit for 98 Prince Street. It began with Morris cleaning up some paperwork. Ever since the race-fixing investigation, Flemmi had been closed as an informant. Morris had reopened Bulger in 1979, but Flemmi had been overlooked. Flemmi did not know he'd been closed and still met with Connolly as often as he ever did. He had to be officially reopened in order to be tucked into the Prince Street T3. Morris arranged the reopening in a teletype to FBI headquarters in Washington, D.C. Flemmi's new codename was Shogun, the term for the ruling military governors in ancient Japan who paid lip service to titular emperors. Next came a meeting between Morris and Sarhat on October 10th. The top FBI agent in Boston told Morris straight out that he was thinking of closing Bulger. Sarhat's alarming ruminations sent Morris and Connolly into overdrive. They called an emergency meeting for that very night, at Bulger's Quincy condominium. They explained the crisis at hand to their informants. And then the scheming agents explained that they wanted to add Bulger and Flemmi to the pending T3 as additional confidential informants who had provided inside information about 98 Prince Street. To fend off Sarhat's concern about Bulger's value, Morris and Connolly had come up with a masterstroke, a cameo appearance inside 98 Prince Street. Flemmi could walk easily into 98 Prince Street. But now Bulger would tag along, and afterward the agents could convert the walk-on part into a starring role. It was a dream solution, save Bulger to sink Angelo. And once in place, Sarhat would not be able to oppose the two agents except by spurning the collaborators who helped the FBI find its holy grail, a surefire case against the Boston Mafia. The last obstacle to the devious plan was some stage fright by Bulger and Flemmi. The savvy pair knew that a bug in Angelo's office would inevitably produce evidence of their own gambling and loan sharking ventures with Angelo, maybe even some old murders by Flemmi. Later Flemmi would say that he and Bulger pressed Morris and Connolly about whether they would be prosecuted for crimes revealed in bug conversations at 98 Prince Street. Flemmi would claim the agents assured us we wouldn't have a problem and not to be concerned about it. The FBI, they were repeatedly told, would look the other way on everything short of murder. Reassured, Bulger also blew off the state police contention that word about him was out and he was in danger. He said the only gangsters up to the job of taking him out were the ones who would never believe he was an informant in the first place, the Boston Mafia. He said his one worry was that the perceived weakness of Winter Hill, with some of its leaders in jail and on the lam, might prompt Angelo to make a move on him to reclaim territory and lost authority. Law enforcement was not even a concern worth mentioning. Inside the FBI, Connolly and Bulger teamed up, collaborating on an extraordinary memorandum that reduced Agent Connolly to a ghostwriter for the rampaging Bulger. Recasting the whole issue as a political attack, Connolly's internal memo said that Bulger viewed the state police as part of a conspiracy to embarrass his brother Billy. It was a toned-down FBI version of a South Boston Tribune editorial that railed at intruders from across the 4-Point Channel. It was us against them. Furthermore, the memo continued, Whitey wanted it known that the troopers were trying to make Connolly the fall guy for their own failures at the Lancaster Street garage. Look at the players, Bulger and Connolly exhorted, some of the same troopers who had worked for Norfolk County District Attorney William Delahunt. They were all after revenge because of Connolly's recent success in investigating their murderous informant, Miles Connor, the one who ratted out other people for his own crimes. Bulger, Connolly even went so far as to put the conspiracy inside the State House. The memo said that Delahunt and a political ally, Attorney General Francis Bellotti, were plotting revenge against Billy because he bottled up legislation that would have allowed Bellotti personal use of $800,000 in campaign funds. Whitey even protested that the state police were spreading rumors that Connolly passed him information through Billy. Connolly's memo invoked the South Boston maxim, always retaliate when attacked by outsiders. But it misfired. Sarhat suddenly had a highly spun polemic on his desk, a bizarre memo from an arrogant agent on behalf of an entitled informant, full of undocumented, even crazy inside baseball about political enemies seeking vengeance. For Sarhat, it heightened rather than assuaged his original concerns. Having vented his spleen, Bulger finally got down to the business of providing the FBI with some intelligence from Prince Street. It wasn't much, but that wasn't the point. It was something that could be dressed up and written about. Perception, not reality. On a crisp late fall day at the end of November, the pair dropped by for a visit arranged by Flemmi. They talked with Danny Angelo. Jerry wasn't even there. Danny beefed about the poor football betting season, and they talked about how Vincent, the animal, Ferrara, an up-and-comer in the Mafia, had agreed to track down a $65,000 blackjack debt that Billy Setapan owed Larry Zanino. Later memoranda extolled the mission as vital to the Angelo effort, but nothing of the sort showed up in Connolly's initial report. He even credited Flemmi, but not Bulger for information about Ferrara's mission for Zanino. But a few months later, when Connolly folded the ballyhooed Prince Street visit into larger memos listing Bulger's contributions, he claimed that Bulger provided detailed information on the momentous case, though he never explained what it was. Morris and others later testified that Bulger and Flemmi did a reconnaissance of Angelo's security system and that Flemmi drew an office layout for agents. In truth, the prized informants only told the FBI what it already knew, where the doors and windows were and that no alarms were visible. Morris admitted later that the foray was helpful, but not necessary to get court approval for the bug. But at the time it was enough. Bulger and Flemmi made it into the massive T3 document. Still, even with Morris and Connolly pushing the 98 Prince Street angle, Sarhat wanted more. A face-to-face meeting with the crime boss from South Boston to satisfy himself that retaining Bulger was the right thing to do. Connolly used one of his many connections around town to get a room at the Logan Airport Hotel on short notice. While the meeting on demand had an edge to it, Whitey arrived alone and with all his brash confidence. Flanked on each side by his FBI handlers, he was the most relaxed man in the small room. Sitting across from Sarhat in one of the cheap chairs, he clasped his hands behind his head and plunked his cowboy boots on a small table. He talked for 4 hours about his relationship with the Bureau and his life in crime. Bulger proclaimed himself an old-fashioned, true-blue FBI man. In fact, he said, his entire family were all admirers of the Bureau, dating back to the kindness shown to them in 1956 by none other than Agent Paul Rico, Flemmi's one-time handler, who went to Bulger's home in Southie to mollify his stricken parents after Whitey was arrested for bank robbery. It was such a transforming experience for him, Bulger told Sarhat with a straight face, that he no longer harbored indiscriminate hatred for all law enforcement. He threw in kudos for his good friend from the neighborhood, saying his affinity for the FBI was cemented by his close feelings for Connolly. Bulger also got in some licks at the state police, working the institutional bias against locals. He assured Sarhat that even though the state police knew about his informant role, he was not concerned about his own safety. He recycled his standard answer that no wise guy would ever believe he was a rat. It would be too incredible, he told the FBI boss, stressing his desire to remain an active informant. He also roundly denigrated O'Donovan, saying that their meeting in the late 1970s was marred by the detective's derogatory comments about the FBI. Taking a page out of Connolly's book, he took great umbrage at the criticism, standing tall for the FBI and praising Morris and Connolly for being nothing but the most professional in every respect. And finally getting to the point of the meeting, Bulger denied that the FBI had leaked word of the state police bug to him. He told Sarhat that he learned about it from a state trooper. In a stunning breach of informant protocol, Bulger refused to identify the trooper, saying only that the tip had been given as a favor and not as a corrupt act. For the state police, Bulger's refusal to identify a mole within law enforcement was a high-risk outrage. It should have been a simple matter of standard housekeeping for Sarhat: you plug the leak or you close the source. Otherwise, Bulger would keep his purported snitch in the state police while rank-and-file troopers such as Bob Long, Jack O'Malley, and Rick Freilich risked their lives chasing a crook who always knew they were coming. But Sarhat blinked and moved on. Sarhatt was clearly troubled by the airport hotel meeting, driving back to his downtown office with serious concerns about Bulger's credibility. But he was a new man in town with no allies. His top organized crime agents clearly wanted to keep Bulger and make use of him in pending mafia cases. Mulling what to do, Sarhat reached out to O'Sullivan. What would be the impact of closing Bulger, he asked. O'Sullivan jumped on him, saying it would amount to calamity in chasing the mafia. In his clipped, cocksure way, O'Sullivan told Sarhat that Bulger was crucial to the mother of all mafia cases, the imminent Prince Street bugging. Crucial became the watchword among all the sentinels guarding the FBI's secret deal with Bulger. Somehow, in a matter of weeks, Bulger had gone from being a troubling liability causing seismic fractures within law enforcement to the key to the future. Connolly and Morris had done well. Of course, the relentless O'Sullivan viewed the issue through his prosecutor's tunnel vision. He was for just about anything that would get him closer to nailing the Angelos, and he needed the organized crime squad led by Morris and Connolly to get there. To the firebrand prosecutor, Bulger was such a means to an end that he told Sarhat to retain him, regardless of his current activities, a recommendation that covered a lot of dirty ground. This tipped the scales for Sarhat, who could live with unhappy agents but would have trouble making his way if the chief prosecutor in his new jurisdiction was against him. As part of a 1-2 punch, Connolly quickly sent Sarhat a long memorandum justifying the continued use of Bulger, listing all his contributions over the prior 5 years. Although Whitey's recent visit to Angelo's office had produced no new information, Connolly proclaimed Prince Street the centerpiece of accomplishments that made Bulger the highest caliber informant in recent FBI history. Connolly's memo was the ultimate spin document. It covered the waterfront, almost hailing Whitey Bulger as a crime fighter. Connolly gave him exaggerated and at times false credit for solving murders, saving 2 FBI agents' lives, and breaking news with inside information on a headline-grabbing bank heist. Morris weighed into second the motion, saying that losing Bulger would be a serious blow to the Bureau's organized crime squad. By the time Connolly's memo of December 2, 1980, landed on Sarhat's desk, the boss had touched all the bases. It was decision time. He had talked to the man himself, wrangled with the key agents, and got braced by the best prosecutor in town. Any reservations Sarhat had were reduced to a final, face-saving demand he scrawled at the bottom of Connolly's glowing memo. Sarhat ordered that a tickler be placed in Bulger's file so the issue would be revisited in 3 months. But it was a paperwork matter now. Connolly would do the review under Morris's supervision. Whitey was home free. Connolly would even walk away from the state police challenge with a career, stat, or commendation in his file for Bulger's covered Prince Street work. It was the kind of formal recognition that was a hot item within the Bureau. It brought salary bonuses to agents with informants who provided material incorporated into T3S. When all was said and done, the Lancaster Street caper had a dispiriting ending out of The French Connection, the movie in which drug dealers walked and cops were reassigned. The state police wound up with what one of them called a bloody bag of nothing. The valiant effort to target the collaborating organized crime leaders of the Winter Hill Gang and the Mafia was sabotaged and in ashes. Sergeant Bob Long was transferred to the narcotics squad. And within months an effort was made at the State House to eliminate the state police leadership that oversaw organized crime investigations, including O'Donovan and 4 others. During one of the late-night sessions that became a hallmark of Billy Bulger's long reign as Senate President, his chamber passed an anonymous amendment to the state budget that struck back at O'Donovan in an exquisitely simple and perversely personal way. A short provision with no fingerprints required officers 50 or older, O'Donovan, a major, and 3 captains, to make a choice, take a reduction in pay and rank or retire. The provision also covered the chief detective in District Attorney Delahunt's office, Major John Regan. After several anxious days and protests from public safety officials about a ploy by organized crime, the item was vetoed by the governor. But the point was made. Oceanofpdf.com. Chapter 8 Prince Street hitman around midnight, long after agents had followed Gennaro Angelo home and reported back that the Mafia boardroom was a dark office on a still street in the North End. The FBI entry team began to move out from headquarters about a mile away in downtown Boston. A dozen agents had whittled the night away in the big open squad room, sitting on desktops, drinking coffee, trading wisecracks. Some talked about the Celtics' tight victory over Los Angeles that afternoon, a good win despite Larry Bird's bad game. Others wondered why the boss, Larry Sarhat, was going on the mission that night. Did it mean he lacked confidence in the game plan? Or was Sarhat doing what most 20-year FBI men would do, getting involved on a big night? No one was sure. After everyone was in place in the North End, John Morris, as the organized crime squad supervisor, called the shots over a two-way radio from a car on the other side of a small hill from Angelo's office.
All right, this is very interesting. All right, I put it all together. Okay, here's what happened. Okay, ready? The former Norfolk DA, William Delahunt, was at a restaurant. He was having a meal, and he saw Whitey Bulger and might have been Flemmy threatening the business owner over a debt. Delahunt couldn't open a prosecution in Norfolk County with his troopers because he was a witness. So he went to the FBI and told them what happened, and they never prosecuted. So I now understand what's going on. I thought it was like Rachel Rollins upset at Michael Morrissey. No. The reason the FBI, there's a lot of reasons the FBI got embarrassed about the Whitey Bulger thing, but the reason it, like the seminal moment that led to everything about Whitey Bulger being exposed and John Conley and the FBI being weird with Bulger was when the Norfolk DA tried to report, the former Norfolk DA, William Delahunt, tried to report Whitey Bulger and Stevie Flemmy for trying to beat up or like threaten a restaurant owner over a debt. That restaurant owner went to Jeremiah T. Sullivan, who was he was a private lawyer who was about to become like a top federal prosecutor. And Jeremiah T. Sullivan told him the guy had to like relocate or basically like cooperate. So the guy, the restaurant owner, cooperates against Whitey. But the thing is, it couldn't go anywhere because Whitey was an informant for the FBI and Stevie Fleming, protected by Morris and John Conley. And it created this weird situation where the Norfolk DA, and reading between the lines here, here's what I think happened. The old Norfolk DA tried to report Whitey to the FBI. The case never went anywhere. And instead of charging the case himself, because he couldn't prosecute these guys, he was a witness. He was going to be a witness in any case against them. It had to be a federal case. So the Norfolk DA refers it over to the FBI. It never goes anywhere. Now, this then gets like turned against the Norfolk DA because one of the informants he was using, named Miles Conley, was like doing bad things of his own, and like the FBI kind of spun it, and they kind of they were chippy with each other in the very beginning. Then, reading between the lines, out of nowhere, state police troopers who used to work for Delahunt, or maybe were still working for Delahunt in the Norfolk DA's office, all of a sudden, randomly, try 3 different times to get search warrants on the Hanover Street garage that Flemmi and Bolger are running because they want to be close to the Italian mafia. Okay. Now, all of these attempts fail, okay, for the state police to bug Whitey and the Hanover Street garage because they tried to bug Whitey's car. And Flemmi and Whitey realize it because they're tipped off. Now, they're obviously tipped off by the FBI, John Conley and Morris. But Whitey and Morris and Conley try to blame it on the state police to gaslight them. In reality, it was the FBI. So the FBI blows the state police wiretap of Whitey and Stevie Flemmi. But you have to think about it. The state police wiretap of Whitey and Stevie Flemmi was probably retaliation from William Delahunt and the Norfolk DA. It was like by proxy retaliation against the FBI because it was actually William Delahunt who was the first person to figure out that the FBI was covering for Whitey Bulger, and he did it incidentally. So this now explains what the hell's going on here, okay? It makes a lot of sense. There's 30 years of institutional hatred between the Boston FBI and DOJ and the Norfolk DA's office, whether it was William Delahunt, the troopers working for him, or otherwise. Now, what makes it even more wild is that what happened is, after these wiretaps get exposed, there was like this summit at a Ramada Inn. This is apparently common if law enforcement agencies fight. They have a summit at a Ramada Inn. I don't know. So they have a summit. And at this summit, it becomes very, very clear, although the FBI doesn't admit it at the time, that the FBI is a problem, okay? And that somebody's onto them, whether it's the state police or the Norfolk DA at the time, whoever. So what the FBI does, it's not really the FBI. It's more like it's more Morris and Conley, and then you have to understand that there were two locations in the North End. Okay, there was Whitey was part of the Irish mob, and then Stevie Flemmi was Italian, but he ran with Whitey. Okay, and Stevie Flemmi, dating back to like the '60s, had connections to Raymond Patriarca. Patriarca was the crime boss in Providence who controlled New England for the commission, okay? And what happened was it's not all of New England because technically like Springfield and Worcester are, I think, Genovese family. And then like I don't know if it's like Gambino that works directly with the Patriarchas, whatever. The point is, Stevie Flemmi's got rep with the Italian mafia going back to the 60s because of Raymond Patriarca. And the Angiulos ran a business out of 95 Prince Street in downtown, which is right next to Hanover Street, where Whitey and Flemmi had the garage. The Angiulo brothers were the Patriarcha's men in Boston. Okay, it was called In Town, 95 Prince Street. Now, you have two simultaneous things going on here. You have the Norfolk DA at the time incidentally stumbling on Whitey and Stevie Flemmi being informants for the FBI, and then taking it out on the FBI by having the state police do wiretaps on the Hanover Street garage. Simultaneously, you have the big guys at the FBI. I am talking about the big guys at the FBI trying to take down the American mafia. And so the way that they're trying to take down the American mafia is they're trying to do a bug. The FBI is trying to do their own bug on 95 Prince Street. Now, the bug that they're trying to do on 95 Prince Street, it doesn't really have anything to do with the information that Whitey and Stevie Flemmi are giving to Morrissey and John Conley, the FBI agents. However, during the process of what's called a Title III wiretap application in federal court, Morrissey and Conley get hands on the final draft, and they put in there this like staged encounter that Flemmi, using his connections to the Angiulo brothers via Patriarca, gets for Whitey. By the way, Jerry Angiulo, the boss, wasn't even there. It was like Danny Angiulo, the brother. But the point is, Whitey and Flemmi get into 95 Prince Street, and that allows the FBI to, or at least Conley and Morris, to put in the Title III application for the warrant for 95 Prince Street that Bulger and Flemmi helped. Why is this relevant? Because a new special agent, Lawrence Sarhart, was trying to shut Whitey down as an informant because he thought like there was some serious bad conduct going on. And also, Sarhart found out about the leak by Morris and Conley about the state police wiretaps. And one of the state police guys, O'Donovan, I think it was going to the Sarhart and saying, hey, you really got to press Morris on his relationship with Whitey because somebody was leaking our wiretaps. All right, well, this in turn leads to clearly someone in the FBI going to Whitey's brother Billy, because then a bill gets passed in the legislature on Beacon Hill that specifically like strips rank, like fires by other means, like 3 of the 5 state police officers who were involved with the then Norfolk DA William Delahunt or the wiretap of Whitey, including O'Donovan, who was like the corporal that was in charge of going after Whitey and Flemmy with the attempted wiretaps on the Hanover Street garage and Flemmy's Cadillac that Morris and Conley leaked to Whitey. All right. Now, why is this all relevant? Okay, because by a snowball of events, we now actually, it wasn't just Rachel Rollins and Dustin Chow having a grudge against Michael Morrissey. The Boston FBI and the DOJ in Boston probably have had this quest since the 90s to make sure that the state police and the Norfolk DA's office and anyone in their orbit are given the same treatment that the Norfolk DA, that the FBI got due to what they were doing with Bolger and Fleming. I now understand it. That's why this isn't a political question. Someone at Maine Justice had to get briefed on this and explained probably that the FBI, first of all, the FBI doesn't forget anything. Second of all, of course they were never going to let the embarrassment that was Whitey Bulger just stand. Somebody was going to pay for doing that to them. I now get it. I get it. It's not just, I was thinking so myopically in hindsight. This is the turnkey that explains everything. This book. Not just this book, but the series of events. And it's not by happenstance. Like, this is everything. Oh, my goodness. I can't believe that I just experienced this. Like, I'm having those kind of, like, tingles at this moment because I think I see it. I finally get it. It is the revenge of the Boston FBI and the DOJ. Like, the state police and the Norfolk DA, that office, are going to pay for what they did to the FBI by making them lose face over the Bolger and Flemmy situation with Conley and Morris. I got it. I put it together. What if a network, different explanation, what if a network had the ability to halt, limit, oust, or crusading Josh Levy? No. So Josh Levy was the former assistant U.S. attorney in Massachusetts, and then became the acting U.S. attorney, and then the U.S. attorney for the District of Massachusetts after Rachel Rollins' ouster. What happened was Rachel Rollins tried to interfere in the Suffolk DA primary between Kevin Hayden and Ricardo Arroyo in August and September of 2022. And she tried to do that by launching a pretextual probe into Kevin Hayden. It wasn't even like launching a probe. She couldn't get authority to launch a probe because Bill Abley wouldn't do it. He was the head of the criminal division. I think Dustin Chow, the head of the public integrity section, wouldn't do it either. And so Rollins calls in like this friend through a friend of a friend. She has this friend in Maine Justice that deals with recusals or something. So she recuses herself from an investigation that doesn't exist into Kevin Hayden, then leaks the recusal letter to Sean Philip Cotter, who was then with the Herald, now with the Globe. Sean Philip Cotter, to his credit, and the Herald, to their credit, realize it's election interference and don't run it. But the DOJ OIG catches wind of it, and by November of 2022, they're interviewing Rachel Rollins, the former U.S. attorney for the District of Massachusetts, appointed by President Biden. They're interviewing her about a Hatch Act violation because she went to an Andover party in an official government vehicle with a DOJ staffer to meet Dr. Jill Biden. She was very close to the Biden White House because I believe Rachel Rollins helped the Biden White House in 2020 take out Joe Kennedy Jr. during a Senate primary with Ed Markey, because Joe Kennedy Jr., then in the House of Reps, would have been on a similar trajectory to JFK had he beaten Markey, and he would have primaried Biden in 2024. And Biden's people in 2020 thought Biden was still going to run in 2024. They didn't see the Harris debacle coming and Biden having to not run. So I think Rollins got rewarded for working with Turtle Boy, of all people, to send Rayla Campbell to Joe Kennedy Jr. events during that Senate primary in order to sabotage Joe Kennedy Jr.'s campaign so Ed Markey would win the Senate race. I know, right? Wild. Anyway, Rachel Rollins gets interviewed by the DOJ OIG in November, December of 2022. By January of 2023, she's referred for criminal charges because she, according to the DOJ, violated 18 U.S.C. 1001 and lied to the OIG about whether she leaked the recusal memo to the newspapers related to the non-existent Hayden investigation. Okay, so... and thinking back just a little bit more about all of this, the people who cooperated against Rachel Rollins, to answer your question, in the OIG investigation, none of them are named, but if you know their titles, it's obvious. It was Josh Levy, the then first U.S. Assistant Attorney, Bill Abley, the head of the Criminal Division, and Dustin Chow, the head of the Public Integrity Section, along with the executive officer/press officer who's been there for like 20 years. Those 4 people cooperated against Rachel Rollins to take her out. They were the ones who testified to the DOJ OIG. It's in the 163-page report, which you can find released by the OIG, DOJ OIG in May of 2023. It caused Rollins to resign. Now, be forced out of office. Now, so to answer your question, it's not that anybody forced Josh Levy out. What happened was Josh Levy actually was the one who forced Rachel Rollins out. Now, as to why Josh Levy left office and why he isn't really in favor right now, although I'm sure he has his own networks, as you're learning, you never leave the intelligence community. And the intelligence community includes like state police, federal police, the intelligence agencies, the prosecutors. That is the intelligence community, okay? You never leave it. You always have connections. But Josh Levy is liberal, okay? He was working with the Biden administration. When Josh Levy left office and Leah Foley came in January or February of 2025, Josh Levy immediately joined a law firm, Ropes and Gray maybe again, and then sued President Trump on behalf of Harvard, okay? So Josh Levy is not in favor with the current administration, but he probably has his own network of people who used to work at the DOJ, still work there. But the point is, I don't think anybody took out Josh Levy. It's just that President Trump won the election, and so Josh Levy's group isn't in power anymore. They probably still have people there in that office. Like, for example, I think Abley's still there. A lot of them are career civil servants, so you don't just fire them. You can't lose all that institutional knowledge. But the leadership right now is President Trump through U.S. Attorneys General Pam Bondi and then U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts, Leah Foley. So there's no room to be liberal right now in the DOJ. Like, look at the Civil Rights Division. The Civil Rights Division is the polar opposite of what it was under President Biden. I spoke about this before when I talked about why I didn't want to join the antitrust section, because it's very subject to political machinations. But anyway, all of that is to say you can clearly see in this book what it was. It wasn't just Rachel Rollins' tension with Michael Morrissey. She had previous tension with Michael Morrissey because he opposed some of her policies when she was Suffolk DA, including when she tried to, she had like a list of 25 offenses she wouldn't prosecute, and then like the opposite of the broken window theory of prosecution. And then she also tried to advocate for no life terms for youthful murder defendants under 25, and that led 4 or 5 other DAs, including Morrissey, to file an amicus in one of the cases, and Rollins just hated him, called him a meatball at one point, I think. Telling, I think, that people call him Meatball when I'm pretty sure Rollins came up with that name. Anyway, and then Dustin Chow's wife got passed over. She didn't get passed over for a promotion. She kept her salary, but they sent her, when she was working for the Norfolk DA's office in 2015, remember, Dustin Chow's the head of the Public Integrity Section at DOJ Boston. When Chow's wife was working for Michael Morrissey in 2015, she was given the same salary, but told she was going to go from Superior Court to District Court. She saw it as like not a good thing. It kind of isn't. It's less serious cases. So she left the office on bad terms. Chow allegedly went around saying he'd do anything he could to burn down Michael Morrissey's reputation. Keep those two things in mind, but those two, no individual can compel an institution to do anything with animus. You want to find the root of institutional animus, it make the FBI look bad. Okay, here we go. Now we have motive. Now everything makes sense. Yep, and the order to withdraw the death penalty in the Farwell case absolutely was signed by the Attorney General, or directed by the Attorneys General Pam Bondi. That's telling. It shows this is at Maine Justice. I've had suspicions for a while that this isn't in just the Boston office of the FBI. This is at Maine FBI, Maine Justice. This whole case, the Birchmore cover-up, all of this. And the reason why is there is, it's not just the FBI and the state police compete. There is institutional hatred there. And the state police and the Norfolk DA, even though it's not the same Norfolk DA as back in the 90s, they're going to be made an example of because they fundamentally were the cause of Whitey Bulger being an embarrassment to the FBI. Sorry, yeah, it was John Conley and Morris, but overall, come on. What they were doing was horrible, but there was that surveillance on Prince Street. They got the Angiulo brothers. Did they need Whitey and Flemmy to do it? Probably not. But whatever. That's working in high levels of intelligence. The real story here is that there was this inadvertent discovery, and it happened to be the then Norfolk DA William Delahunt, of Bulger and Flemmy being informants because of what he saw in that restaurant. And everything spiraled from there. And I think it was Delahunt who ordered the state police to go spy on Bulger and Flemmy at Hanover Street, and then that's what led to everything crashing down. And then even though the state police won in the end, and the Norfolk DA, William Delahunt, won in the end, and Bulger had to go, whatever, what you really saw there was a festering time bomb, because 30 years later, in 2022 or whatever, 2023, when all this stuff came up about Birchmore, the Sandra Birchmore cover-up, and the Karen Reed case, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, I bet you saw some of those 30-year agents who were there in the 90s, or whose parents were there, or whose friends were there, who were trained by people who were there. All of them. This isn't one or two people with a grudge. This is the entire FBI Boston office, along with probably segments of the DOJ, who have been upset about this since the 1990s because it made them look bad, the FBI, and they have a chip on their shoulder, and the way they're going to take it out, no pun intended, not a Michael Proctor on their shoulder. The way they're going to take it out is they're going to make the Norfolk DA and MSP look as bad as they did in the 90s. Historically, the regional ice cream guys have been in cohorts with the Commonwealth organized crime in mass, right? I have no idea, Three Clerk Monty. I haven't looked much into it. But what I will say is this. We're going to keep reading this book over the next coming days. There is a lot here. There's a lot of information. There is a lot of value to unpack this, and it ties it up together. That you really, I think I'm seeing here what the story is. I finally get it. There's so many moving pieces. It's very easy to see one piece of it and think that's the story. But I finally see the larger 30,000-foot picture that I've been waiting for so long. I knew it was in this book because I had read something in Black Mass on my last read through that made me think of the Norfolk DA, but I wasn't ready to fully appreciate, I hadn't read the Rollins OIG report the last time I read Black Mass. I wasn't ready. Now I'm ready. I fully understand everything I just read. I understand all of the players. I understand exactly what this is about, and I understand the legal machinations and the different procedural violations of both DOJ rules and et cetera, et cetera. It just all lines up. These two cases are inexorably intertwined. It may not, of course, people are starting to realize it, but it's not for the reasons people think. It's not because Whitey had Hank Brennan as a lawyer. No. That's the surface level. What's really here is a 30, 40-year history of tension between the FBI in Boston and the DOJ and the MSP in the Norfolk DA's office. And there has been, I'm sure, a very, very, very large contingent of people in the Boston FBI who have been waiting to make the Norfolk DA and the state police look as bad as the FBI did during the Bulger thing. And that's what this is all about. I finally get it. It all makes sense. I can't believe it. I'm stunned. Wow. It's so simple, but at least it feels simple to me, but it's so hard to... I mean, that's incredible. Because you could read it, but it's so esoteric in character because it hides in plain sight so well. But there's only a few people with the institutional knowledge to put this all together. And even the people who know Black Mass that well, or the people who wrote it, wouldn't necessarily understand how it reared its head again in the Karen Reed or Birchmore case or whatever, because you really, really, really have to know the details of those cases to even understand the federal involvement and the state police involvement and all of that. Oh my God. I called it a modern Black Mass a year ago, but I didn't realize what I was saying. It's not a modern Black Mass. It is the sequel. Oh my God. Wow. I don't really know what to say about this. The answer after all this time. I don't know if I can tell you how many hours. Like, just even like going to bed or just walking around or just pacing. All I wanted was not just one thing that made certain pieces of this fit, but I wanted the answer. I needed to understand what was motivating the animus and the tension. And of course, it was never going to be something as simple as Rachel Rollins' distaste of Michael Morrissey or Dustin Chow's distaste. That's not how institutions work. As we know, that when Rachel Rollins tried that with Kevin Hayden, she got forced out of office. She didn't like Hayden because he wasn't as progressive as Arroyo, who she saw as a successor. Therefore, the primary between Arroyo and Hayden was like a referenda on Rollins' policies. Hayden was a Democrat appointed by the then Republican governor, Charlie Baker, to fill the vacancy left when Rollins left the Suffolk DA's office to take the post of U.S. Attorney. So, I could... wow, I knew it. My gut, like, I knew I wasn't just reading this in February of 2024 for no reason. It's like this is fate. Because you can't just watch the movie. None of this is in the movie. You see anything about William Delahunt in the Black Mass movie? No. This is the granular detail that you get with reading hundreds of thousands of words very, very closely. And that's it. That's the answer to the puzzle. It doesn't tell us where things are going to go from here, but if you think about that as the driving force behind why this state police unit, this office, etc., has to be made an example of, it gives you the answer. All right. Closing up shop for the day. That's the way to end it. Towel does need some help this week, by the way. So if you've been watching for whatever it is, 6 hours, we haven't done any donations or anything like that. If you want to support Towel Stream, if you found this helpful, I think you're some of the first people in the world to know this. So mark my words, years from now, decades from now, like, people will be saying this. This will come out, and you'll be like, wow, I was one of the people there at that moment, whether it's the couple thousand on Towel X or the few of you on the YouTube, which is harder to get people to watch, but I'm working on it. You were here for this. Don't forget, when it all plays out, and maybe I didn't get everything 100% right, but I think I got it. You just got to talk to the people who were involved. I just got to I got to do what this book did. And I can't do it now because this is still active. But eventually I will talk to the people, and I will figure out the people involved, and I will figure out exactly what caused all of this to happen. All of the tension, all of the movement by the FBI and the DOJ in Boston, the way the state police responded, the role of the Norfolk DA, the people who were there back in the day in each of these offices. I'm going to figure it out. This is the revenge of Whitey Bulger and the revenge of the Boston FBI. That's what this is. I knew it. I knew it a while ago, but now I see it. 3 Clerk Monty says towel. Yes, I am a little towel. But yes, if you want to help towel out, let me just read, because I know that people on Twitter can't see what I post in the comments for a few seconds until it scrolls up. If you want to support Towel, I do need some help. I am going to hopefully start up work soon, so I will start training this month. Need some help with like parking and expenses while that all gets running, and then hopefully I'll be more independent in the coming months as I get ready for the bar potentially. However, until then, Towel doesn't really have a lot going into the holidays, so I depend on you. I don't have a lot of family right now, and this is not... See, a lot of people, I feel like, look at it asking for help as a bad thing. I don't. I try to put out content that engenders cogent public discourse. I try to live up to the values of a public information service. You don't see any sponsors here. We strive to educate, inform, and entertain the wider public here, and I think those values can only be supported by viewers like you. Okay, and you don't even hear every hour here the importance of those pledges. I might do it once every 6 hours, and that's a microcosm of how, unfortunately, while I love learning, while I love explaining things to you, I don't do a good job of putting myself first. So whether you're a new listener, long-time listener, whether you're on X or YouTube, if you have the ability to help out, the Cash App is # Grant Smith Ellis. The Venmo is at Grant-E1. You'll know it's me because it's a picture of an inflatable Elmo. Dear friend of mine who passed away, God rest his soul. I like when people ask me if that's me, and then I tell them it was actually a picture of an inflatable Elmo doll I thought was adorable. I meant to send it to my friend Elmo. As hardened as he was to the world, if you sent him anything Elmo related, he loved it. But I never got to. So now when people ask me, why do you have an Elmo picture, or is that you, is the Elmo thing you, I get to tell them about Elmo. I also have a PayPal, paypal.me/Grant Ellis. Any donations are appreciated this month. As I mentioned, 6 hours into this stream. You don't hear me talk about it very often, but without you all, I would not be able to go day to day, along with the people who reach out constantly with kindness and compassion. So God bless you all out there. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We saw the Brian Walshe trial conclude today, sentencing on Wednesday. We read through some great chapters of Black Mass. We put it all together. I really see the 30,000-foot elevation perspective, and I'm so grateful to those of you who spent some time with me on that journey today. As always, I'm going to end the same way, which is to say, if you benefited from this stream today, if you learned something, found camaraderie here, you know what I'm going to tell you. The real way to pay it forward, ladies and gentlemen, is looking for reasons to do small acts of service and kindness for those around you. Yes, it could be something like donating to our homeless veterans. As you know, I truly believe that we should not have one veteran in the United States of America who is homeless against their will, ladies and gentlemen. And if we do so, then we have failed as a country. Those service members bravely fought to protect us, and we, ladies and gentlemen, can stand up for them. So yes, if they want to go live in the woods, we're not going to stop them, but there should not be one homeless veteran against their will in the United States of America, and you can help those efforts today by donating to homeless veterans. Now, what if you like animals, ladies and gentlemen? Pete Bunny Towel's not an animal. He's been having a long day. He's resting. He's a stuffed Pete Bunny. But what if you like animals? Well, have you considered donating to an animal shelter run by veterans? You can help animals. You can help veterans. Everybody wins. What if you like animals and you can't find a shelter run by veterans? That's okay. You can donate to an animal shelter. That's a great way to help our little furry friends. Everybody loves animals. I don't care what animal it is. Maybe you want to help raccoons, foxes, squirrels, dogs, cats. I don't know. Pete Bunnies. Pete Bunny's going to get mad because he keeps telling me he's not an animal. He is a stuffed Pete Bunny. I tried to eat him one time. He's not edible. He got really mad at me. He'll eat lettuce, but he is not edible. Anyway, whatever animal it is you want to support, look for reasons to do so. But also, if you're in the UK, ladies and gentlemen, our dear friend LS was in chat today. If you are in the UK, you can donate to The Big Issue, which is a great way to help support homeless populations in the UK, really helps them work on their way to independence. But it could be something as simple as smiling at someone you see on the street, reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or yes, ladies and gentlemen, even donating 200 tomato plants like Francis Frutrell did one time, and having them designated honorary towels forevermore. Yes, in that way, I believe those small acts of service and kindness based in unconditional love will allow us to change the current realpolitik from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power to instead one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service rooted in unconditional love. In that way, may we live up to our Tau Eudaimonia or Summum Bonum in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively, our greatest good, and therein bring about a new digital epic defined by Aquarius the water bearer standing tall and carrying a towel with Pete Bunny by his side. I believe it's possible, ladies and gentlemen, because of you all, that those small acts of service and kindness will continue to ripple outwards, and I hope, if anything, that's what you take from this stream today. God bless each and every one of you out there. Thank you so much for watching, whether it was the, 2,000 or so of you over on the Towel X listening to us read Black Mass. Yes, 2.3 thousand of you listening to us read Black Mass. Thank you very much for tuning in. Towel appreciates it, and all of the Towel friends on the YouTube as well. Thank you very much for watching with me today. To the Towel friends on the X, you know you got a few minutes at the beginning today, so I'm going to give the Towel friends on the YouTube a few minutes at the end. Enjoy the rest of your Monday. It's cold out there if you're in New England. Maybe it's warm where you are. I would like that warmth. God bless you. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Come back and join anytime. YouTube.com/@Grant Smith Ellis. X.com/Grant Smith Ellis. Thanks for being with me. Rest in peace to Anna Walsh. God bless you to each and every one of you out there, and rest in peace, Grampy. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Until we see each other again, never know when that may be. God bless you and be well. Towel friends on the YouTube, thank you very much for watching with me all day. Thank you for watching coverage of the Brian Walsh and Anna Walsh case. Sentencing on Wednesday. We'll see where Towel will be, and I look forward to seeing you all again. What a journey it's been. What a capstone to that journey. Really did feel like a bit of a capstone reading that Black Mass with you all. I get a lot to think about, and I'm grateful that I got to spend this time with you today. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Towel loves you all very much. Thank you for your support, all of your kindness and compassion. I'm going to go get a Towel cheeseburger. Until we see each